Ash Cooper with these are all street legal, folks, these cars that you're about to see, and vans, obviously, and pickups, possibly. With the Transit in the Kestrel lane, taking on Rob Slater. Bit of a double step off the line for Rob with a 3-second 60-foot. See what Ashy can do. 10.06 at 1:36, 11.78 at 1.
It was a good evening down there last night. Going alongside Paul Morton with the mortified Zodiac. Oh boy, would he love to run an 8-second pass. This car, not going to be on this one though. Stands up on the rear tyres, doesn't get any forward motion at all. Gets an 11.21, 129, but goes 12.51.
All over the place, yeah.
But it's hardly recognisable as that car now. It's, definitely Graham's
It's
car.
a nut and bolt, yeah, so I was going to say, nut and bolt, complete and utter rebuild, looks absolutely spectacular. Taking on Mark Todd with the freight train. See if Mark Todd stands on it a bit more this morning. 127 to 60 foot's picking it up a bit, that'll be a mid-7, I think. 36, 197. His quickest ever run with that car is at night. Just watch the way it leaves the line. It actually stands up at the back, doesn't squat down. There you go. Oh my goodness me, 115 to 60 foot for Tony Higgs. What on earth's this one going to be? 772. Oh, so close to 180 miles an hour again.
So this is Ricky Hale's first run of the weekend. Something in the 10s would do nicely. Oh, loads of wheel spin off the line there for Ricky. Elliott gets there first, 9.33 at 151, and he got it into the 10s despite all that wheel spin. 10.90.
2 runs he's put in so far have been real nice and consistent, both in the 7s, quickest being a 7.86. I think Mick Hale would love a 7.86, wouldn't he?
Well, maybe one day, see how the new car does, but...
No tyre slip at all for Al Mack, 123 to 60 foot. Another super run. 7.70.
Moves up a spot, goes to number 3.
Jumps usual territory for Mr. Bond with the ugly sister. You can see the difference in launch between the two of them.
Sheridan's got hold of this much better this time. Andy Bond disappearing. 7.03, back to number 1, and a 7.92 at last, Mark. It's got to be the ultimate sleeper, that car. You wouldn't think it would do 50 mile an hour, let alone what it runs.
So was that his first 10 the other day?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Harrow straight, dramaless. Oh, look at that!
Oh my goodness me!
Wow! 10.65.
So Paul, if you watch Paul Hudson's dragster, leaves the line quite quietly. There we go, like quite flat, but it runs enormous speed, 160 plus miles an hour. Oh, 168, and it only just misses.
Oh.
889 with a 4. Do it basically, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, 009. There we go. Someone's proved me not to be a liar. Well done, Leah. Thank you.
Well, it's all about ETs. Leia is currently number 1. 882, 887. Both break out, so they both stay put. Steve stays 8. Leah stays 1.
Intravenous. Not sure how Andy Clifford got bowled there, but there we go. Must have rolled out of stage.
Oh,
wow.
Perfect.
That'll take some beating.
Right, so let's have a look at the two Daves. Dave Cherritt has got a number on the board yet. Dave Fulton, he's currently number 6 with a 9.98. Dave Cherritt goes 9.91 into the number 2 spot break. 003 red for Ronald.
Double 8 green for Simon. .984, 989 with a 1. Just that. Little bit in towards the tree though, which is not ideal.
Oh, but this. Oh, kiss the white line. .1001. No improvement. And Jazz goes 982. Great foul. They are more than happy for it to revert back to one of its previous names, and that, of course, is John Moore Supergas. So many thanks indeed to David Tony for that. .992 for Pete, who moves up from 5 to 3 with that one, a breakout. How many times have you said that today already? That's a big old throttle stop. Releases. 986, still too quick. 148 mile an hour, no improvement. Stay right. So the bump is 089 at the moment for Pro ET. Both of these two, I believe, are in. Oh.
Sorry,
Murder the button.
that's the one.
Oh, Chris, number 29. That's nervous territory.
Well, that may not be in by the end of the day. .973, no improvement for Chris Newsom. Look at that. John Turner though with a 10.52, that's nowhere near where he normally runs, is it? That Mopar must be hurting a bit.
Breakout for John, 10.67, no improvement for the other John.
So AC Bell is number 25 at the moment, with the CUDA in the Auto Glim lane, 9.85, 9.10 for Mike Lacey. .912 for Mike. AC Bell goes 988 at
moment. He dials in a 10.52. Mason Darling in 9.25. 9.19, big old breakout there, but Marie goes in at number 13, over for Jeff Cowley. Really does need to get within a, well, within 800ths at the moment, would like to be even closer. So if he can get a 9.4 and not break out, he's in.
for now.
Yeah. He's got a cracking light, 006, but that doesn't get you qualified. It's all about the ET. Oh, he's in, number 10. Good shot, Jeff.
Bum Blaine, his shot back one.
One-day parking. He left your window open. Go and close it.
That won't be a 10-9 for Carl.
Carl.
Bailey's gone red, but that doesn't matter. It's all about the number. I don't think it'd be a 9-4. 961. No help, she stays 22. Poor old Carl Goldsmith.
Yay.
And a big bill to go with it.
Well, obviously Ronnie's going to get there first. How close to the 906 is he going to go? 9 flat.
What's Stu going to do?
Oh my goodness!
Liz
Chloe can
sorry.
get back in here. She dials at 932. Cracking light again. But come on. 932. A 93 something. Come on, Chloe. Oh, breaks out. 924.
Well, already in. Safe to say they probably will be rated.
Should be safe.
In eliminations, yeah, should be. Should be. John Bean, Auto Glim Lane, 953 for the shotgun. The V8 Pony, as it says on the back. Up against the Capricious Capri. With Laura at the wheel. $9.57 for John Bean, nice and consistent.
Yeah, it's not a million miles away from #1 spot. Only 400 points, and we know that could be made up in
very
qualifying.
quickly.
So, yeah, it's the Pro ET Championship this year. Very, very tight indeed.
Up against Dave Reed with the Fiesta. Great to see Dave coming and joining in Pro ET.
It's not getting off the line anyway once, but this thing really does. Once that boost comes in, my God, it goes. Oh, Will is perfect.
#1. Right, let's have a... So where are we? Nick Mugridge is on the bump. Chris Newsom's out. Big shot. Dave Fulton's out. And Tig over there isn't in at the moment either.
Go back to that list again.
Sorry, go on. Go on. You take which one? You get.
Nervous. Brett Featherstone, 31st, and he's the points leader.
Oh! So if Tig gets in here, he's going to be on the bump.
Yeah, he's going to put Brett on the bump. And he does.
He does. Unbelievable. Tig up to number 16 with a 974 and a 72. The bump spot in Pro ET is the points leader in the UK Championship, Brett Featherstone. Both of these two are not in.
Oh, wow.
If they get in on this run, Brett's sitting behind watching. He's the next pair, or in the next pair. And Dave Fulton's round there too.
Oh, my word. So Warren Watts looks for a 9 flat. Tom Kay wants 10.29.
Anything within half a tenth should get you in for now. 9.06. Oh no.
.31. Whoa. You got to get 06 now to get into the show. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes if you're not already there.
Dave Rudd would like to move be a bit more comfy than that.
Certainly would.
Spot.
Oh, he is.
Oh,
That's
look
good.
at that. Number 6.
Oh, then anybody that's got a 3 in front of their number is going to be rather nervous. Tom Watkins, 15, should be safe. But everybody's moving on up in the order. 9.01 breakout for Tom Watkins. Mark Huxley breaks out. This is good looking pairing actually. 10.04, 10.12. Well, breakout for Andre, but Dan Fulton moves up from 31 to 29 in his...
So we've got John Dalrymple over there, but we've got no number for him. I'm sure I've seen him run. Anyway, we'll see. 9.37.
He did,
John.
that's right, because he was number 1 after the first session, wasn't he?
It's 8.33, not... That's why.
Ah, right, yeah. Right, breaks out, it doesn't matter. Nick Mugridge, no help for him, he stays 34.
Trying to get as close to them as they can without going too quick. .53 and a 9.02. Wow.
.763, a little bit too quick there for Pete. Well, very good looking pairing indeed. 8.44 for Tom, stays number 3. Ash goes up 1 spot. 8.86 start line. But now, let's see if they can run the numbers. That's what it's all about. 8:01 off the line to Daniel. And he's perfect. He takes the #1 spot. 7. Good looking run here for Mick. Bit too good. 8:10 out, but they would like to go higher if they can. .8:18, 8:49 double breakout, but I'll tell you what, I think they're all still smiling though. Colin Miller's got a car that's working.
Ron now goes 8:26. Mark Courcelle does himself a bit of a favour though. Yeah. 8:26, that's 19.
Both more than capable of moving on up here. That's a cracking looking pair in that one. 8:32. Whoa, that's way too quick to drive.
Also,
so don't forget, Joe is 2 in the points. Pete Walters currently #1. And I think after qualifying, if they stay put, Joe will take the lead in the points. Then it's all down to eliminations. .760 for Joe, stays number 11, 8:35.
He was over by the wall for a long time. 7:33 and a 7:87 for Jack Brewster on the brakes and on the shifts as well, which is
Nearly 180 mile an hour over there. Alright, so both into pre-stage qualifying session number 4 for Super Pro ET. Both away well with 0 lights, but it's all about those dial-ins on the boards there. 70, 70. Alan Didwell breaks out by less than 100th of a second.
another mid-8 for Kieran this time.
To not interfere with what's going on in the shutdown area. So this is round 1 of eliminations then, and it is Mackenzie Love who is number 3 in the points chase at the moment, so it's critical for him he gets through, going alongside Freddie Taylor.
Yeah, there's going to be some big rounds in all of our bracket racing today. And this is a big one for Mackenzie as well.
It is, yeah.
He was in the points lead after the first event of the year because he won it. How nice is it to see a bit of blue sky and people watching and race cars out there on the track. So they race to the 8th mile, half track distance. They will pull off before they get to those vehicles up the other end, don't worry.
Green light drag racing is what we like to see, but oh no, Mackenzie has got a problem.
The car died just off the line. He had a reaction time advantage. I was just going to say, as long as Freddie Taylor doesn't break out, and he didn't, he moves on. Well, that's a bit of an really unfortunate first round for Mackenzie Love.
He was so keen for this weekend as well. I bumped into him and the team, and oh, what a great shame for them. It looks possibly like the drive belt went. Well, as a young lad climbs out, give him a big round of applause. He tries so hard as our, yeah, nice wave to the crowd as well. Well done, Mackenzie. But these juniors race just as hard as the adults do, and it means just as much to them as well. So he'll be back. He'll fight another day. And not only that, he can run faster than I ever did at any time in my life. Well done, mate. Good young lad.
He's probably running faster than you could cycle as well.
Yeah. Right, now then, another crucial one. Max Taylor, chilled to the max, and he probably is, going alongside your points leader in the National Championship, Luke Fulton. Now, another critical one. Luke did not have a good time in qualifying. He only ended up in the number 25 spot, so he didn't pick up many points there. Max is a junior stock. Luke is a JMA, so Luke has got to be patient by over 4 seconds. There goes Max. And Luke sets off in pursuit.
He's going to get there. It seems like forever away, but he's going to do it. But will it be in time? The answer is
no.
No. That will actually go down as a whole shot win by Max Taylor. Closer to his darling was Luke Fulton, but he was slower off the line. Really unfortunate for Lukey.
Wow, that's 1 and 3 in the
big.
points gone. That's huge.
Well, they've got one more event in a few. We've still got to finish this one, obviously, but one more event.
Yeah.
Things are going to stack up very, very differently going into the national finals in a couple of weeks' time. So, Damien Redshaw, Kestrel Lane, 9.11. Was our number 19 qualifier, taking on Chevy Checkit down there. Dad Mick guided her into stage. Very good morning, Emma. Is Letty with you this morning? Oh, she's up there. Oh, okay, sorry. Hi, Letty. Come on in. Let's see what Big Sis can do.
Oh, Chev goes red. Oh, curses.
That was a really close one as well. It was 013. Don't let her look at the timing ticket, because Damien Redshaw was 0.3, which is dead late in junior dragster terms, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But, oh, big shame. And she broke out as well, just to make it, you know, bad on both ends, I think.
Right, next up, it's the first of the Slick Tricks junior dragsters. Jacqueline Bartlett. She's in the auto glim lane, going alongside Tom Peters. Right, it is a dial-in. Obviously, the qualifying for the juniors, they do it on reaction times, but eliminations, it's on dial-in. So Tom Peters dials 9 flat. Jacqueline 7.95, easy one to work out. 1.05 difference on the tree.
Yeah, for the last few days they've been qualifying. This is actually elimination, so you'll clearly see, well, you've seen it so far, the staggered start. So the predicted times on the board at the end. I mean, the little dragster in the Kestrel lane is going to go first by 1.05 seconds. Going to be run down by Jacqueline in the auto glim lane. Jacqueline actually double stepped there. That was really lucky. She didn't red light.
Well, Jacqueline looks like she's gone past, but... And she takes that on a 7.98 on a 7.95 dial. Very nice job indeed, actually, of Jacqueline.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, reaction time advantage was to Tom Peters. But the win, and the win light, obviously, goes to Jacqueline.
Right, Harley Courcelle and Daniel Todd. Now then, interesting fact. Harley Courcelle is going to start climbing the points. If he can take a round win here, he's going to leapfrog Mackenzie Love in the points. Harley
is third, yeah?
Yeah, Harley is fourth, Mackenzie is 3. Obviously, I haven't taken qualifying points into consideration.
Do you know what? I just realised how much deep trouble I'm in at the national finals, because it's me on my own doing this.
I'll be around, mate, don't worry. Simon's here as well.
Yeah,
Simon is the points guru.
Yeah, but goodness, I can't even see, let alone anything else. Well, Daniel Todd is off and running.
Harley gets the green as well.
Well, it's a big if Harley wins, if the win light comes on, which it doesn't.
Oh, my word.
Terrific job by Daniel Todd. Bang on the money at the top end. He had a whole shot off the start line as well. Dad looks delighted. Well,
Harley broke out as well and got there second.
Well, he had a bit to make up after the reaction time, unfortunately.
Well, 1, 3 and 4 are out in round 1 in the points. My word. This is unbelievable.
Just very quickly, did we call Pro ET?
Yes, we did.
Yep. It's all right. I haven't seen anyone come down yet. That was all. But yeah, Pro ET into the lanes, please. We're running you shortly too. Jack
Taylor and Lola Bell Kent, your next pair. 9.20 plays at 12.02, so it will be Lola Bell leaving first in the Autoclim lane. There she goes, but she goes red. Too soon, unfortunately, so Jack Taylor takes the win on that one.
So it's all over to Dad Kevin now to try and win something today in the Feel Funny car.
Well, so look at the numbers. Yeah, Jack Taylor comfortably through, no problem at all there. Right, next up it is Lara Bartlett. And just looking down there, it is Richard Wilcox. 7.99 is the dial in for Lara. 8.45 the dial for Richard. 0.46 of a second difference on the tree. Richard, his side of the tree will run first. Winner of this takes on Freddie Taylor in the next round.
That's Dad telling him to get on with it as well. Richard Wilcox does indeed roll it in. There we go. Well, I don't think that was a secret that Lara almost left first. Lara's out in front. Lara doesn't break out. Lara takes the win. That is a whole shot win. Richard was closer to his dial-in, but 0.19 for Lara, 0.5 for Richard.
Okay, let's see as the sunshine comes out. See if Daniel Weir can make hay, as the terminology goes. He is number 2 in the points, where everybody else around him seems to be falling at the first hurdle.
1, 3 and 4 are out, is that right?
That's correct. 6 is through, Freddie Taylor.
So at the moment, all of those guys that I've just mentioned are Ellie Mae Brown's biggest fans.
Yeah.
And Ellie was our number 4 qualifier over there in the Kestrel lane. Qualifying means nothing on race day. That proves.
Correct, yeah.
Well, it looks like Daniel's out in front. Daniel takes the stripe, moving on. Good effort from Ellie, but a couple of tenths off.
Yeah, well done, Daniel. Doing himself a huge favour there. So he's now going to start closing in on Luke Fulton. But more importantly, he's going to be pulling away from Mackenzie and, well, everybody else behind him, basically. Finley Fag and Ellie Fag. This is one of the bizarre twists of qualifying. The two siblings be racing each other.
Dad has to do the sprint between the two. Go on quickly.
He's going to in the middle, son. Go on.
Oh, well. Finley's deep staged on his brother. Gone all the way in and a bit more. That was a very thoughtful reaction time for Ellie, and I don't think I'm saying anything nobody else saw. Finley's way out in front and gets there first. Oh my goodness me, look at that for Ellie. Almost bang on the money, but 0.6 reaction time was the difference in that one. So hopefully Ellie now becomes Finn's biggest fan.
Yeah. All right, next up, Ada Cassisi and Grace Smith. I can't believe that I remember when Ada started racing and she was in junior stock, and it's progressed to junior modified already.
Yeah.
That time flies, doesn't it?
It doesn't take long, does it? So both Mum and Dad blow young Ada a kiss. She was number 3 qualifier.
Did well. Ada will be leaving first. Grace will be doing the chasing. So will the Boost Monkey get round the Cherry Bomb?
Going to be close, actually.
It's very close.
Looks like Ada's in front, but Ada, oh my goodness me, look at those numbers. 9.29 on a 9.29 for Grace Smith takes the win. Ada was perfect as well.
Both perfect on their ETs.
9.95 on a 9.95 it was. Grace Smith off the start line first, which made all the difference at the finish line. That is incredible.
I don't think I've ever seen two juniors both run bang on their dial-ins like that before. That was brilliant.
Exceptionally, exceptionally good.
Right, next up, Neve Deavy going alongside Kai Cooper. Neve looking for 12.60. Kai 8.98. So Caitlin bringing Neve up to the line. I know Caitlin's not racing anymore, but it's really good to see her back at the track. Like everybody, it's our happy place. So Kai Cooper sets off in pursuit of Neve Deavy.
I don't think Caitlin can take it. Oh, Neve breaks out, unfortunately. So does Kai, actually.
Yeah.
But it's the lesser of the two. Kai had a bunch in the bag off the start line.
Yeah, and now the friendships are back. I love it.
They were not friends, just briefly.
Just doesn't take long for them to be friends.
So Jake Cooper, and Teddy Howe up next. Still got a few more pairs of juniors to go. They're getting the Super Pro ready to run, and the track crew have been working their magic at the top end to get all of the shutdown area dry, so we're nearly ready to go. We've also got, all being well, we've got our parachute drop in about 10 minutes time as well, and then it's all going to be very quick, very fast, and very competitive for the rest of the day. Teddy Howe actually rolled into deep stage again then as well. There's been a bit of that this morning.
Well, Teddy looking for 12.77. Jake looking for 9.09.
It's Teddy Howe. Oh, bang on the mark. Look at how close they are to their dial-ins again. It was actually the Kestrel lane that got there first, but he broke out. So Teddy Howe moves on to round 2. Right on the money as well.
Right. Championship protagonist Luke Mugridge. He's number 5 in the points.
Do himself a lot of favours this morning.
He needs to go a couple of rounds to start moving up. But what this is doing, it's bunching them up a bit for the national finals in 2 weeks' time.
A lot.
Yeah, this is going to be a proper scrap, if you like.
So that was a bye run for Luke.
Yeah, he was number 1 qualified. Don't think, oh, that's a point. He's got number 1 qualified points as well.
Well, and that was an 01.05 light in round 1, and he runs an 8.18 on an 8.17. How good is that?
Ooh, watch out, Luke's about.
Excellent stuff. Right on the money. Even Nick's smiling. That's cool.
Well, of course, Nick is a former champion in Junior Dragster.
Absolutely.
And, well, you could see the name Luke on the Junior Dragster Championship Awards this year, but which Luke? But also there's a few others in the mix that go, hang on a minute, I might have a go at that. Liam McDonald, he is in the Autoglim lane, and it's the Bulldog Dragster in the Kestrel Beer lane. So number 2 qualifier was Ted Sullivan. Liam, number 16, doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just getting there first without putting a cherry on the tree and not breaking out. Green both sides.
Fairly even 2. Who's going to run the closest to their number? Liam breaks out by the least. My goodness me.
Massive
breakout for Teddy Sullivan. That's got to hurt. I think the top end is dry actually as well.
Yeah.
All the vehicles have gone from down there, so we may actually be...
Well, that's your number 2 qualifier out, and that gives Liam a bye in round 2. Nicely done. Harry Redshaw, Jess Bishop, your next pair.
It's like the countdown, but the junior dragster version. They're all going to end up on exactly the same points in the last event, aren't they?
Just goes to show how important qualifying is as well. 8.4 darling for Harry, 8 flat for Jess. Green both sides. $8.42 for Harry Redshaw, not enough. 8.07 on an 8 flat, better reaction time. Jess Bishop takes that one.
I think that was the final pair. So what's the matchups for round 2, Colin, as you're sitting there?
Right, Luke Muggeridge has got Jacqueline Bartlett. Damien Redshaw has Kai Cooper. Grace Smith will be racing Daniel Todd. Teddy Sullivan will be racing Finley Fagg. Liam has a bye. Jess, you just all go through taking on Jack. Lara Bartlett taking on Freddie Taylor. And Max Taylor taking on Daniel Weir.
So who's actually surviving in the top 5? Anybody?
Yeah, Daniel Weir and Luke Muggeridge. Well, Freddie Taylor's number 6.
Okay.
But needs to go quite a long way in eliminations to really make an effect. But anything can happen.
And probably will. So it looks like we've got a run from the two-seater dragster, excuse me, two-seater junior dragster. Would be good. We've got round 1 of Pro ET, which is going to be a complete bun fight as well. It does indeed look like, all being well, the top end is dry and finished. Just about everybody has moved off there. We've just waiting for the last bit of drying. The track crew have been working their butts off the last few days, as they always do. But the last couple of days have been particularly trying, just due to the weather as well. And yeah, they have been drying the top end while we've been yapping and watching round 1 of Junior Dragster. We've still got the parachute drop in just a few minutes' time. That's not far away. That's going to be followed by 2 minutes silence for the Queen. The drop is at 11:15. So in just 4 minutes' time, actually. So the plane has taken off and it's on its way, and the parachute team are getting themselves, well, they're probably up there getting ready at the moment. We should be able to see the plane sometime soon. I think there's still a little bit of, I may have misspoke, there seems to be a little bit of drying left to do at the top end, but it won't take long at all, folks. It really, really won't. Everybody's strapped in and ready to go for Pro ET, and then it's all going to be fast stuff all the time. So it's going to be round 1 Pro ET. I think after them, on the order will be Super Pro, and then we are into, I think, into our professional classes. We've got a 16 bike ladder for Super Street Bike. You got the run order there, Colin. You probably buried it somewhere, haven't you? I like the way you give that to me, thinking I can see. Right, so we've done Junior Dragster, obviously. We've got Pro ET round 1 coming. After that, be Super Pro, Super Gas, and then it's Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified round 1. Now this is really unusual for the Pro Mods as well, because it's they normally have their first round at like 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning when it's quite chilly. For them, the track conditions are going to be that bit warmer, which I think is really, really going to help them. Super Street Bike as well, and then we've got Top Fuel Dragster, Nitro Funny Car, Nostalgia Funny Car, and then we run through all of our classes. We go through all of like Top Methanol, Pro Stock, and then through all the bikes. Then we have round 2 of Pro Mod tagging on the end, and then we go into some more of our sportsman racing before we get to all of our Pro semi-finals as well. So it's 13 minutes past, just a couple of minutes before we are go with the parachute jump, and hopefully everybody at the top end will be done with the track drying too, so we can continue with the racing. Okay, well, we're going to run the 2-seater.
All right, 2-seater coming around the corner. So as the top end crew vacate. Your passenger in the back of the 2-seater tractor is Scott Williams from Warrington. And it is his 27th birthday. Can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So as our top-end jet just vacates the shutdown area through the first exit, so the drying is done. And the 2-seater dragster with Scott Williams in the back is going to be taken down the quarter mile by Paul Brown, who is the driver.
That is such a slick operation that they were still on the track at the end. And they got out of the way just in time for the 2-seaters to make the first full quarter mile run of the day.
782, 170 miles an hour.
Okay, well, I have just been informed and told that unfortunately, due to low cloud where the plane is, unfortunately the jump team couldn't take off.
Oh,
so they basically missed their window. They missed their window for doing it, but we got something else up actually.
Ah, right, okay, that answers why we got Pro ET coming around there. We were looking skywards, and obviously it couldn't take off from where it was based. Right, this is it. This is eliminations, round number 1 in Pro ET, and it is Mike Lacey and John Dalrymple. Now, I'll be keeping an eye on the points chase as well. Even though we've still got one more round to go in the National Championship in 2 weeks' time here, it is still critical for these guys and girls as well. Green light race, and it's John Dalrymple looking for a 9.28, Mike looking for a 9.10. Oh! Well, Mike was late compared to John, but he drove around him at the stripe, takes the win by 0.6. A 9.14 gets the job done to lose out 9.47.
Well, John Dalrymple just needed to be a few hundredths quicker, and he would have taken that. He had a lot to play with after a big starting line advantage. So, Mr. Dave Fulton, we had our hearts in our mouths in that last qualifying session.
Well, he did.
He wasn't in the show.
Going alongside Laura Bainton. Now then, we think, due to qualifying points, Dave Fulton has moved up from 4th to 2nd in the points chase.
Wow.
And just 10 behind Brett. So very, very tight in Pro ET. 9.85 is the dial-in for Dave Fulton, but it will be Laura leaving first on at 10.42. Oh, Dave Fulton knocks himself out. Oh! 0009 red. Laura Bainton goes 10.44. That was good.
I was just going to say, Dave, don't run 9.85 for goodness sake.
Well, all that work for Dave to get into the show, and then eliminates himself with a 0009 light. It's Laura that goes through. Right, so Gary Carr, 9.15, his favourite dial-in. Going alongside AC Bell, the Teenage Dream, the Dodge. Just a quick one from security. 2 vehicles move from behind the barn, please. YP66 FRK and GU 72 VCV. They're both blue Transit Customs. Can you please move those 2 vans, please? Thank you.
Just for everybody downstairs, real quick. We're not doing the parachute jump. We've got something else up our sleeves. We're going to do the 2-minute silence and the national anthem just as everybody.
So Gary Carr, 9:15. He's going to be the patient one. As 9:89, AC Bell will be leaving first.
Well, you don't need to see what the reaction time was to know that was good from AC Bell. He was dead on time, and he's got a bit to play with too. And he takes the win. Look at that for a race. 9.90 on a 9:89 and an 02 light. Are you sure he hasn't done this before?
Yeah. Gary Carr goes 9:16 on a 9:15. He has only 100th over, but on the tree. That was a 10th advantage to AC.
And that was the win margin as well, or thereabouts.
It was, yeah. Alfie Ratton, quad 0 on his reaction time. Took the money on Thursday, going alongside Al Schofield. .926 plays 9:04. 0.22 of a second difference between these two on the tree.
Yeah, Alfie Ratton back on Thursday morning. Seems like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it?
It does.
Won the Perfect Light Award with an absolutely perfect light. Well, the car just seemed to bog off the start line. He just running better now, but unless Al Schofield breaks out, which he doesn't, Al Schofield takes the win. Al Schofield was very lucky boy.
Yeah.
0.45 on the tree. Will not normally get it done in any kind of bracket racing. Alfie Ratton was 0.10, but the car just sort of died off the start line. Lurched forward. No problem. One thing I never wanted to do was undress Colin, and I've just done it. Anyway. It's only a jumper, folks, before anyone sends in complaints.
That's a very short list that does.
Yeah.
That includes myself. Right, Jeff Cowley. Taking on number 1 qualifier then, Will Clark. 9.80 is a dial in for Will. Jeff, 9.43.
I've noticed something that really, really bizarre. For ages, Jeff Cowley's had a dinked rear light. Overnight, it magically seems to have been fixed. Have you noticed the left rear tail light was smashed? And he's actually, I'm not kidding, I'm going to ask him a bit later on, but I think he's fixed it overnight. He's got a new one. Yeah. Anyway, so Will Clark was number 1 qualifier. For a long time, he wasn't even qualified.
Yeah, I think that was a run we went 44th to 1st. It was absolutely no show to top of the show. Top billing, if you like.
So another green light drag race.
Will all the way there. 0.4 on the tree compared to 0.16. Lifted at the stripe as well. 9.87. Clark into round 2. Right, Mark Huxley taking on Kieran Turner. Mark qualified number 28, Kieran number 12. That doesn't matter anymore. It's all about your dial-ins and your ETs. So, leaving first, Mark Huxley dialing in 10.10, and then just 0.14 of a second difference on the tree. Kieran Turner will be setting off in pursuit, but he'll be right there with him.
Once again, you don't need to see the reaction time to know that Mark Huxley was bang on time. And he doesn't break out. That is an enormous whole shot win, actually. He took the strike by 0.6. He was 0.1 on the tree to a 0.22 for Kieran. Still good effort for Kieran all weekend in the pickup. Hope you see him in Pro ET lots and lots more.
All right, Bailey Ashdown and Lee Morris Jaguar E-Type. That'll be in the 10s. Yep, 10.15. And Bailey Ashdown wants 9.48 with the dragster. Right, Lee Morris is number 5 in the points. He's only 40 points behind Dave Fulton, but then Dave did score a whole host of qualifying points, but he's eliminated himself, so Lee could start clawing back and try and catch up Dave Fulton once again. Well, we have a green light drag race.
Only just.
10.16 with a double 08 line. That is how you bracket race. 10.16, 100th off your dial, double 08 off the line. Very, very tough to get around indeed. Bailey tried 9.54 to 48.
A good light as well.
Yeah.
04. Bailey would have beaten many other opponents. As Alan Reinhardt always says, drag racing is definitely the right place at right time type of sport, because virtually all the other matchups she'd have won.
Yeah.
She just happened to be up against someone that had a package that was like probably 0-2 by the time you've added it all together, which is pretty damn good. It is indeed. So, Ronnie Mercer with Annie, back racing in the UK after racing in France and Germany. In the Kestrel Lane, 9.04 for the Outlaw Anglia. I think he's got 3 weekends on the trot here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Actually, so's Dave Cherritt, I would have thought.
Well, Dave's parked his trailer and basically you could take the wheels off it, actually, just leave it as stationary, because his pit spot won't change over the 3 weeks.
This is going to be a good one. There's not much in it on the tree or at the finish line. Ronnie Mercer, 9.08 on a 9.04, beats a 91 on an 85, 0.4 at the stripe. He had 200ths off the line. He was 200 closest to his dial-in. That's the way you do it. Really good effort, though, from the Dark Revenger. So, Dave Rudd with the Cobra. Immaculately finished. And that's just the crew. Take it on Marie Mills with the Altered in the Kestrel Lane. Marie was number 23. Dave was number 7. Dave's been here for 5 days. He was here on Wednesday testing. It's now Sunday morning. Well, Marie's way out in front. If she doesn't break out, which she doesn't, she takes the win. Dave Rudd was bang on his dial-in, but 0.5 on the tree, unfortunately. Well, this is an interesting matchup. We have the Tesla of Andy Garnett in the Kestrel Lane, dial 1105, and a man I know who is absolutely in love with electric cars in the other lane, Simon Goff. 8.5. What else can I say? I mean, the man's an unstoppable force.
Well, Simon is 3 in the points chase coming into this event, so important for sight.
Well, the tester is out in front. He's going to hear a V8 running him down, and he's going to hear a V8 taking the win. Bang on the money for Simon Goff. He had 0.13 off the line, and that was all he needed. Andy Garnett still really good. 11.07 on an 05, but Simon Goff just too good. 8.58 with the 7 on an 8.58. He was 0.7 on the tree to a 0.2 for Andy Garnett. That really was what made the difference. Well done, Si. Doing himself a lot of favours in the championship.
Right, next two then, Lee Huxley and Bob Molden. Goodness knows how many of these two have raced each other over the many, many years they've both been racing in Pro ET. So Bob appears in the Kestrel lane. .40 for Lee, but leaving first will be Bob Molden, 9.60.
Yeah, Bob Starling's gone back quite a bit, actually, since the early days of Thursday. I think he dialed 9.3. Well, that pigeon's going to get a bit of a shock in a minute. Sorry, we just had a pigeon fly across the start line. It's not lovely. You see any birds anywhere near a drag strip for obvious reasons.
Well, we get rabbits, though.
We do. That's so the fire crew have got something to do at the top end, chase them. Just kidding. The fire crew obviously have plenty to do already. I bet the Huxies are really glad they've got the Mustang back. Can Lee take the win? Lee does take the win. Bob way off on ET.
Yeah.
Really good on reaction time. He was 0.6 to Lee's 0.12. There was a gap there for Bob to slide himself into, but Lee caught him and just kept his nose in front over the finish line.
Right, points leader, Brett Featherstone. Simon Goff, his teammate, in effect. He's through. We haven't seen Amy Watkins yet. Lee Morris is through. But we know that Dave Fulton is out, but he scored a huge amount of points in quali. All to be decided at the national finals, but you want to go in with a lead instead of trying to chase. Andre Nala with the Beetle then. He dials 10.07. Brett 9.57. Half a second difference on the tree.
Andre's been deadly consistent in qualifying. Yeah. Almost always in the 10-1s. Very well sorted little Beetle.
Both went red, but Andre went red first. So it's Brett that goes through.
Brett got away with that one because he went red as well, like you said. Andre Nala's last run of the weekend is his slowest, actually, 10.20. Brett with a 9.60. Well, from being in a nervous place on the bump, Brett Featherstone is probably a little calmer now. So, Tom Cherry Watkins hopefully won't live up to his name. Kestrel side of the racetrack, 9.02 with a big Dodge. Mason Griffiths with a little appliance dragster is going to go first by 0.24.
Still got this vehicle that needs moving from behind the barn. It's a Ford FN58 JTG. Can you please go move that? Thank you. Whoa! Huge wheels down there for Tom Watkins. I think he might be investing in wheelie bars finally after that one.
Well, Mason Griffiths is way out in front.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, look at it another way. He was a thousandth of a second from throwing it all away. Tom Watkins had the reaction time advantage, but just didn't really get back in it after that wheelie. I wouldn't blame him, to be honest.
But Mason Griffiths dialed 9.26, ran 9.26.00. Bang on.
Yeah, he might be a little relieved when he sees that timing ticket, because a thousandth quicker and Tom Watkins would have gone through, even though Tom Watkins was nowhere near. Yeah, exactly. Acres of space. Acres of space. Okay, Stu Doiney. 00 racing in the Kestrel lane, like the name. 11.86 taking on Tig. Who goes red? Stu Doiney moves into round 2. Goes 11.88, 11.86. It's not like Pro ET isn't a bit of a sharp call anyway, and then Stu Doiney comes along and just makes it even worse.
This is quite weird, this. John Bean against Simon Fulton, but Simon Fulton's got busted transmission.
Right.
So the first alternate comes in, which is Daniel Fulton.
How nice is that?
So 9.53.
Dial in, there we go. For John Bean. Daniel Fulton with a 10.12. Daniel was oh so close to qualifying. This is what we're talking about the break wall. 32 cars qualified, but one couldn't make it for round 1. Let's see if Daniel can make the most of it. He certainly made the most of it off the start line. He may be taking John Bean out, and he does. John Bean's much closer to his dialing, but a 0.6 reaction time. Unfortunately, it was his undoing. Daniel Fulton made absolutely the most of his spot in the field because he's moving on to round 2 with the 10.21. Tom Kay, another one of those that was just thousandths off in qualifying. And then last qualifying session got in at number 15. Taking on Amy Watkins. Amy's riding high in the championship.
Yeah, she's number 2. We think she may have slipped to number 3 because of qualifying points.
Wow, there were 2 alternates down here as well. Warren Watts and the Chevelle down there, Wayne Hiscock, going back to the pits. That's just in case anyone couldn't take the green when they came down here. So, Tom Kay's way out in front. Can Amy catch him? The answer is no.
Wow.
Amy goes too quick to try and catch him. She still didn't get over the line first. Tom Kay had over a 10th in the bag off the start line. That was what made the difference because it really puts you under pressure, that.
So that's Amy, number 2 in the points, out. Dave Fulton, number 4 in the points, out. Brett and Simon Goff and Lee Morris go through. John Bean is out. Dan Holloway not here this weekend, obviously with the car is retired for the rest of the season. Mason Griffiths was 8th in the points, so he's going to start moving up a bit now. Wow, going to make very interesting indeed.
You got it. So, very good morning to Mr. Chris Park. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm very well this morning.
Back up here for race day. And it's a sunny race. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. It's great, isn't it? Sunny race day.
Don't say it too loud.
No, sorry. Well, no, it's here. It's going to be like this all day. It's absolutely lovely. We had a little bit of a late start, but you know what? It's all good. So, we've got round 1 of Super Pro. Colin's going to sit there doing his homework. I don't know whether you had a chance to talk to anybody. I don't know whether that's something you're able to do. Not being rude, but
No, I did get around there. And I've had brief chats with a few people this morning, but not a lot because obviously I've not been here for a year, so I was actually more catching up with people that I haven't seen than anything.
Okay.
News this morning really is no Steve Johnson today.
Oh, what a shame.
Which is a real shame. And Steve, I think, has already left.
I just saw Bob Doyle pulling out as well with the Datsun.
Yeah, they've done serious damage as well.
And we lost Thomas Haas earlier on as well. Oh, blimey, who else? I know that Martin Jones, unfortunately, they had a trouble with the valve, so they didn't make any more runs this weekend either. So, yeah, it's kind of always like that anyway, isn't it? It's always a little bit of attrition going on in any class that you race in. But that's why we have
Super Pro. There seems to be quite a bit this weekend.
Well, it tends to, if you think about it, I mean, I think it was Pete Walters. It was Pete Walters, but he got to the final. And I think, was he 5th or 7th alternate? I can't remember which one it was. I think it was 7th alternate. Long way off. And because so many people in front of him were broke, he got the chance to race and got to the final.
Yep, it does happen, that's for certain.
Certainly does. So a little bit of track work out there. We're just about to go with Super Pro AT, which is the quickest of all of our bracket classes.
Quickest bracket class left in the world, though.
Actually, it is, yeah, because Top Drag's just 6:10, isn't it?
Yep.
That's so they don't destroy their chassis tag, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
If you run 5.99 with the 9, you are going home. So here we go with our first pair. It looks like it's going to be Ashley Bell. Coming round into the Auto Glim lane and taking on Colin Morris by the looks of it. So, again, we're going to see a mix of dragsters, autos, even a funny car as well. I've always liked the look of Callum Swinchat's car because it's very upright as well. It's very open, the altered. Is that good for bracket racing, or is it a dragster still the way to go, do you think?
Well, I've not sat in Callum's car because I can't say what visibility is like. But there's a lot of stuff in the way.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. There is a lot of stuff in the way. One silly question. Are you allowed to use mirrors?
I think there's debate on this.
Okay. Do some people use mirrors?
Some people do use mirrors. Door cars are allowed to have mirrors.
Fine.
And they should have mirrors in the OEM position.
So by default, dragsters should have mirrors. Yeah, I get it. Could we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Competition Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please.
There was a dragster in Sweden that had a big mirror on the nose.
On the nose?
Yes.
Okay.
Big round mirror on the nose pointing backwards, so you looked in the mirror and you could see either side.
Well,
The only one that I've ever seen, and whether that's pushing legality or not, I really don't know.
so our first pair are going to be a pair of door cars. Colin Morris in the Kestrel Lane with an 8.87. Ashley Bell, 8.85. It's virtually a heads-up race, virtually by 200th of a second. However, I don't need to tell you who left first, and it should have, well, yeah, anyway.
Yes.
Yes. Colin, he was lucky boy there. 3 thou breakout, but it was 0.5 to a 0.24. There really wasn't any way Ashley Bell could win that one. Actually, could have done if he just stamped on the brakes. So Colin takes the stripe and moves on. Talking about Callum's car over there, the very, very sit up and, take notice altered in the Kestrel Lane with an 884. Taking on, I'm sure all the racers in Outlaw Anglia are willing Mick Taylor to take the win here with an 807. Colin, championship permutations, mate.
Right, well, we all know it's Pete Walters, Billy Gain and Joe Kellett.
Right.
But the marquee matchup, whatever you want to call it, Pete Walters and Billy Gain meet each other in round number 1.
Ooh, terrific. So Callum Swinchat, 884. He's going to go first by some margin. The mist you see coming out of the top of the Anglia is nitrous oxide being purged. So it goes into the engine to make the car quicker. Mick will be here in a week's time, all being well for the Hot Rod Drags. We do this a lot of weekends a year, don't we? Which is a good thing.
Not enough weekends of the year.
Sorry, not enough weekends of the year. Yeah, we have to stop when it gets cold, which is a bit naff, but there we go. Well, Mick Taylor way over towards the wall. That may be all Callum needs to take the win. And he doesn't break out. Look at that. Nicely done for Callum. An 886 and an 84 with an 07 light beats a 0.22 with an 814. Great to see Mick Taylor in Super Pro ET. We're going to have another actually Outlaw Anglia coming up too. So this matchup, the slingshot dragster of Mark Coulsell taking on the Cortina of Tom Atkinson. They didn't really miss a beat with the Cortina, did they? I mean, they got the new engine really last week, I think. Yeah. Something like that. Or is it rebuilt engine? I'm not sure.
Well, they've done a lot of work, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it was the new engine
that they
started the season with.
Okay.
But then had quite catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
And then it was out for a while. That's why Tom was doing Sportsman ET with the Nova. But now the engine is all back together and working very, very nicely indeed.
Just
so
in
it is
time.
the new engine rebuilt.
But rebuilt.
Yeah.
Just in time for the last 2 weeks of the season, which is a bit, it's like, yay, I've got an engine. Ooh, I can't race it.
I remember seeing the big wheel stand at the start of the season, and then
Oh yeah, that was quite tasty, wasn't it?
yeah, and then not long after was the engine wasn't very happy. Let's put it that way.
So that's Tom Atkinson with the Cortina estate. Yes, you can go into work, folks, and you can say you've seen a Cortina estate run 8 seconds at 160 miles an hour, if you like. There's plenty more where that came from as well. There's a lot more bonkers stuff coming your way.
The other thing you might not have noticed is there's a little bit of new aero sprung up on the Cortina.
Oh, and the flaps on the side as well.
Yeah,
that's a good look. Mark Coulsell, though, is a tough customer. All the Wild Bunch are going to be cheering him on. I think he's in front. Oh, my goodness me. Look at that for Tom. Win margin 0-2. Mark Coulsell tried his best. He had 400ths in the bank off the start line, but it was Tom Atkinson almost bang on his dialing by 100th of a second. It was 0.15 off the tree. Yeah, only I mean, a win margin like that. Obviously, you've been in a car when you've had win margins like that. I'm guessing.
I've had wins. Yeah, I mean that's the sort of win margin here that I would be hoping to have.
Do you know you're in front if it's out that close?
Yeah,
you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But not if you're in a door car. Maybe that's the thing, isn't it?
It's definitely more difficult in a door car. But you know, we've discussed before, and you know, we probably ought to again that whole thing of watching drivers look across at each other on the start line. It's really. I'll let Mark finish that. It's really important to know where you are, as opposed to the other car. When you go into stage, it's the only time you know if you look across that you are perfectly level. So
a lot of the drivers, when they're stage, just as they're coming into stage, will take a glance at the other lane just so that they know what level with the other car is. Yeah.
I mean, in the dragster it's easier because what you do is line a piece of the other car up with a bar in the cage.
Okay.
And so once you know where that is, you can tell very easily where you are at top end in relation to the other car.
So bearing that in mind, how the hell does Martin do it in the funny car?
With really great difficulty.
Well, he sat right in at the. He's like in at the back, isn't he? Yeah. Really. Same for Brian Payman, really though. Like what you were saying, he could probably look over because he's his left-hand drive. He can look over to his right. Yeah. So is it an advantage for door cars being in the left-hand lane then, because they've got a clearer view of the other side?
I would guess so, but then you
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Well, Brian Payman with the Firebird is long gone. Can Mark run him down? The answer's not quite. Oh my goodness me. Let's do some numbers on this one. Brian Payman, 002 on the tree. He runs 8:39 on a 30. Wins it by 0.004. Mark Flavel was oh so close at the finish line. He absolutely wasn't late. He was 0.7 on the tree and ran 7.28 on a 25. But yeah,
B-double-O, take double-O. That's how you win a bracket race.
Win margin of 15 inches, which I'm not entirely sure either of them would have known, really. You know, those sort of win margins, I'm guessing they're the ones you really don't know till the win light comes on.
I think, from a dragster point of view, I think I can get it down to about 2.5 feet.
Okay.
Anything less than that, I would be guessing. So, yeah, that's close.
Whereas me and Colin, anything we'd be guessing. So this is
well.
Go on, sorry.
I was going to say, all I do is if I go through the finish line, just hope the wind light comes off in my lane.
Yeah, and you don't hear any rattles or bangs.
Yeah, and if it doesn't come on, I thought, oh, the bulb's broken.
You thought that a few times.
Yeah, I did.
Lee Darby should be taking on Bob Doyle. I just saw Bob pull out. Commiserations to the team. You don't spend all that time and effort, money, all the rest of it, to not be making round one. They've only got 2 weeks to get it back together for the national finals. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. I hope it is. So by run for Lee Darby.
Got that left hard.
The nitrous makes a little bit of difference to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Livens it up somewhat. 8.66 with the shootout. So another one of our interlopers. They are very welcome, of course, from Outlaw Anglia. Colin Miller in the Kestrel lane. Taking on the new Burnout King of Super Pro, Harrison Brown, with one of the family's 3 yellow Camaros. I think they've got a 4th as well, but it's just not
they've
yellow.
got a blue one.
They've got a blue. That's what I mean. It's blue. It probably sits in the corner in shame because it's not one colour. So the car in the Auto Glim lane is an ex-Pro Mod car. He dials 7.72. Colin Miller dials 8.20. Now when Colin switches the nitrous on, he's been in the 6s, one of only a small handful of Anglias on the planet that have been in the 6-second zone. And he did it at Dragstouser. Unfortunately, that weekend they hurt the engine. That was back in the middle of July. And he's been thrashing like mad. Basically waiting on parts like everybody to get it back together. And I think they got the parts on Tuesday.
He stopped by at Ben's on the way down. He was literally 20 miles from my place on the way down.
Okay.
Just to get everything finished. So he was up at EDF.
He nailed it together, put it on the dyno. Not sure what the belt was that Dave gave to the crew down there. It's obviously not stopping them running.
Maybe holding his trousers up.
Something like that. Not now, though. Well, they're fairly even on the tree. All the outlaw anglers are going to be cheering for Colin if he doesn't break out. And he doesn't. Colin Miller takes the win. Harrison had issues around about half track, so couldn't make up the difference. Well done to Colin. He's a closet bracket racer at heart, that man, isn't he?
He's quite good at it.
Very.
He just don't like admitting it.
Well, this is quite big for the championship because... Yeah, go on, Colin.
Well, say Joe is number 2 in the points, and if you can get a gift, then unfortunately he's got one here. And I say unfortunately because it should have been Thomas Haas, the other side of the racetrack, but unfortunately Thomas broke. And so Joe, sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. And Joe's certainly going to advance into round 2. All he needs to do is break the beams, and he's done. And see who Joe will line up in.
Have you got the matchup?
Oh, Tom Atkinson.
That's going to be fun. Just very, very quickly, I just want to say a very, very good morning to 3 little girls. Well, 4 if you include Kelly. A very good morning to Evie, Kyra and Elodie. I hope you're looking after Mum. You better be looking after Mum because I'll be home later. Anyway, I hope you're having a lovely time at home, and I'll see you soon. Joe Kellett stages up for a bye run.
And I would guess he'll probably take a full pass.
Goes 0-3 on the tree. All practice is good practice. Oh, my goodness me. Well, I'm not sure Thomas Haas would have done much about that if he was in the other lane. Dearie me. 0-3 on the tree, 760 on a 759.
And that's why you take the full pass.
Absolutely.
Well, we've still got this humongous match coming up. Between number 1 and number 3 in the championship points in round number 1. That, of course, is Billy Gain taking on points leader Pete Walters.
So another bye run. This is Mark Turner. The reason we have just one car, maybe or bike or whatever out there, is because if the person they're supposed to race against has broken and there is no one to take their place, they are, well, they get a bye run. They get a single into the next round. They still have to break the beam. They don't have to make a full run. They just have to break the beams under their own power and take the green light, don't they? Now, what's interesting about this, Kent, who is Michael Mangan's truck driver and world famous performing artist for Burnouts on the start line, is down there guiding Mark Turner into stage. Can you tell Mark's running nitrous this time by the 20-foot high nitrous plume? Good job Graham Smith delivered a lot of that this weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah,
we've used a fair bit.
Yeah.
Looking a little lazy, to be honest with you. Off the start line goes 8:49. They want a 48. Exactly what they're looking for. So this is that matchup, folks.
It is.
Rolling round now. Is it 1 and 3?
Yep.
But they're not far apart at all, are they? They're very, very close.
Well, there's only 100 points between them before they go into qualifying. Now, looking at where they actually did qualify, lost the pairing on my... Yeah, 7 for Billy, 21 for Pete. Oh, Billy would have overtaken Pete on the qualifying points.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is just so Well, can we please have FIA Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Mod, can we have you into the lanes?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because it's going to be a lot warmer than they're used to for round 1. They normally have the freezing conditions of about 9 o'clock or 9:30 on a Sunday morning. It's going to be midday. So Pete Walters out there was number 21 qualifier. His dad Rich does an awful lot for Superpro, a lot of organising. Is it Rich that does all the prizes? And yeah, it is, isn't it? Everything else as well. Does an awful lot of work behind the scenes. to keep things going, keep things organised.
Pete does all the maths and stuff, looking after who's won what in the,
God, there's got
the
to be a lot of
special
that.
prizes, because in Super Pro we have a prize for something, which I think this weekend is best average qualifying.
So if Billy Gain here has designs on the National Championship,
Best
he
average
needs
reaction.
to
Average,
win.
yeah.
He needs to win this one. 8.56 for the door car in the Auto Glim lane. Pete Walters, 7.64 for the dragster. Two of the absolute best in European bracket racing staging up here in round one. This
Staging
is
duel.
huge.
Staging duel.
Yeah.
Billy goes in.
Yeah, here comes Pete bumping it in. There we go. Well, Billy's way out in front of Ginny Speck. Can Pete run him down? The answer is no. It's Billy Gain on a little baby hole shot. Actually, not a baby hole shot, big one. 0.3 for Billy on the tree. 0.12 was pretty much Pete's undoing. He probably won't be points leader by the end of today.
Yeah, 10th was
Well,
going
in
to
actual
be
fact,
a lot
now
to look at.
Pete has dropped to third because Joe has gone through. Billy has gone through, and Pete unfortunately didn't qualify brilliantly. So,
Yeah.
The actual win margin down there was 0.9, which was bigger than you'd expect, to be honest with you, for those two. You'd expect it to be a complete pick and race till the end. But anyway, congratulations to Billy Gain. Pete will have to wait to get revenge for only two short weeks.
yeah.
So, Kieran Ashley with the dragster in the Kestrel Lane 7.60, the car that launches like a slug, for a dragster anyway. However, it certainly doesn't go like a slug at the top end. It runs really, really good speed out the back door. Taking on Rocket Ron Bartlett. Where's Ron in the points? Is he anywhere close? Probably not. Unfortunately, I don't think he is this year, is he? He was real close to the end of last year. I remember the amount of times we watched Ron race, and we both look.
Oh no, Ron is 6. Apologies.
Oh, okay. So he can still get himself back up there again.
Yeah.
Although Kieran would like to do something about that. Mick Checkett.
I mean, bearing in mind that Kieran didn't do the first 2 events of the year, so yeah.
See, Ron does it again. Look at that reaction time and don't draw breath. He's way out in front. He's backing off. He runs an 8.45. 0.007 reaction time for Ron Bartlett. A 9.09 at 164, a whopping 164 for Kieran Ashley. I think they're still happy with the weekend though, because the car held together, ran really, really well.
It's just when that car comes up on boost, it absolutely hauls at the top end. I mean, 164 miles an hour, and he's only probably using 900 foot of acceleration instead of full 1320, because it's just not building up the boost off the line.
No.
Once they get
It's
that
a 7-second car.
that
yeah.
is going to be insanely quick.
Yeah.
So we've still got a few more pairs to go in Super Pro. We've got round one of Super Gas to go, and then Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Super Street Bike, basically all of our 16 round of 16 fields, and then it's Top Fuel Dragster after that. So hope you're enjoying yourselves out here this morning, and the fact that we had a bit of a late start allowed a lot more people to get in as opposed to be sat on Airfield Road listening to the noise, which does happen quite a lot. Thankfully, I've never done that. I've never had to endure that, because it must be torture, to be honest.
Torture yesterday morning.
Was it?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
my brain decided it wasn't going to work that well yesterday morning, so we were a bit late setting off.
Okay.
And yeah, traffic. And not, it wasn't actually bad at all. It was, but it was just, I usually just drive straight in, because we're usually early. And
Well,
I wasn't that early yesterday.
There's kind of a cut-off time. It's quite funny because Daniel Giles on the start line taking a bye run because he was #1 qualifier. Yeah, I used to, like anyone that used to come, I used to say, look, get here at 8 o'clock. And I used to just drive in and come up to me and say, why am I here so early? Because there's no one here. I said, well, give it half an hour and you would have been there for like another 2 or 3. basically.
.006 reaction time. We can read that out as he's on a solo. Breaks out 7:32 on a 7:35, but good information for the team.
How close to the Giles and Hartley team as well? Because they were champs last year.
Yeah, they're ninth, actually, quite a way back, like 900 points behind. Interesting match-up here between Pete Brown, who has basically won everything there is with Rob in Wild Bunch.
Okay.
Going alongside Scott Hauser, who's pretty much won everything that's been available in Super Pro a number of times. Is it 4 times champion, I think?
Something like that,
Yeah, it's done rather well.
Yeah.
Rather.
So Scott Hauser works with his dad at Hauser Race Cars. And it's actually Scott that built most of the Spider-Man jet car.
Is that right?
Yeah, he did
That's
most
cool.
of the work on that.
Very much like Luke builds most of the Pro mods that come out of the Robinson race cars shop.
Yeah.
Passing on that family tradition. The good thing is they've got someone else around the dinner table to say, how do I do this if they need to? I'm sure they don't need to, but you know.
I noticed while I've been away that Scott's made a little bit of a performance jump. Not a lot, but it was noticeable to me because I'm used to racing him.
Okay.
And he was telling me yesterday they put a new cam in the car.
Right.
And it's just much happier. And at the same time, they've actually got an inch narrower on the tyre.
Okay. What? Deary me. Scott's going to get there first and backs off and takes the win with an enormous hole shot. Pete Brown almost really close indeed. 8:47 on a 44. But Scott Hauser 005 on the tree. That's what we call killer. Yeah.
If you look at Scott's quarter mile speed there, he was well off the throttle.
Yeah, 141 is not where it's normally be. Super Street Bike into the lane speeds. FIM Super Street Bike, please. Can we have you into the lanes? We've got Comp Eliminated up far away, right behind them Pro Mod, right behind them Super Street Bike. Oh, and then Top Fuel.
Andy Thetford and Dave Russell, your next pair. Andy basically using this as a test session this weekend.
What event to test at?
Well, yeah. Dave Russell dialing in 873, Andy 889. So it will be the Black Pearl Camaro going first, and then Dave Russell will be chasing them down.
I think this is the first time Andy Thetford's actually staged up in this car to race anybody.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Russell's long gone. He probably will back off at the top end, which he does very nicely indeed. Rolls over to take the win with Andy Thetford just trickling through to 11.65. However, it looks like they're going to finish the weekend with the car in one piece, which is a major step forward for them. Also, looks like it's getting brighter as well, which is nice. Alan did well.
It was quite a nice burnout as well.
Very good. You've been waiting to say that a while, have you?
No, I haven't. It just came to me there and then, which was really
well,
odd.
I'm impressed because you didn't have to pre-think about it, but
Yeah.
yeah. That's pretty good. I bet he's never heard that before. That's
Yeah, I'm sure he probably has. Yeah.
So he's going to be up against Mark Bailey. That's only because Pike's standing over there with one of his shirts on. So Mark Bailey was your number 16 qualifier. Alan Dibwell was number 2. For some reason, Ian is...
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's just redirecting him
Alan
to the
wasn't
groove.
staged in the groove at all.
No.
Or wasn't moving to stage in the groove.
Yeah, junior dragsters, it's okay. 7-second ones, probably not.
Not so much.
Not so much. Although we did see Jack Brewster stage way off yesterday and still be okay, but it's probably better.
Well, the thing is, if you're on the inside as well, the push is towards the tree. Because your right hand, if you're to the left in the right hand lane, your right tyre in the groove, your left tyre out, it'll turn left.
Yeah, yeah.
So you don't want,
we don't want
any
squished trees, do we? Yeah. We've had those before. So the door car's going to go first by just about a second. That's a red light. I don't think we've had any red lights, have we, so far, apart from that one from Alan, who didn't do well. He also goes too quick. Nicely done for Mark Bailey, 06 on the tree. And he runs an 8.7 on an 8.7. So they're happy bunnies down there. Car we just mentioned, Jack Brewster with the Just Mustard Pontiac taking on Mick Howling with the dragster. Now this is going to be one of those occasions where the guy in the slightly quieter dragster is probably not going to be able to hear his own car.
No, and it is quite disconcerting when you can't hear it, I have to say.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So do you, I presume you do have a shift light though, you don't shift by, or do you shift by feel?
Most of us have a shift noise anywhere, and it shifts on RPM.
Okay.
So.
But yeah, the big shouty blown car in the Kestrel lane dials a second quicker than the dragster.
Yeah, virtually all the Power Glide cars in Super Pro will be doing pretty much the same thing.
Okay.
It will the trans, although it's manual, it's an automatic trans, valve to shift manually.
Right.
But then it shifts electronically.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. It's more accurate. Jack.
Two very polite reaction times for both of them. Neither of them are going to frame those timing tickets. A 0.40 for Mick Howling, a 0.57 for Jack Brewster. But Jack wandered out towards the wall again and tried to keep going, but had a little bit of a tail wag and thought better of it. So they've got one. He's got one more event this year. Mick Howling is on through to the second round. Chris, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Always,
I shall see you later.
We're on with Comp Eliminator. Sorry, Cole, just before any juicy second round matchups in there? Did you see?
Just
sorry.
put the ladder away as well.
Yeah, no, sorry. I didn't get a chance to say it before you did.
Daniel Giles will be taking on Mick Howling. Tom and Joe, as we know, that's quite a good one there.
That's a very good
Colin
one.
Morris taking on Lee Darby. Billy Gain has got Mark Turner. Mark Bailey gets the bye. Colin Morris and Brian Pateman. Scott has got Ron Bartlett, and Callum has got Dave Russell. Right, round one of eliminations for Comp Eliminator. Points leader and number one qualifier, Dan Williams, with the Chevelle going to be lifting those front wheels high in the sky as he heads off down and books his place into round number two. Well, I hope he'll take a full pass, actually. Doesn't need to. Yeah, he can lift it at the top end, you can hear it there. 1060 at 95 mile an hour. Well done, Dan. Been looking forward to this one. Rennie Hirschman and Kev Jenkins.
Oh, what a race!
Exactly.
Excellent.
Yeah. 2 7-second core cars.
So we're on a 16-car ladder, are we? For Comp?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So the Fraudster has been running better and better. In fact, if this was a heads-up race, actual, green light come on at the same time, it'd be a pretty damn good race because they're both in the 7.3s, aren't they?
Yeah.
However, Kev's index is 7.80 and Renee's is 8.02. So you're going to see the orange 55 Chevy leave the line first, the C nitrous altered. Comp Eliminator is a very simple equation. Engine size and type of car, and it has to weigh a certain amount. Tune it and go.
Winner of this gets a bye into the semi-finals in the next round. It's just because we have a 9-car field in a 16-car ladder, if you like. So, yeah, there's going to be a few buys as we make our way through.
So Kev Jenkins has been solidly in the 7.3s of well over 180 miles an hour with the Fraudster. I did love the flames last night for the 55
beautiful.
Chevy. That was very, very cool in the dark.
Wow. This is all Kev Jenkins, I think. I don't think René's got enough in the tank to catch. 7:29 for Kev Jenkins.
Look at the speed, knocking on the door of 190 miles an hour. Unbelievable. René picked the very worst time to have his worst run of the weekend.
Oh, congratulations, guys.
Well, that is the very first time Kev Jenkins has been more than half a second under his index. Congratulations for all the hard work, guys. That little thing done off go.
It does.
Absolutely outstanding. They're overjoyed down there, as they should be, and they're in the semi-finals.
Yeah, get the bye next round. Right, good match up here. Nick Williams with the Williams Brothers Camaro has an index of 11.4. Going alongside Terry Newton. He has an index of 9.2. He can't really reach that yet, but my goodness me, Terry has got this van into the 9.4s now. Front-wheel drive, don't forget.
Yeah, the difference at the finish line, speed-wise, is going to be huge.
Oh, well, Terry goes red, so that gives the win light
That's
to
going to
Nick.
be quick, though. 163 to 60 foot for Terry. Nick can probably see him coming. 9:41 for Terry, 157 miles an hour. Still a great weekend for the team with the van. They do look happy about it down there, but Nick takes the win.
A great addition to Comp Eliminator, and I have sort of found out is that Terry is going to be sticking around for Comp, hopefully for the most of next year as well.
That's terrific, terrific
Well done
news.
to Terry and the whole gang. Well done, guys. Great performances this weekend. Well done.
Well, so this next matchup, they're just out there checking the track, because obviously when Terry went round the corner at the top end, they saw something that needed cleaning. If it's going to take a couple of minutes, yep, there we go. No, there we go. Nice and quick. That's the sort of track clean-up we like.
Right.
So, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say Spencer Tramp and Luke Stevenson, winner of this, takes on Nick Williams.
Now, what's going to be interesting about this is Luke in the Kestrel lane. His index is 752. The cars don't run nowhere near that yet. I emphasis on yet. What he did say was he's going to load it up and send it this time.
Yeah.
Spencer's going to go first. He's on boost for a long time. 124 to 60 foot. That's one of his quickest ever, I think. It's going to be Spence taking the win. What could Luke run is the answer.
Well, 8:35.
His quickest
Wow.
ever run. 8:35 at 157 miles an hour. Put your hands together for them. They worked very, very hard indeed to do that. And it's stuck. I think that's not with the race engine still. Is that right?
Well, the guys did brilliantly there. Well done, Luke.
Well done, Andy. Everybody else, Gordon.
Luke did say potentially. I'm not quite sure what his plans are at the national finals, but potentially. Oh yeah, because you'll be VW Pro, so that's the last time you may see that dragster in Comp.
Is that right?
Yes.
This year or
No,
for good?
for good.
Oh, okay. That's a shame.
No, it's not.
Why?
He's looking at putting the engine and combo in something else.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know what yet, but as Luke put on his social media, could be the last time he runs that car. We'll hopefully see.
Well,
how
what a
that
way
pans
to go out with his quickest run ever.
Last pair. Robin Orton.
Taking on
Andy Nichols with Layla, the Civic. Another one of the front-wheel drive cars that's made their way into Comp. Well done to the Williams team as they go up to the top end and, well, to the pits, all three cars through.
So So Andy Nichols does the burnout, rolls it forwards. Now 9.20 is the index. I think Andy Nichols has knocked on the door, maybe even dipped into the 8s. He needs all of that now against Robin. It's been a great addition to have the front-wheel drive cars in Comp Eliminator. We hope they've enjoyed the weekend. Racing in front of a pretty much packed house all the time.
Look at the crowd today.
This is going to be a new sensation for Andy Nichols because he's going to hear a noise out the other side of the car. That's a close race. Well, Andy Nichols takes the win. 8.95, 163 miles an hour, wins one for the front-wheel drive gang. Robin that was the problem, 0.49 on the tree for Robin Orthodoxou. He went 7.07, had a really good look at the wall as well. Really good look at the wall.
Very close to the wall.
Yeah. But congratulations to Andy Nichols, 8-second run, 163 miles an hour, and a round win. We're on hold for a couple of moments. I think someone may have gone farming at the top end. I think that's what that might be. I think Robin was doing all he could to try and keep the car off the wall. Yeah, slowing down was then the least important part, really. But yeah, we've got a little bit of a check to do at the top end. And then we've got 2 CTAT, and we've got round 1 Pro Mod, followed by Super Street Bike, and then Top Fuel as well. So we really won't be a couple of moments, folks. This is kind of the way it's supposed to happen. This is what we've been waiting to happen for the last 3 days, you know. Not people going in the field, obviously, but what I mean by that is, yeah, everything goes a bit more smoothly, back-to-back runs, that kind of thing. So, yeah, we're going to check on the top end. We've got round 1 of Pro Modified coming up. Have you got the ladder out, Colin, by any chance? Sorry, mate. Oh, thank you very much indeed. So, Jan Eriksson does actually, he did himself a massive favour, does get a bye run. Now, there were 16 cars that put in times. Any idea?
Yeah. Wally Strobel did get his license.
Okay.
But he has not entered the FIA subscription.
Okay.
So he's not allowed to run.
He's not part of the championship, but he did get his license, which is okay.
He's going to make a test pass after behind promo.
That's good to hear. So Jan Eriksson's done himself a massive favour then by qualifying number 1, because it means he gets a tune-up run freebie. The last thing you want to give is give one of Europe's quickest and fastest pro mods a freebie, a free hit at the racetrack, as we say. Jean Delemont is taking on Bruno Barda. That's going to be an awesome race, actually. They're 8 and 9 qualifiers, both in the 6.0s this weekend. Michel Turenne against Clev Seifert. My goodness me. Deary me.
They've done that a few times before.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've been in a few finals before together, actually, haven't they, as well? Michel, fresh off that win in Hockenheim. I know they were happy on the start line, but yeah, just how good was that for them yesterday? 591.
That was really good. They've been struggling quite a lot. And, well, in Hockenheim, everything went, well, as it should be. No major damage. Some leak inside the engine, but that's, well, they finished the event and won the event. So now they came back and was right off the trailer, good runs. So.
Yeah, 2 good runs in a row. And 591 as well. It's really nice to see, because they struggled a little bit at the main event. I mean, I remember talking to the guys and Michelle at the top end after they'd run and qualifying back at the main event. And they were trying to run quicker, but it just wasn't happening. It's nice now, it really is as well. The car looked really happy. That's the most important thing as well. None of that heavy breathing stuff.
No,
it looked strong, looked really, really good.
Yeah, engine is happy. So.
Well, Kev Slyfield as well. This may potentially be Kev's last season as well.
So it is.
It is, okay. Might be his last couple of events. So back for the national finals in a couple of weeks is Kev. But yeah, I hope he goes out on a high, but obviously we'll just have to wait and see.
It's Sunday, it's race day. So
it is indeed.
Everything can happen.
Next pair, Roger Johansson against John Tebenham. Now, John didn't have a great time in qualifying, but it is a 5-second race car.
Yeah.
as is Roger Johansson.
Oh, yeah. Roger was, well, he switched to a converter
Okay.
2 years ago already. But he just couldn't get used to it. So he was struggling. He forgot to switch, and then, well, again they had the oil leak in Tierp, so where they didn't even qualify. But now he's got the hang of it, and so Alex can start tuning.
Okay. Still Europe's quickest nitrous car, actually, at 5.79, set here on this racetrack just 3 years ago. And again, John Tebenham, been in the 5.9s on a number of occasions, definitely has 5.8 second potential. So we see how that one shakes out.
Yep. And Luke Robertson is tuning the car. So
Exactly. Wayne Nicholson, who didn't get a good run down the racetrack in qualifying, unfortunately for him, he's number 15 qualifier, taking on your good buddy, Dave Vector.
Yep.
Is it okay to say what the work was last night they had to do? Fix some stuff.
Yeah. They didn't know the engine was leaking, so the compression is going into the sump.
Okay.
So they were having do we change the pistons? Do we change the rings, or do we leave it like it is?
Okay.
And so they left it like it is. You had the same in Hockenheim. Then they ran out of pistons, so they couldn't change.
Right.
And so this time, and then it lasted. It got better actually. So now they left it for what it is, and hopefully he can make 4 runs today.
4 runs would mean a final, obviously.
Oh, really?
That would be
well,
cool.
he has to go to the final, and Jan Eriksson has to go in second round,
Okay.
and Anders Arnover has to
Win. Go out early as well, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Freddie
So-
Fagerstrom's going to be taking on Mark Hartwell, 2 cars that are just,
Yeah.
you don't want, there's a lot of these matchups. You don't want anyone to lose, do you?
No,
You know,
no.
it's
You want to see them all back.
Exactly. It's just such a shame that somebody has to lose.
Yeah.
And it would be a real shame if either of those guys lose, because Mark's had his best season ever in the European Championship.
Yeah.
And obviously Freddie ran his quickest run ever here. That's 6:03 yesterday. It was a storming run.
Yeah.
Let's hope he can nudge into the 5s this morning. It'll be a good race anyway.
Mickey Gulquist is on it.
Good. And we said this before as well. Mickey normally has his car here as well, and he tunes other cars too. But his sole focus this weekend is Freddie's truck,
Yeah, that's
which is
his
good for us.
Oh yeah,
basically.
absolutely.
And Fred, of course, obviously. Bobby Wallace taking on John Webster, all UK matchup. John didn't have a great time at all in qualifying. The car's got lots of potential. Bobby Wallace did, quickest run ever for him. I'm sure they're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, they were.
It was just a shame last night they didn't get the last qualifying session, because I know they're all trying to step up.
Yeah, everybody needed that run yesterday.
Well, unfortunately, they can have it now.
Yeah.
Conditions. These are not the normal.
Sunday morning.
No. Well, it's Sunday lunchtime now.
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly,
they're
yeah.
not normal round 1 conditions. The last matchup is a rematch from the first round out in Hockenheim. Andre Arnover taking on Andy Robinson. Andy, I presume, wants revenge. It was a very, very close race.
Yeah, it was a good
And
race.
I had a chat with Luke last night. Luke's Andy's son. And tuner on the car, and he said that the trouble is because of just out in Germany, and that's going to be the same problem here. They're kind of 1 or 2 runs behind where they would normally be, so they need 4 runs to nail it for race day, and they've only had 2 in completely different conditions, and different conditions to what we're about to have as well. And it was pretty much the same in Hockenheim as well, because it was stinking hot on Friday, cooler on Saturday. And he said he just got to the point where it was getting better, and then obviously Sunday morning race day, they just about got it right. He said the trace was really nice, everything about the run was really good, just wasn't quick enough.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Sometimes it works out like that. So you can see the track crew right down, if you can see on the banking or on the grandstand, I'm not sure whether you can see that, but from here we can see the track crew right down the very, very end of the shut down area. The ambulance has gone back, which is always a good sign, and I think they're just doing a quick retrieval job, or as quick as they can retrieval job for Robin. There's half mile of braking area, or what we call shutdown area. I think I can see the car being towed away, actually. You might be able to take this a little bit. It's going round the field.
Is it so far away?
It's right down there, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Can you see? I think I just saw it be sort of towed round in a circle, and it will probably be towed off that way. I went up the top end at the end of the day yesterday, and I love talking. I love being up there. It's a cool place. Have you ever been and hung out up there?
No.
You should do it once.
Only to pick up David. But
It's a proper experience. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to. For spectators, you're not
Oh,
allowed
of course
to come
not.
there.
No. Yeah, it's a proper experience because it's the place where kind of the one thing when I was racing, the one thing I always thought was actually really cool about this is that you go from being down here, where you're surrounded by literally thousands of people.
Yeah.
It's noisy, it's smelly, it's pressure packed. You nail it and get to the other end, and there's nobody there. It's just really, really peaceful. Yeah. And it's almost designed that way just so that you can go,
let the adrenaline rush come out.
That's the one. And the one thing I always remember, I must admit, pulling off at the top end again, that there's a lot of things that you don't hear or see from being down here. And the engines get so hot as well, because they've got no cooling on them.
Nope.
And you can hear the engine like ticking as it's cooling down, you know, the way that works as well. But yeah, anyway, the top end crew, there are a few people yesterday that did have issues stopping.
Yeah, Paula Atkin.
Yeah, that was back on Thursday.
Oh,
actually,
yeah,
Paula did go into the field. Kevin Kent went in the field yesterday with the funny car.
Yeah.
And she did. They also told me, also mentioned that Tony Brinterson with the A fuel car nearly got the field because the chutes didn't come out, but he came bouncing to a stop, which is not good in a dragster, which flexes a lot anyway. But the bounce in a dragster is pretty horrendous. So let's have a quick look. Well, I can see him still working away up there. Hopefully they ain't going to be too much longer.
No, the reason that it is taking a while is because he went quite a long way.
Oh, yeah. So
very simple answer to that. A considerable distance, not a record, but a considerable distance in, basically.
Who has the record?
James Oliver.
Oh, cool.
Not here this weekend in a Pro ET run. Basically, I can tell the story because I know it very, very well. He goes through the finish line at about 143 miles an hour, because that's basically what that car runs. Went for the brakes, and also he kills the ignition, goes for the brakes, and the brake pedal broke. Oh. So he has no way of no way of slowing the car down. So he waves to the top end crew, going, "I'm going in, I'm going in." And because it's a Pontiac Firebird Pro ET car, so it's got quite good ground clearance, not like a dragster which is going to go very low. So he's going into the field, and he goes past the first wind turbine, and he's still going.
Wow. That wind turbine's quite a way in the field.
It's a long way in.
Got to say that, yeah.
He keeps going, and then he's getting towards the end of the field, and there is a ditch. So he goes, "I'm not going in there." So he starts to turn left, because obviously you don't want to turn the car too much in the field. But he sees the ditch coming up, thought, "I'm not going in there." So he takes a very wide arc, goes round the corner, and ends up like behind that second turbine over there, facing the start line. It was unbelievable. I've got photographs of it, I'll show you later on. Prior to that, I think Laura Turbeville had the record.
Or maybe
unofficial record, because again, Laura had brake failure, and the car just kept going and going and going. She went past the turbine as well, but Ollie, because he started going round and back up the other way and eventually stopped, and he went out of sight of the top end crew because he had gone so far, and then he saw him coming back up. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. But the good news is Robin is absolutely fine up there. No problem at all. It's just that he went so far in, it's taken a while to get him.
And so
back
close
out
to the wall as well.
Yeah.
That turbine that's over there, not only is it quite a way into the field, but over this weekend, and I've seen it happen before, there are people camping around it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. Well, that would be quite lively, wouldn't it?
Well, they are. The people that you're talking about, they are a long way, and they are the other side of the. Like there is a road right at the very far end. I'm sure you've probably cycled that.
No, I've run down there a few times. Yeah.
And that is probably another half a mile. I don't know the exact distance, but it's a long way. It's a very long way indeed.
But they're still trying to retrieve it. So, well, just for a couple of moments, we hoped it would be quicker than that, obviously. But this is a delay we can almost bear because it's not a wet one. So, Nitro FM, just for a couple of moments, please. Normally, as soon as we hand it back to them, we're allowed to race again. So let's hope it works this time round as well.
Dave Fulton knocks himself out. Oh, triple 09 red. Laura Bainton goes 10.44. That was good.
I was just going to say, Dave, don't run 9.85 for goodness sake.
They're both blue Transit Customs. Can you please move those two vans, please? Thank you.
Just remember downstairs real quick. We're not doing the parachute jump. We've got something else up our sleeves. We're going to do the 2-minute silence at the national anthem. Just to say,
So Gary Carr, 9.15. He's going to be the patient one. As 9.89, AC Bell will be leaving first.
Well, you don't need to see what the reaction time was to know that was good from AC Bell. He was dead on time, and he's got a bit to play with too. And he takes the win. Look at
Field. .926 plays 9.04. 0.22 of a second difference between these two on the tree.
Yeah, Alfie Ratton back on Thursday morning. Seems like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it?
It does.
Won the Perfect Light Award with an absolutely perfect light. Well, the car just seemed to bog off the start line. He just running better now, but unless Al Schofield breaks out, which he doesn't, Al Schofield takes the win.
Hundredths of a second difference on the tree. Kieran Turner will be setting off in pursuit, but he'll be right there with him.
Once again, you don't need to see the reaction time to know that Mark Huxley was bang on time. And he doesn't break out. That is an enormous whole shot win, actually. He took the strike by 0.6. He was 0.5.
Just have a look to see who our passenger is today. And it is Matt Price. And it's a 40th birthday present. And he's come here from Kent today. Dave Nelson's messaged me. That one is cheating because it's taking a road. But we say into the field. Ollie stayed in the field. So he was trying to do a lap in the field. So, yeah, good point, Dave. But no, well, the unofficial record that nobody really wants is James Oliver's. So it's the two-seater dragster. Been putting some very good numbers in this weekend. I did actually chat to Paul Brown and Steve Warner as to, well, I think we all know the reason why the car is going so well. The air was unbelievable good for them, and of course the tailwind. All the factors were absolutely spot on for them. They hadn't done anything differently with the car. It just ran it as per normal. It just generated more power, and it just went quicker. Simple as that. So Paul Brown about to come forward with the thrill ride, the two-seater dragster. First part will obviously be the burnout. Here it comes. So Mr. Price celebrating his 40th birthday, and what a way to do it in the back of the two-seater. If you fancy having to go in the back of this thing, the team are in the pits. If you go into the pit area itself and walk up behind the grandstand, the two-seater dragster trailer, I believe, is the first one you come to before you see the fuel funny cars. So pop around and have a word with the team. I think they could be fully booked for today, but get yourselves a date in the diary when you can come and have a go in the back of it, and trust me, you will never forget it. Everybody that I've spoken to that's been in the back of it saying it's an incredible experience. Final instruction given to the passenger in the back, and one of the most important ones actually, is push your head back against the headrest at the back of the roll cage there, because if you are leaning forward just that little bit when Paul launches the dragster, you're going to be thrown back in the seat. There we go, the throw then. Paul Brown and Matt Price. Well, we're going to go north of 170 miles an hour again. Oh, nearly 169.81, but got there in 7.8 seconds. And also, interesting point, 5 seconds flat and 138 mile an hour at the 8th. Guys, it's Pro Mod.
Yes.
Finally. Pro Mod round 1 is always a bit of a nervous time at the European finals, simply because, well, we've got championships to decide.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know whether it's better or worse it's a bit later on in the day today.
Well, it's better, makes it a little easier, but I like the fun of the first round Sunday morning.
All you hear is a little whine and then a squeak at the end of that.
Yeah, that's your rubber.
I think my kids do that. Anyway.
Or is it Kelly just having a glass of wine and they go
squeak? That'll be it. Yeah.
Sorry, Kelly.
I hope we missed that bit. Anyway, if you're still watching, kids, I'm just kidding. I'm not comparing you to a Pro Mod car. I love you way more than Pro Mod cars, obviously. So, Auto Glimpse side of the racetrack, the twin turbo Mustang. Fast Company number 2, or Fast Company 2. The crew checking out the trans after yesterday's issue. Looks good. John didn't put in a representative run, but this is a low 6-second race car. Bobby Wallace, with one of the family's stable of Pro modified cars.
One of the collection.
I don't think there's anyone else in Europe who's got as many as him.
I don't
For
know.
that family, I don't think so. They've got 3.
Yeah. Well, the one's for sale. The Willys is for sale. I don't know if it's turnkey or just as a roller.
I'm not sure, because I think the motor is now in Annie's Mustang.
That's good. So the car can use a blower engine then.
Something like that. It's a good looking car, that one. So, heads up first to the finish line wins. For Dayton round 2, will it be John? Will it be Bobby? They're probably the two most local racers.
Pretty turns pointed to the left.
Slightly to the left. He's going to build up the boost and bump in. Johnny gets the block. That's the end of it for him. Bobby goes 589.
Oh my God.
245 miles an hour. That's what they were going to do last night. Ridiculously undramatic again.
Again, yeah. Well, if you see the tire tracks.
Yeah, but there's
you know, bit of shake.
A little bit of drivable shake. But for all you number buffs out there, John Webster had 100th on the tree, but that was the end of that. Yeah. 0.98 for Bobby to 60 foot. 8th mile, 3.8 something as the screen got cleared, unfortunately. Can you still see him, Colin? Oh, okay. All of the screens have got cleared, so we don't have the rest of those numbers, unfortunately. But anyway, pretty damn quick is all you need to know.
Yeah. Well, you could see John Webster was pointed to the left, and then you actually know, well, you miss it.
Well, the thing was the tyres shook as well, which drove him over to the centre line anyway. Well done to John Webster's team. Terrific effort this weekend. Also, to Annie and Dad on the golf cart down there. Well done. We've got another 5.8 second UK Pro Mod car. Excellent stuff. Bobby's got a serious crack at this weekend.
Yeah.
Really, really serious crack at this.
Quicker every run.
Yeah. I think the thing is, though, I don't know whether this is a bone of contention in the family or not, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think Annie's the only one that's won an event.
Yeah, in her first licensing event.
First ever event.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And she went quicker on every single run all the way through to the final, and her quickest run was in the final.
And licensed on Friday.
Yeah.
I did tell her after that weekend, I said, just quit. It's never going to get any better than that. You know, you're not going to get, it's just not going to get any better. From security, could we have a Harley Davidson? Oh, there's a Harley Davidson bike that's fallen over. Could the owner, DX150LG, I think that is, DX150LG, your Harley has fallen over, unfortunately.
Right.
That's one I've never announced before. Goodness me, this is proper white knuckle, nail biting time for these two.
Absolutely, yeah. The Nitro Olympics winner.
Taking on the UK Pro Mod champ.
Yep.
Kev making sure of sending it off in style. So how far can either of these two go in eliminations today? They are both 5.9 second race cars. We've already had a 5.8 second nitrous car go down the track today. Kev Slyfield was number 13 qualifier. Pretty good launches, but the car he seems to have suffered for a while now from shifting issues.
Yeah.
With the car transmission problems.
I heard a lot of people this weekend having that. Like
Anders
Arnover.
Any idea what's causing it, or is it just
too much torque?
Strain. Yeah. So for the Netherlands, Michel Turenne with the negative Pro Mod, and I mean that in a nice way. It looks like a photo.
It's strange when you see it on the pictures. With the trailer in the background, everything grey.
It's a good look. So Michel in the Auto Glim lane, qualified with a 591. Unfortunately for Kev, his best was a 702, but don't count them out at all. Kev is killer on the tree, and this team know how to run hence he's Pro Mod champion.
Yeah.
The fact this happens in round one is almost mind-blowing, actually, because they're much better than that. So the nerves are probably jangling in there. Let's hope for a good heads-up green light race. Here we go.
Oh no, Michel. Wow, what a save.
Well,
I'm sure Kev saw it.
Goodness gracious me.
What a save. Oh.
Well, he stayed in his own lane, which was the most amazing thing.
And then going back on the gas because he saw Kev has having problems.
Well,
Michel nailed it again.
Kev was kind of like going, I'm not sure what the problem with Kev's car was. 106 to 60 foot, nowhere near his normal performance. He was 03 on the tree to an 05 for Michel. 0.97 to 60 foot for Michel, but he was shaking by then.
Yep.
Oh, we've got to see the replays of that.
Oh,
dearie me.
Oh, you see it on the little screen now. Oh no, you just see Kev.
At the finish line there was a few tenths in it, but Michel probably came to the line well. Pro Mod is never dull.
No, these cars are unpredictable.
I think it's drag racing's version of the chaos theory, putting a massively powerful engine in a short, stubby little door car, and get some lunatic to hang on. Well done to Kevin, the team. Congratulations, you're going to round two. Yeah, 184 miles an hour. That closing.
Yeah, it's just the way that he gathered the car back in. Thinking, oh yeah, I've got it. Oh, we can still win this.
Yeah.
And just nailed it again. Oh. Presence of mind, always a racer.
Well, the thing was, give the Pro Dutch team a big cheer, please, everybody out there in the grandstand. He tried his absolute best.
What a hero.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think probably when his wife gets hold of him, she might say something different, but there we go. Like, don't do that again.
Don't worry, Diana. He's okay.
He's fine. Well,
He's
he's
just
not
crazy.
fine, he's just nuts, yeah. So, Jean Delemont from Tarnos in the southwest of France with the nitrous Camaro. Massive 900-inch plus engine in there in the Auto Glim Lane. Qualified with a 6.05, as did Bruno Barda in the Kestrel Lane with the Gotham City Corvette. Now, Bruno, not been his usual consistent self this summer, nearly got the wall on that 6.05 qualifying run,
Yeah.
but kept it going. Never, ever, ever count Bruno out. Ever count Bruno out. He won the first ever Pro Mod race at TF just by killing them with consistency,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Yeah.
Back
Not the
in
quickest, but that doesn't matter then.
Yeah, you got to get there. France against Switzerland this time. Jean Delemont is trying, not moving forward. He's going to be timed out.
Yep.
He's been timed out. Bruno goes 5.94 at 2.34. That's a damn...
No! Oh, no. Oh, they had so much damage yesterday evening.
Oh, did
And
they?
They got it fixed.
What a
And now
massive
this.
shame. Well, I could see when he wasn't moving forward, I could see one of the crew guys talking to him on the radio. He was obviously having some sort of problem in the car,
Yeah.
and it just wouldn't move forwards. So, yeah, no time or speed. It would have been tough to get around to 5.94 anyway for Bruno.
And a lot of damage. Oh my God.
I think that's insult to injury, that's known
Yeah.
as, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
you hate to see that any time, but I mean,
Yeah.
They
Doesn't matter
travel-
who it is.
it doesn't matter who it
No.
is. They travel so far, work so hard, try so hard as well. I mean, that's going to be a long old trip home,
Yeah.
isn't it?
With nothing.
With more stuff to fix, unfortunately. Little quad going up to get Bruno. The winner of that one was going to be getting Jan Eriksson in round 2. You never know. Bruno might have his number this time.
Yeah.
0.96 to 60 foot, 388 at 190.
Well, Bruno needs to beat Jan Eriksson to give Anders and David a chance on the championship.
If Jan Eriksson wins it, it's done.
Then it's done. Yeah.
He's got to take the green, but yes. I get,
Of course, yeah.
I get what you mean. So a little bit of a sweep, not sure. I don't think it's going to be a clean-up up there.
Maybe some carbon fiber.
So the next pair looks like it's going to be Mark Hartvelt with the Dutch of Hazard, as it's now called.
Yeah. Yeah, and they do like that name, actually.
They do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, Mark laughed when I said it to him yesterday when I was interviewing him. Thank God. I didn't get glared at, which is always a bonus. But yeah, it does. Well, they're not Dukes, they're Dutch. It's, you know.
Yeah.
Or the hazardous Dutch. No, the Dutch of Hazard sounds better.
Yeah.
He's going to be going up against Freddie Fagerstrom with the probably the world's most famous pickup truck.
Yeah, probably.
Absolutely. That is actually a clean out there in the Auto Glim Lane. It won't be too long, folks, at all. It really won't. There's, they're very quick at cleaning stuff up these days.
When the Voodoo Hemi comes round, what you need to do is have a real close look at the roof of the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a look at the flag.
Yeah.
Very, very clever.
If you can.
You know where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
It's a very, very clever adaptation.
It wasn't like this in Hockenheim.
Exactly.
That's all
It's
I
been
want to
changed.
say
Right,
about that.
Well, they,
Yeah, it has been changed.
well, he did say to me that they were going to the wrap was only going to be for Hockenheim.
Yeah.
But then he said all the British fans
Yeah.
said no, don't take that off. We like that. We
Yeah.
want to see it here.
Yeah.
And there you go. Public opinion does sway some things.
Of course, yeah.
And it swayed that very, very well indeed.
It did.
So, yeah, actually that looks clean already, but hopefully it won't be too long. So what problems was Mark having yesterday? Because it really did sound like the car had, almost had like asthma or something
Well-
like that. It was very, very lazy, wasn't it?
There wasn't
First.
not really problems. But as he runs with a new supercharger this weekend,
Okay.
they have to find a baseline setup.
Right.
And these cars, when they go in the two-step, so they press the clutch and go full throttle, then the engine goes in the ref limiter. But still, the fuel pump gives all the fuel with the blades open in the engine. So
Right.
that they have a valve on it to return a lot of fuel back to the tank, so the engine is not drowned in fuel.
Right.
And well, finding that setup will take some runs. So it just got too much fuel So 2 or 3 cylinders just went out by the amount of
that
fuel.
was why
and
it
that's why
was-
it was so lazy.
Oh, okay.
Engine was cold by all the fuel that comes in.
Well, it did pick up that. I mean, still around 6.2. It's
Yeah,
not like
yeah,
it was
yeah.
really slow, but
Yeah.
it just wasn't as quick as we're used to seeing.
No,
Why the new supercharger? Did they hurt it, or is it just
No,
hopefully a step up in performance? Is
they
that
just want to go 570.
like everyone does,
Yeah,
obviously, yeah.
Of course.
So, new supercharger for the last event of the season.
Yeah, that's why they put it on now, so they have some data to start for next year.
Because the thing is that they were obviously hoping to have 4 runs to get it squared away, to get it sorted out.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, again, only got 2.
Yeah.
Which it's all about information, it's all about data, it's all about the amount of runs that you can do.
Yeah,
To get
there is no other chance to test these cars. You cannot go on the street and make a test pass. It's just impossible. Or you
Well-
would have to put it on the hub dyno,
Yeah.
but it's still not the same as on
It's
the
still
track.
not the same as running it on the racetrack as well. And then, it's just we had this conversation a lot. Obviously, it's just a never-ending mousetrap of just trying to find the right way of running things. And
Yeah.
even when you think you've got it sorted out, it doesn't really work out that way. I mean, even the very best, the man who's the defending European champion from 2019. Jan Eriksson has really not had a clockwork year. We thought he was going to sweep everything from the start
Yeah.
because he won the door slammers. He won the main event, ran Europe's quickest ever Pro Mod ET, the 572, which was a real jaw dropper. That wasn't it? You know,
that was
it's like
amazing, yeah.
it's like everyone's saying, "Oh, I hope we can get in the low 580s, maybe high 570s," and he runs a 572, which is a massive, massive chunk off of what he'd run before.
Yeah.
You know, you don't. They normally make small steps, not like. That's like half an hour in drag
Yeah,
racing,
yeah,
isn't it,
yeah.
really? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And, he went 572. But then the next round in Tieppe, he went out early, I think, didn't he?
Yep.
I think he went out round 2 in Tieppe. He got to the semis in Germany, but they hurt the supercharger, so he couldn't continue.
Yeah, he couldn't show up for the next round.
So at the moment, it's still quite open.
Yeah.
It's still
well,
open.
open. It will be very difficult to beat Jan in the championship standings, but it's possible.
It's all the time there's a chance. All the time it's mathematically possible. We've seen things decided on the last run of the last day of, goodness knows what, many, many times.
Simon of Eurodragster wrote it on Eurodragster.com. I can see if I can.
You find the scenario. I think, Jan needs to go out in round 2, and then Andre needs to win. David needs to win, and everybody else go out early.
Jan, damn phones, I'm too stupid for phones.
Not at all.
Yeah, well, I've got it.
least you can
Jan
read.
needs to go 2 rounds to secure the title. That we know.
Yeah.
We're quite straightforward there.
Yeah.
Andre needs to win the event and Jan to go out first or second round to win. But obviously Jan's got a bye in round 1. David Vector needs to win the event and Jan to go out first or second round and Andre lose in a final round or earlier. So basically David Vector needs to win the event and Jan Eriksson to go out in round 2. Basically, Jan Eriksson holds all the cards, basically.
Yeah.
If he wins his round 2 matchup with Bruno,
That's
assuming he takes the green in round 1, he's champ.
I think the phrase is it's his to lose. However, stranger things have happened before, and the pressure of the final day of the season, all that travelling, money, all that sort of stuff. It can get to you. It's very, very... Race days can be a little bit bitty sometimes because some people don't make it round for the next round. People have damage they can't sort out and all that sort of thing. And the fact that we run round 1 Pro Mod now and then they're back again in about an hour and a half at the end of this session.
Hour and 15 minutes.
That's the one, I mean, obviously, the guys that have gone through already, like Bobby's team and Kev's team, they've got a real head start now on everybody else that's still sitting around there.
That's what you have to decide. If you are the first qualifier, you can decide when you want to run. If you want to go out first or last or whatever. So if you decide to go as last, then you are also the first one out in the next round.
Oh, goodness me.
If you take the first run and you have, oil downs or whatever, you have all the time to get your car ready for the next round.
Yeah, the only trouble is if you go first, whoa. 3-wheel, 1-wheel Pro Mod car,
Half of a wheel even.
Or possibly flying Pro Mod car, actually, that was. That's real close. Come. So Mark Hartbelt and the one, the only, Freddie Fagerstrom. Wags its tail as well, just as he stops. Do you know something? I was having a wander around the pits last night. Very good, I was going to say now afternoon, to Toby and Danny. Hope you're having a good day again so far. We're standing there talking to, chatting to Toby, and I was telling him all the mental stuff that Freddie's done. So much of it I forgot. He's raced this on ice.
Yep.
He's blown the roof off it.
Yep.
He's hit the wall.
A few times.
A few times. He's blown the door out. He's, you know,
went in the field.
What you just saw with Michel Turenne there. Freddie's done that about 5 times, I think, where he's nearly. I think it was from Norway years ago. It might have been maybe Tullinger. He nearly tipped it over.
Yep.
Honestly,
Yeah.
he is absolutely certifiable. But boy, do we love him. One of the absolute legends of the drag racing world, not just Europe, all round the world. Also Glim Lake, Freddie Fagerstrom from Huddinge, suburb of Stockholm in Sweden, taking on your countryman Mark Hartbelt with the Voodoo Hemi. Now, in this race, Freddie out-qualified Mark. However, have the Voodoo Hemi gang found the two? The answer is no. Freddie's out in front. Freddie's going to take it with 6:05, 2:32. We get to see that pesky pickup truck one more time. No reaction time prizes. Look at Fred's 60-foot, 0.14 reaction time, but 0.97 to 60 for Fred. 3.94 at 186. Can we petition Mickey Gallquist to never run his own car again and just do that? Can we do that? Can we start a petition? Mark Hartbelt with 104 to 60 foot. Again, it was a bit lazy off the start line, wasn't it?
Very lazy. The whole run.
6:26. I mean 6:2 at 2:31.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
lazy. But yeah, exactly. Well, when you got a flying pickup truck out your window, that's lazy.
Yeah.
Well, give that team a massive cheer, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be back again in about an hour and a half for round 2. This one is huge for the championship, and it's a rematch of round 1 from Germany a few weeks ago. Andrei Arnover from Estonia has had a great season. Went to the final in Germany, didn't he?
Yep.
Semi-finals here. He's just gone rounds every event that he's been to with the Turbo Mustang. He hasn't been as quick as probably he wants to be, but he's consistently done well. He's in the Kestrel lane, again all the way from Estonia, standing in his way of championship aspirations.
And in Sweden, there's someone on his laptop tuning this car, and he owns a brown Chevelle,
and he owns that is not slow.
No, not really
at all.
Andreas Artuson is helping the guys tuning.
Europe's quickest Pro Mod legal car. Andy Robinson, the car that was built by him and Luke, that's his son, who's crew chief down there in the workshop. I was talking to Luke last night, and he starts going into what he might change or what he might do. And I said to him, how do you get any sleep before race day? And he goes, I don't.
No.
I just kind of give up.
No, of course it's not only this car he's tuning, he's also tuning John Teveren's car.
And there's so many things you can change. Gear ratios, clutch, fuel, it's just the ignition, it's endless, absolutely endless. Let's hope for a good side-by-side 5-second run. UK, Auto Glim Lane, Estonia in the Kestrel lane. Here we go.
Oi, stop it, Anders.
And he goes 6:07 at 2:41. They won't be happy with that, but revenge from Hockenheim. Well, what a real shame for Andrei Arnover.
Did you see what happened there?
I didn't. It looks like it.
It's the problem with the blower cars and the turbo cars. You don't hear the blower cars when they leave.
Yeah, it just kind of went on the start line. I'm really not sure what happened. But Andy Robinson takes the win with an off pace for him, 6:07 at 2:41. But it's a round win. 1 flat to 60 foot. Luke won't be happy with that. It's like he said to me yesterday. He said, I didn't think could make a car go as slow as 104 to 60 foot, but he did it yesterday. 404 at 189 to the 8th and out the back door to 607.
That makes David runner-up in the championship.
Is
anyway.
that right, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's 1 or 2 points in front of Anders.
After qualifying?
Yeah.
Okay. So it makes him at least runner-up?
Yeah.
At least runner-up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
That gives us our first pairing in round 2. And Andy Robinson will be taking on Bobby Wallace.
Ooh.
So it's an all-UK matchup for one of them to go into the semi-finals.
There are no easy rounds anymore, I think.
No.
Walter's going to be coming round.
We've still got David Vector to take on Wayne Nicholson. We still have Roger Johansson to take on John Tebenham, and of course Jan Eriksson to take his solo run.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Andreas Arnover's team, please. That's a nearly 3,000 kilometre trip from Tallinn in Estonia to race with us this weekend. They've been here twice this season. They were hoping for a lot more than a first round exit like that.
Yesterday he made a 6-0 pass, and he went from first to second gear. Then the transmission broke, so he shifted through to third gear, and then he ran a 6-0.
Wow.
The engine went up to 11,000 RPM. Then he switched to third gear, and then he ran a 6-0.
Well,
Not too shabby.
It's just a real shame to end such a great season like that. I mean, someone's got to lose. It's just the way it, it's just the way it happens. And you don't want anyone to lose. You want them all to be, doing well. So the fabulous Lightning McQueen of John Tebenham taking on Europe's quickest nitro car. Now this is the other car that Luke's tuning.
Yeah.
No pressure, old chap.
He
looks like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders sometimes, and rightly so. I mean, it's a big ask. When John started racing in Pro Mod, Andy was still building that car.
Yeah.
So Luke could concentrate just on this car, but now there's 2 of them to do. So John Tebenham in the Auto Glim Lane had transmission trouble yesterday, had problems shifting. Roger Johansson made one really good run at 594, but he shook at about 200 foot yesterday, something like that, I think it was. So we have nitrous car from the west coast of Sweden, the Moldown Speed Shop team in the Kestrel Lane, purging about 2 bottles of nitrous, I think. Is that stuck on? Yeah, I know. JT is a little bit out of the groove. He's in the Auto Glim Lane. He took his first ever FIA round win, as in race, round of racing win. Went his first ever 5-second run 3 years ago here. See what he can do now. Another 5-second run would be good. See what Luke and the team have cooked up for him in this round 1 match with Roger. This is proper big time stuff though, this, Got Europe's quickest nitrous car in the other lane. It's always going to be hard work. Here we go. Roger with lots of tyre shake, but he's able to drive through it too. A 618 at 226. He got away with that one because JT had worse tyre shake. Andre Arnover going up the return road for the last time this year. Everybody please put your hands together for the man in Prime Model who always gets the long distance award when he comes here.
Yeah, and he's such a nice guy. The guys are in the team are so nice. So I really hope we'll see you back next year, guys.
So 036 on the tree for Roger. That was bang on the money. 1 flat to 60 foot. He drove through quite a bit of tyre shake and probably pedalled it. JT 0.16. He was 1 flat to 60 foot, but his tyre shake was just that bit worse. Okay, I think this is the last pair. Is that right, Colin? Yeah. So what matchups have we got so far?
Right, so far you have got, obviously we know we got the Bobby Wallace, Andy Robinson matchup. Freddie Fagerstrom will be taking on the winner of this pair. Kev Slyfield has got Roger Johansson. And assuming Jan Eriksson takes the green, he will face Bruno Barlow.
Well, the plus I take from that is we're going to have a British Pro Mod in the semis, as opposed to being full of Dutch people for a change. Just kidding, you know. So, top methanol into the lanes. I'm sure you're probably there already, but top methanol into the lanes, please. So, David Vector with the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. This is going to be interesting to see how it shakes out, because like you said, they didn't change anything. They didn't strip it down.
No.
Just a case of leaving it alone.
Yeah, leave it like it is. It works how it is, so hopefully it doesn't just break.
Okay. Up against Wayne Nicholson, the pride of Yorkshire. Wayne would dearly love another 6-0, which he knows is in this car. Unfortunately, both the qualifying runs overpowered the racetrack instantly.
Come on, David. Wow.
That was a good bit of hopping. 7:22 at 2:03. You would not think would get it done. He was 0.3 on the tree as well. Wayne was 1.18, but one flat 60 foot for Dave. You can see the tyre shape going past the tree for both of them. Wayne's going to have a big old headache. Unfortunately for the Lucky Devil team, they've been the unlucky Devil team again this weekend.
The whole weekend.
Yeah, back at the last round of the championship, back at the Bug Jam, they didn't have a great weekend either. So big shame for the team. There's so much potential in there. Wayne always still goes home with a smile on his face. Yeah, better luck next time, folks. Just a bit of a shame. So a little bit of clean up in the Kestrel lane. We've got one more run to put in, bye run, which is to set up the last matchup. That's going to be your points leader, Jan Eriksson.
Well, I should think actually Dick was quite relieved actually, because it was the last Dutch guy left in round one, and he got through.
Yeah.
So how many we got left for the home team?
3.
And 2 of them are racing each other, so we'll have one in the semi-finals, no matter what. Hopefully that's not too bad. Just a little bit of a sweep in David's lane, in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, again, if you just see the tractor go out, it's just sledding. No other support vehicles go out there. You know, it doesn't take that long. But just looking around the corner, Super Street Bike. My goodness me, we had, what was it, 5 or 6 of them in the 6s in qualifying. Incredible numbers being run by Super Street Bike in qualifying. And they can turn that into incredible racing as well. There's absolutely no question about that whatsoever. Jan Eriksson, all he has to do is basically just break the beams, stage the car under power, and he will be through into round 2.
Not hit the wall or not cross the center line.
Yeah, but he has that decision. Does he give it a full pass? Does he...
Now time-wise...
Yeah, and it's the cooling down time. It's the service time between rounds, so... The championship at stake, he's got to get past Bruno in round 2. So, obviously, because David has gone through, so that still makes the championship live. If David had gone out, that would have been it, wouldn't it?
Then he would be the champion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, common sense may say that he might just run it through first gear to make sure it doesn't shake. They've got the setup right.
But with common sense, you would never run Pro Modified.
Very good. Comment of the day, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well done.
Absolutely. Yeah, you wouldn't bother, would you? Because it's just too much hard work. I mean, like Wayne always says, it's just like a boxer. You just get knocked out all the time. You think you've just got something worked out. No.
Yeah,
no, that won't work either. Yeah. No, that won't work either. No, that won't work either. Anyway, so we've got one more car to go.
2.
We've got Wally Strobel, I was just going to say, sorry, not in competition. Wally Strobel behind is going to make a pass as well.
Test pass.
Fortunately for us, that does look like a very quick clean-up in the Kestrel lane. Right behind Pro Modified, we have round 1, like Colin just said, of Super Street Bike. 16 bike ladder we've got there. And then we've got round 1 of FIA Top Fuel Dragster. And I think the scenario there, if Antti Horto takes the green,
he's champ.
He's the champion. However, those cars are fickle things, and he's not counting anything at all, until it's done. So we'll be back with you in a couple of moments. We won't be long at all, folks. Please don't go anywhere. It's very nice to have no spits and spots delays. We still obviously have a couple of track delays, but that's perfectly normal. And we've got one more car to go in competition in Pro Modified, Wally Strobel, and then we're on with the bike. So Nitro FM, really just for a couple of moments. And I always do this because that means it's finished. Works out really well.
The tractor heading back down to the start line. I know what you mean. Just let everybody know, just very quickly, before Nitro FM do take the airwaves, Live Action Arena, their second show, is about 20 minutes away. So if you are on the spectator banking at the top end, you'll start hearing a lot of noise from behind you. That is Live Action Arena. As I say, their second show of the day, scheduled for 1:30. So Nitro FM, if they can just take the airwaves over, it's going to be quite quick. But we don't want to keep waffling all day long. We've got a long day ahead of us, but it's going to be exciting. We'll be back with you for eliminations here at the European Finals.
Time will be well for the Hot Rod Drags. We do this a lot of weekends a year, don't we? Which is a good thing.
Not enough weekends of the year.
Sorry, not enough weekends of the year. Yeah, we have to stop when it gets cold, which is a bit naff, but there we go. Well, Mick Taylor way over towards the wall. That may be all Callum needs to take the win. And he doesn't break out. Look at that. Going to work, folks, and you can say you've seen a Cortina Estate run 8 seconds at 160 miles an hour, if you like. There's plenty more where that came from as well. There's a lot more bonkers stuff coming your way.
The other thing you might not have noticed is there's a little bit of new era sprung up on the Cortina.
Oh, and the flaps on the side as well.
Yeah,
that's a good look. Mark Coulsell, though, is a tough customer. All the Wild Bunch are going to be cheering him on. I think he's in front. Oh my goodness me, look at that for Tom. Win margin 0-2. Door cars being in the left-hand lane then, because they've got a clearer view of the other side.
I would guess so, but then you
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Well, Brian Pateman with the Firebird is long gone. Can Mark run him down? The answer's not quite. Oh my goodness me. Let's do some numbers on this one. Brian Pateman, double O. Team, you don't spend all that time and effort, money, all the rest of it, to not be making round one. They've only got 2 weeks to get it back together for the national finals. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. I hope it is. So, bye run for Lee Derby.
Well, that left hard.
The nitrous makes a little bit of difference to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Livens it up somewhat. 866 with the shootout. Not now, though. They're fairly even on the tree. All the Outlaw Anglers are going to be cheering for Colin if he doesn't break out. And he doesn't. Colin Miller takes the win.
On a freebie.
On a freebie, of course, yeah.
Well, it's earned, actually, isn't it? It's not so much a freebie, but yeah. Got to say as well, for a lot of the Scandinavians, a lot of the European racers that are here, this is their last day of racing of the year, isn't it?
Yep.
Take it home, pack it up, and see what you want to do for next year. And Jan Eriksson was the only one from Sweden that made it here with a door car. Back at the main event, he won both the door slammers and the main event as well.
Yeah.
Made good use of the track time.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, it looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they want to have lane choice.
Does that really make a difference, do you think?
Maybe not track-wise, but being able to see the tree is in blower cars. easier in the right lane.
Okay.
Because if you are in the left lane, you have to look around your blower to see the light.
The thing is,
The injector head is always in the way.
yeah, the thing is that one of the ideas with that Mike Janis injector? Is that that's
Yeah,
why it's that
it's so
that-
far away up front.
It's further out and it's narrower,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you can better vision, yeah. And it's cool.
Yeah.
Obviously. So European Pro Mod champ elect going for lane choice again. 384 to the 8th and through the finish line at 583, 245.
I think he has lane choice.
Another picture perfect run. Yeah. Well, we got one other driver in the 80s, and that's a guy from the UK. So the last car this round is actually Walter Strobel. He got his license yesterday. Just going to be coming, put in one last pass before we get into Super Street. They're going to be pretty tough to get around anyway. Low 580s the whole day. Yes, Colin, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just to confirm, the mic in the wrong place then. Just to confirm matchups around 2. Jan Eriksson against Bruno Barda, Kev Slidefield, Roger Johansson, David Vector and Freddie Fagerström, and then it's Bobby Wallace and Andy Robinson.
Rock and roll. I think he's enjoying this car, don't you?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a splash out there. Hopefully that's only fuel. No, it's not.
Oh.
Well, what a big shame. He's hoping for another low second, maybe even dipping into the high 60s. We've got Super Street bike round the back of the tower. They were just coming forward just as Wally was moving forward. Then right after them we have round 1 of Top Fuel Drag. So we've got championships to decide and hand out.
Right, I'm going back to my other duties.
Your other duty. Sorry, it's just the way you say that makes me chuckle. It's a kid. What's the kids' film? Never mind. Anyway, Wreck-It Ralph. Anyway, if anyone's seen Wreck-It Ralph, you know why saying duty is funny.
Oh,
but there we go. You've got little kids. Well, no, they're not little. Your kids aren't little anymore, are they?
No, 11 and 14.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
How did that happen? So we've got a little bit of clean-up to do on the Autoglym lane. Dick, as always, thank you so much for your time, help,
You're
expertise, and everything else as well.
See you later. I hope I can be here next round. I have to leave to the airport. So
Okay.
I'm planning on leaving at 4 o'clock. So.
Well, hopefully next round will be way
Yeah,
before that.
exactly.
Maybe
Yep.
even the semis. You never know. It just depends how the day shakes out. So we're going to have a little bit of a clean-up with the shoe. Super Street bike, Top Fuel Dragster. Do not go anywhere at all. Nitro FM, back to you for a moment. Well, they're fairly even on the tree. All the outlaw anglers are going to be cheering for Colin if he doesn't break out. And he doesn't. Colin Miller takes the win. Harrison had issues around about half track, so couldn't make up with girls. Well, 4 if you include Kelly. Very good morning to Evie, Kyra and Elodie. I hope you're looking after Mum. You better be looking after Mum because I'll be home later. Anyway, hope you're having a lovely time at home and I'll see you soon. Joe Kellett stages up for a bye run.
And I would guess he'll probably take a full pass.
Goes 0-3 on the tree. All practice is good practice. Oh, my goodness me. Well, I'm not sure Thomas Haas would have done much about National Championship.
Best
He
average
needs
reaction.
to
qualifying.
win.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to win this one. 8.56 for the door car in the Autoglym lane. Pete Walters, 7.64 for the dragster. 2 of the absolute best in European bracket racing staging up here in round 1. This
Staging
is
duel.
huge.
Staging duel.
Yeah.
Billy goes in.
Yeah, here comes Pete, bumping it in. There we go. Well, Billy's way out in front of Ginny Speck. Can Pete run him down? The answer is no. It's Billy Gain on a little baby hole shot. Actually not. See, Ron does it again. Look at that reaction time and don't draw breath. He's way out in front. He's backing off. He runs an 8.45. 007 reaction time for Ron Bartlett.
I wasn't that early yesterday.
There's kind of a cut-off time. It's quite funny because Daniel Giles on the start line taking a bye run because he was #1 qualifier. Yeah, I used to, like anyone that used to come, I used to say, look, get here at 8 o'clock. And I used to just drive in and come back to me and say, why am I here so early? Because there's no one here. I said, well, give it half an hour and you would have been there for like another 2 or 3, basically.
006 reactor time. We can read that out as he's on a solo. Breaks out 732 on a 735, but
They've actually got an inch narrower on the tyre.
Okay. What? Deary me. Scott's going to get there first and backs off and takes the win with an enormous hole shot. Pete Brown almost really, really close indeed.
889. So it will be the Black Pearl Camaro going first, and then Dave Russell will be chasing them down.
I think this is the first time Andy Thetford's actually staged up in this car to race anybody.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Russell's long gone. He probably will back off at the top end, which he does very nicely indeed. Rolls over to take the win.
Troy. Because your right hand, if you're to the left in the right hand lane, your right tyre in the groove, your left tyre out, it'll
good
turn
point.
left.
Yeah.
So you don't want
we
to
don't want
heading for the tree.
any squished trees, do we? Yeah. We've had those before. So the door car's going to go first by just about a second. That's a red light. I don't think we've had any red lights, have we, so far, apart from that one from Alan, who didn't do well. He also goes too quick. Nicely done for Mark Bailey, 06 on the tree. And he runs
Trolley clean.
I'm here quite regularly, but European finals, at last we got some racing in. Last we got some great weather as well. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. This facility is state-of-the-art, I would say. They do a fantastic job. We've been involved, I think, in Santa Pod for the last 12 years. And the crowd is fantastic on a beautiful Sunday here in the UK. And looking forward to some good racing for the remainder of the day.
Yeah. Now, the VP Racing Fuel is obviously very heavily involved here at Santa Pod Raceway. You are the official fuel supplier here. The track is prepared with traction compound as well from you guys. So it's not just a half-hearted, oh, let's just go into the UK and that. This is proper stuff here, isn't it?
This really is. We've embraced this facility for several years, and we're just we're proud to be a part of it, really. I don't know what else really to say. Keith and his team and Darren and everybody, Ian out there on the track, they just do a fantastic job and give everybody the best racetrack they can each and every event.
Yeah. You're talking about our premier event here this weekend, but I know you had quite a busy weekend last weekend as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I spent the last week at the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis, and car counts were very strong. 947 cars on the property, full fields. Were maxed out. It was fantastic racing. The crowds were immense. And I'll leave here and I will head to Maple Grove, Pennsylvania for the next national event for NHRA, which is my home track. So looking forward to getting back into Pennsylvania.
Do you have actually time to work? And I mean that tongue-in-cheek, because obviously you're representing VP Racing Fuels. But yeah, I mean, you spend a lot of time at the racetracks.
I do, and they always say that if you love what you do and have a passion for it, you'll never work a day in your life. Right?
Yeah.
So I think
well, that's what Daryl and I keep doing when we come up here. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But let's just bring it back to Europe, and it's obviously here, the UK. This is where we are, and you support not only the track, but you support quite a few teams as well that are racing. A lot of them here this weekend as well, and I know they hugely appreciate the support.
Over the years, you know, you meet friends, and what is interesting, I think I have a lot of friends, I'd like to say, here in the UK, and I enjoy spending time with them and seeing them, and I see some prominent racing going on, and I see some drivers with a lot of potential that we would like to embrace in many different ways, and it's just a pleasure to be here and to be involved with some of the race teams, supporting the junior dragsters, and just trying to do more and more as we can within reason, you know, to help the racing here at Santa Pod.
Yeah, most definitely. one other area that I know that you guys are evolving and moving into more now is oils, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that's one of the reasons why I'm here. So our lubricant division, we've had it for the last 5 years, has been doing fairly well in the States, and we're primarily known as a race fuel company, but as we create these other divisions internally in the company, the lubricant side has just become a spotlight for us, and as we continue to grow it with some very good race teams in the States, we're trying to bring it here to Santapod.
And how is that going so far? Because obviously this is the infancy here.
Yes.
But obviously that is obviously going to grow and grow and grow.
It's a slow start, and we're going to make I can make an announcement, I guess. When we do the Autosport show, we'll make a full-fledged announcement, but we're going to partner with the Williams brothers here in the UK.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. There's some really good racers here. We like what they do. We like how they present themselves to the racetrack. They've got a fantastic business. Nick and Dan both will do an exceptional job for us, and we're proud of them, and we're looking forward to having a long-lasting relationship at that level.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate because they actually look after my car as well, and their facility, because obviously they build engines for customers. Their facilities are top drawer. They really are, and to have you guys involved with them there, that's pretty good indeed. Very, very good indeed.
So as an engine builder myself, I can actually go to a shop and kind of get an idea on which direction I feel we need to do. We've done some really nice partnerships in the States right now. I would like to think that we control the factory stock market in factory shootout and NHRA, and we continue to branch out into circle track racing, drift racing, bikes, everything that we do race fuel wise, we would like to do oil wise.
Yeah. It's. I've seen some of the applications that you haven't. I mean, you even do sort of like there's, like the radio control models. I've even seen VP Fuels involved in that as well over the years. So it's quite diverse, isn't it?
That's our hobby fuel division. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're basically broken down into 5 divisions right now. Race fuel, of course, being the flagship, and as we continue on with the hobby and the branding side, and the lubricant division and consumer products.
Yeah.
Car care products, things of that nature. Our jugs, everyone kind of sees our jugs here in the Midway.
Yeah.
We have our local distributor here at Old Hall Performance. They're here doing a great job for us. We appreciate everything that Miles and Jonathan do. Really proud of them guys, and we're going to continue to push harder and harder. So
yeah,
looking forward to coming back here for the main event, and hopefully see everybody on Autosport.
Sometimes it's music to our ears when you say, "Oh yeah, we'll be back for this, we'll be back for that. We're supporting this, we're supporting that." That shows commitment, and it shows that you're not just here just for let's just come and have a look at one event and let's just go back home and might go back one day. You're in it for the long term, and that's already been proven by the continual support that you give us here at Santapod and the races as well, and for that, thank you. And that's not just from me; it's from the Santapod, it's from the teams and everything. It's fantastic that companies like yourselves see that the European market is just as important as your home market in the USA.
Absolutely, and I'd like to thank everybody for coming out today. I know this week has been somewhat tough week.
It has, yeah. It goes without saying it has been a very, very tough week. It's a week we'd not like to repeat or go through ever again in our lifetime. But yeah, thank you very much for those words indeed. So your plan, obviously, to stay here as long as possible today?
I'll stay here as long as possible today, and I'll be on a flight tonight out of London Heathrow back home to Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah.
And then another weekend at the racetrack next weekend. And then I suppose your schedule is planned out very early in the year, so you know where you're going, yeah?
I do. I'm kind of flexible at times, so some weeks you just never know where I'm going to show up. I've been to Bonneville this year, be on the West Coast here next month or so. Vegas.
Yeah.
My schedule's pretty full.
Good stuff. Freddie, thank you ever so much indeed for coming up to see us. I wanted a gap that was long enough to have a proper chat, not just a quick one, but we got Super Street Bike coming around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, Freddie Terza from VP Racing Fuels, what tremendous support that he is giving the support here at Santa Pod Raceway and of course of our racers as well. Thank you, Freddie.
Thank you.
Okay, so Freddie Terza from VP Racing Fuels. It's always good to have a good guest to have a chat with us here, but we move on now to eliminations in Super Street Bike.
Yeah, we threatened them with talking to you, Colin, and they still turn up. I'm amazed.
Well, we can't blame them.
I know, that's why I just sneak up on people when I'm down here. So, Super Street Bike, elimination round 1. Daniel Lentz from Hungary. The last thing you want to give this guy is a tune-up run. Now, I think he's in the lead in the points championship. Depending on what he does today, and obviously Matthias Bolin does today, will decide who is the European Super Street Bike champion.
Yeah, there's a load of permutations. I mean, when we say a load, Daniel Lentz will win the championship providing Matthias Bolin goes no more than 1 round further. Matthias needs to go 2 rounds further than Daniel. But let's see how this one goes. .674 at 221 miles an hour.
That looked far from smooth.
No.
I think the phrase for the rest of the Super Street Bike guys is ominous. I think that's the way it works. So, looks like Mark Hope in the Kestrel lane. No, sorry, not Mark. Just the way this is shaken out, it's the Battle of the Morrisons, is that right?
Yeah, it is actually. Ross Morrison, Alan Morrison Jr. Can I have Top Fuel Bike into the lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike.
So, Al Morrison Jr., Auto Glimpse side of the racetrack with Mr. Stubbins overseeing things, gives his rider a pat on the back. Ross Morrison put in some great numbers yesterday in the 7-1s.
Yeah, 708 play 715 in quali. Alan slightly ahead, but hasn't got his feet on the pegs yet, and he's not going to bother. 698 at 207, his first 6 of the weekend. Ross losing out there with a fantastic 707.
202 miles an hour as well. That was a brilliant race. The scoreboard left us hanging there for a minute.
Yeah.
So this is up next in the Auto Glimpse lane from the Netherlands. So great she's made the trip over again. It is Margot Schmidt in the Auto Glimpse side of the racetrack against the real number 1 himself, Mr. Gary Bowe, dipping into the 6.8s for the first time ever.
And comfortably so. 687, standout run for Gary, definitely.
Well, and he backed it up with a 6.9 as well yesterday, so I think they're very, very happy with that. Margot back into the 7s after a long while with her machine, doing very well too.
127 to 60 for Gary Bowe.
Yeah, Margot didn't want to give him that much of a head start. 703 at 208, 782 at 174 again, going in the right direction for Margot. So it's Gary Bowe into round 2. Morganslund taking on Steve Mead. This one could be fun.
Winner of this one gets Gary Bowe in round number 2.
See Gary go 7.0. Morganslund was in the 6.9s in qualifying. Steve Mead slightly off pace for him. However, at any point, any of these guys can run in the 6s. Auto Glimpse lane from Denmark. Morganslund taking on from the UK, Mr. Steve Mead, everybody. First to the finish line wins. Big hole shot for Morganslund. You can see him move first, and he's going to take the strike with a 697, 206 miles an hour. Lose out to Steve Mead of 735, 119. What was his reaction time? Because that look.
Yeah, it was
Sharp.
0-3, so he was wide awake club off the line, most definitely.
Bang on time. So, your number actually, was he still number 2 qualifier?
He was,
wasn't
yeah.
Ben? Does the winner of this get a bye?
Yes.
Is that how it works out, yeah?
Spot on.
Okay, so Steve Venables went 6.70. His quickest run by quite some margin, well, nearly a tenth of a second. That's some margin in Super Street Bike in the Autoglim lane against Rudolf Maduro from the Netherlands. Kestrel side of the racetrack. It's really cool. We are actually running a 16 bike ladder for all these guys. Rodolfo went up, not forward. Steve is long gone to a 684 at 205 miles an hour. Rodolfo, bows out at 907 at 123. So, Steve Wood on what could be one of his last ever rides in Super Street Bike, with the immaculately turned out Busa in the Kestrel lane. What I love about this class was he ran his first 7 not that long ago, and to say the rest of the class was overjoyed for him was a bit of an understatement.
Definitely.
It was just one of the moments of the year, to be honest. Up against Jake Michel, another perennial 6-second runner with his Super Street machine in the Autoglim lane. Jake was runner-up in Hockenheim and goes 6.97 at 207. Oh, so close with 7-second run for Steve Wood. 8.04 at 179. He's a really good sport for still coming out here and racing though. Well done. So this is a big one for the guy from Sweden in the Autoglim lane. Matthias Bolin needs to win and keep on winning, and I hope that pesky Hungarian guy loses. However, he's got Mark Hope standing in his way. What did Mark run in qualifying? Was he down in the
7:23?
Okay, and I think Matthias was in the 6.9.
Yep, he just snuck in there with a 6.99. Well, Matthias Bolin, front wheel comes up, lands hard, and that's it. Game over for him. Mark Hope goes through with the 7.12
yes.
at 2:02.
Oh, very well done indeed. Well, we've got a couple of moments, just very, very quickly. Chris, just 2 seconds. That's one of your lads' quickest ever runs. That was really nice.
Yeah, 7.02 I think is his quickest, but we made a couple of changes over the weekend. We changed the gearing, etc. So ideally, the extra runs we should have had, unfortunately the weather kicks in. We could have done with the information, so we're a step behind, but we'll get there.
Absolutely. I was going to say also, you are now Daniel Lentz's best friend. Did you know that? Just took out Matthias, so that's it done, I think.
Well, we'll see.
Thank you very much.
You have to remember that we lent Daniel a screen at the beginning of the weekend, so maybe asking him for it back in the final.
That's not a bad idea, mate. Not a bad idea at all. Okay, so, you're right, Colin? So we're done with round one.
Can I just call FIA Pro Stock into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Stock, can we please have you into the pairing lanes?
Okay, everybody. Obviously, everybody throughout the world knows that the last few days have been a little bit trying, to say the least, due to the sad loss of our Queen on as recently as Thursday, unfortunately. We're also due to see the parachute team. Duncan, the commentator for the parachute team, the Jump Dogs. Everybody give them a round of applause, please. That is the team standing out there with the Union Jack. Duncan standing next to me. And Duncan, you take the mic for a couple of moments and just give us a bit of an SP on what happened today or didn't.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, the conditions were not right for the aircraft to take off. They were perfect here at 11 o'clock, so it's a real shame that we weren't able to jump today. But we have managed to bring the team down, get the flag out for the national anthem. Thank you.
The Jump Dogs team, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, please give them a big round of applause. I know they would much rather be having that Union Jack underneath them on a parachute dive. Now, if you look towards the scoreboards at the top end, 2 very poignant numbers in each lane for obvious reasons. We are just going to have a 2-minute silence, followed by the national anthem. If you could all please observe, it would be very, very well appreciated. So, if you could please stand for 2 minutes silence. Thank you all very, very much indeed for observing that 2-minute silence once again. Keep the applause going, please, for the Jump Dogs team. They couldn't do what they came to do, unfortunately, but they still came and joined us here at the racetrack. We thank you very, very much indeed for their presence. Thank you very much, Duncan. Thank you for your words. We are going to be lining up the first round of FIA Top Fuel Dragster behind the tower now. So we're just about to go nitro racing down here on the start line with CEO of Trackback, Keith Bartlett. Keith, obviously you've had to face a few things over the last couple of years with COVID and all the rest of it as well. This weekend's been especially tough.
Testing is the word. I mean, this is the third time I'm talking to all our fans and spectators after a 2-minute silence, which I think is fantastic we do. Yeah, it's been a real tough weekend. We've had all adverse weather. Sadly, not only did the Queen die, we had John Morton, one of our racers, die, unfortunately, at the track, not on the track, but that's affected people a lot. And we've ended up in basically a very difficult Thursday, Friday and Saturday. But we've seen some great runs when the track wasn't wet. We've seen some great performances, and I'm sure our Queen, our monarch, and if people excuse me repeating myself for the third day running, I did attend the coronation. I do remember it quite well. I am that old that old dinosaur. But you know, if the Queen is up there, we're all celebrating, and in mourning for the Queen. I believe our Queen, who loves sport, if she's up there, she'd be looking down and be going, that drag racing looks real good fun. I think I'd like to go to that. So if she's looking down, I'm just going to say to her, you should see all these fans, because they are the people that make our sport work. And I know we're going to give you a good show, and I know you're going to appreciate it. So for our beautiful Queen that's gone, let's give them a show, because when she looks down, she's going to say, wow, that drag racing is real fun. Let's do it. And that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. Thank you very much indeed to the whole team that have worked tirelessly all weekend. Also, while we're down here on the start line, I want everybody, while we have a quiet moment and they line up the first round of Top Fuel, please put your hands together for the absolutely outstanding Santapod Racers Club, who do a wonderful job keeping everybody safe and give us one of the world's best racetracks. That's for you, chaps and chapesses and everybody up the top end, the whole team. Maybe even Carl as well up there in the tower. You never know. Just kidding. So, right, Colin, we're set ready to go with round number 1 of FIA Top Fuel. The championship, the way it's worked out, it could well be anti-Hortos at the end of these 2 semi-finals. Up in the tower with you, we have a very good friend from Sweden, Mr. Pelle Lindelöf. Pelle, you started racing Top Fuel back in the early 80s.
81, yes.
81. Just give us a sense of how much it's changed in that time. The fuel's the same, but I think that's probably about it.
I think the fuel is of course the same, but it's as many differences as things that is exactly the same. I mean, it's a lot of pressure on the drivers to do everything correct, and of course the equipment we used those days was much simpler to handle, and their power as well.
Yeah, obviously the racetracks weren't like they are today as well either. So, yeah, things have advanced in a big way. So before we get to our first pair, in the Auto Glim lane for Mstrand.ax and a beautiful island in the Baltic Sea, it's Ida Zetterstrom, everybody. Ida is a European record holder. She set that European record in round 1 back at the main event. 3.78 over 1,000 foot, which is absolutely outstanding. She is going to be taking on the Santapod Raceway Slick Tricks house car in the Kestrel Lane, driven by Suzanne Colleen. Both of these cars are owned and tuned by Mr. Runefjeld. Now, if you've never seen a Top Fuel dragster before, ladies and gentlemen, these are the quickest and fastest accelerating wheel-driven vehicles on the planet. From the time they get to leave the start line to get to the Christmas tree, they will be doing over 100 miles an hour on a full-bore run, half track. Around about 3 seconds, around about 280 miles an hour. And if everything again goes well, out the back door, under 4 seconds, 300 miles an hour. They are 11,000 horsepower of just pure adrenaline. So this for a place in the final. So Ida Zetterstrom 1, at Tier 4 weeks ago. Suzanne Collin won at Hockenheim 2 weeks ago. So this really is anybody's race. You've known both of these ladies for a long time, I guess, Bella.
I have. Well, I haven't known Ida that much or for that long time, but her father, Rickard, I know well. And of course Suzanne and Gordon Collin is good friends of us. So we know them well.
Yeah, a lot of these races start out in junior dragster. In fact, all three of the cars you're going to see were junior dragster racers. And very good ones they were too. So for place in the final, first doing the 1,000-foot finish line wins, 11,000 horsepower in each lane, more horsepower than on the Monza Formula One grid this weekend.
And not only that, they can get off the line way, way quicker. But can they hold the power? Will they get through? This is going to be Suzanne all the way through and takes the win with a 4:29 at 192. 0.84 to 60 foot, but stood up on the tyres. But Ida Zetterstrom went up instead of forwards.
Well, that is a super, super rough weekend for the M-Strand team. 3 hits at the racetrack, 3 times. The car has almost instantly gone up in tyre smoke. I mean, she got a little bit further this time, but not a lot. I mean,
we're talking about meter.
Yeah, we're talking about, I mean, yeah, she got just here. So the rear wheels hadn't even gone across the start line. So it will be Suzanne in her second final in a row in Top Fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for the Slick Tricks Racing team. What were Suzanne's numbers, Colin?
Yeah, 0.84 to 60 foot. At the 8th, 3:16, but down on speed, obviously, by then, 224 miles an hour. We're saying only, I mean, those are still mind-blowing numbers, but we know they can go way quicker at the 8th mile. But the win is a win. That's the most important thing, is just getting to the other end first, and it is Suzanne that takes the spot in the final.
Well, Ida's had a great start to the season, obviously, running really, really well, running the quickest number ever we've ever seen, actually. But that's what makes Top Fuel racing so tough, isn't it, Pella, is that sometimes it just goes, you have no problems at all, everything you try works, and then there's other weekends where it's just like...
the other way around.
Yeah, every run is like banging your head against a brick wall. Some of the stuff you went through in your Top Fuel career would have made a lesser person quit. And I think we've had this conversation before, where if you thought about it, you wouldn't do it again, would you?
That's a good question.
Yeah, well, there was times, wasn't there, where like late 90s, early zeros, where I think that was towards the end of when you were driving, but you had a really rough time with engines, clutches, all kinds of things. Didn't you?
I think we had one year in '86. I think the whole trailer was full of scrap. I mean, I think we had 7 or 8 blocks in the trailer. No one of them was. We were not able to use anything of it. So
7 or 8 blocks.
Yeah, and number of cranks, I don't know. We made a crank every run.
Was that the last year with the Clarion car that was white? Was that one? Yeah.
That was the terrible year.
Yeah, I think after that you bought
the La Haye car.
That's right.
And we also made a deal with Gary Bergen.
Okay.
Who flew over to every race, and that actually turned everything around to something more funny.
Yeah, well, something much more fun, I should think. But yeah, that. So you had that many issues, yet you still kept going.
Yeah, of course.
Well, we're very lucky that we do have races that think like that, because otherwise we'd have pretty boring race weekend events, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
And all these guys and girls out here that do this, I mean, Rune is the perfect example. You must have known Rune a long time. You've raced against his cars for a long, long time. Rune didn't start racing in Top Fuel till about 88 with Liv, I think, something like that, wasn't it? Is that right?
Yeah, he was running his own Fuel Funny car before that.
Yeah, and then he got into Top Fuel, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Correct.
So I think if he takes the green light here, Antti Horto for Eagle Racing in the Kestrel Beer Lane will be the European champion, no matter what happens in the final, whether Suzanne wins 2 in a row or Antti takes it. We'll have to wait and see. Here we go.
But that the thing that you mentioned as well, I mean, you could have everything in order and exactly the same setup as the week before, but still the car does something completely different. So
it's because nitro is rather harsh, isn't it? It's very difficult to work with.
And it's so many things that you can change in the clutch or in the fuel system. So
well, Runa is the guy that chooses all three of these cars. He's the one that has all the headaches. But he does have a long time to go over the winter. He's got three excellent drivers. However, the best this year has been, with the most points, Antti Auto from Finland. I had a quick chat with Antti this morning. He was pretty relaxed. However, he was very aware that he needed to get it done today just to make sure. That's his dad, Harry, bringing him into the stage. Good luck, young man. Wow, that was a thing of beauty up to that point. Saves it for the final round, 492. 145 miles an hour. Up to that point, Colin, probably not bad.
0.85 to 60 foot, 217 to 330, but as we all know, he was off the gas by the 8th, 342 at 169 miles an hour. But the most important thing, Antti Auto 2022 Top Fuel champion.
Yeah, well done to the whole team. Congratulations to everybody. That's really, really...
Can I just mention one thing about,
of course.
About the 60 foot? I mean, in 1986, we had 086 60 foot, and I think that still stands as a quite good 60 foot time.
Yeah.
Very, very good, and that's a 10th quicker. Very, very quickly, I just want a quick chat. Come here, you've wrapped up, your young lad has wrapped up his first ever championship.
Yeah, that is an amazing day, and thanks Santa Board. And that is the place where we started this season, and now we final this season, and great. And it's amazing how much spectators there are now.
Yeah, they're also the best looking. Did you notice that as well? But anyway, Antti is going to be European champion for 2022. Winter is very, very long, but at least you're going to be smiling the whole time, I guess.
Sure. We have waiting these so many years that now it's time to earn about something, and now it's time smiling.
Lots of smiling. Congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the whole Eagle Racing team. Antti Auto, your 2022 European Top Fuel champion.
Great job.
If you want to win, hire a Finn. I think that's,
or a Norwegian.
Or a Norwegian, yeah, exactly. Or a Swiss, whatever. Yeah.
Doesn't rhyme as well, does it?
No, this works, okay. So, it doesn't rhyme, that's the way it works. So, we've got Fuel Funny Car round one underneath the tower as well. Basically the same engines producing 10 to 11,000 horsepower, but in a short chassis with a body over them, loosely based on a North American street car. Now this is, they have their own championship as well, Colin, so just a quick explanation.
Yeah, basically Kevin Kent needs to win the event, simple. If Steve Ashdown gets into the final, regardless of what Kevin does, Steve Ashdown will be champion.
So rolling forward is the number one qualifier, Kevin Kent. Now the thing is, what Kevin's got to do here, he's got to beat Jason Phelps in the Gladiator, and like you just said, Colin, hope the guy in the next pair goes out.
Yeah,
now,
exactly
Heather,
that.
You've won the European Top Fuel Championship. Okay. He's going back to watching. No problem.
Oh, what?
Oh, sorry. I'll ask you in a minute.
Yep.
Well, Jason Phelps with the Horse Racing Gladiator. The Everybody comes up, he's in the auto glim lane. Mark Hawkins in the crew, getting that car set to go alongside Kevin Kent. He was your number one qualifier. Just 1/100th a second off his own European ET record. The West End Motorsports entry in the Kestrel Beer Lane. All four of the funny cars here have got 4-second form. 3 of them have run in the 4s this weekend already. But first to the 1,000-foot will win and take that spot in the final. It looks like it's going to be Jason Phelps.
It is. That's Jason through to the final. Kevin unfortunately rolled in deep without putting the fuel pump on. He didn't get himself. He gave himself no time to get ready. Bumped into deep stage and unfortunately he was dead late. They both quit around about the same time and then it was a coasting race. But that was Jason Phelps. Well, there's going to be some serious celebrations behind him because that means that your 2022 Europe Funny Car champions are the Undertaker team. It's Dave Bryant. It's Steve Ashdown. He's in the car. And that's so nice that is as well. The whole West End team going over and saying congratulations to all of them. All I was saying, Pella, was when you won the European Top Fuel title, at what point in the season did you wrap it up? Was it at the very last race here at Santa Pod?
No, actually, I think it was done before because we had a fantastic year. I mean, nothing breaks. We just did same times every run, and I was never quickest at any of the qualifying sessions, but I was quicker in the start line on that. That counts more.
That always does, yeah, absolutely. Winning races is the most important thing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gladiator team setting another world record for how many people you can fit into a pickup. They're in the final again. They won the main event. Can they do the double here at Santa Pod Raceway? We'll find out in a few hours' time. Well done.
Let me tell you the story of the timing system because it's quite an interesting read. Jason Phelps almost went red. He had a reaction time of 0.1 off the line. That's how close that was. To the 60 foot, okay, Kev didn't have the best reaction time, but he was quicker to 60 foot. And basically, Kev was pulling him in at the 330, but the traction was lost first for Kevin. If Kevin had stuck with it possibly another half a second to a second into the run, he would have overhauled Jason then. But it didn't happen, and Jason got there first.
That is it's a harsh way to lose. Well, it's always harsh.
Yeah.
Fuel racing is always really, really hard work. Sometimes everything goes your way. Kevin put in a storming run yesterday for number one qualifier. Just unfortunately couldn't stretch that into a round one win this morning. That's a real harsh way to lose for Kev. But it was so nice to see the team go over and congratulate Steve Ashdown, a whole Undertaker team. They're all a big family. They know how difficult it is to run these cars, and it's very, very difficult. I mean, Pella, it's hard enough running a top fuel car with the engine behind you, but when you've got the body around you, you've got a short car, it must be really tricky.
Yeah, that's driving a car for sure. I mean, driving a top fuel when everything works is perfect. You feel you feel it in your body what's going to happen, so you try to compensate before it happens. But these short cars, they have their own will and do what they want.
Yeah, they very much do. And I was going to say as well, there used to be a great event in Sweden called the Fuel and Gas Championships up in Piteå. Did you ever race your top fuel car against funny cars? They used to mix it all up, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah?
I was actually I can take that later on.
So the second pair then, Steve Ashdown and Patrick Hers.
So Patrick Hers, if you notice on the side of the car, he's already burned a nice new graphic top. That didn't take long. Time for place in the final. talked about this the other day, Colin. Slightly more up-to-date Dodge body on Patrick's car. More aerodynamic, but it's also got a smaller rear wing on there. He's also got the swept up and back headers like they have in the US fuel cars. That's why he's got no paint left on the side of the car.
Well, absolutely nothing really between them in qualifying. 4:47 for Steve Ashdown, 4:56 for Patrick. So less than a tenth of a second. We know that can be made up off the start line. So Steve Ashdown then confirmed as funny car champion this year. Congratulations to Steve, to Dave, the whole crew on the Undertaker car. But he's got a race to win here. Wants to knock Patrick Purse out of this round and go on to win the event. Side by side, Nitro Funny Car here at the European Finals. Coming your way. And that is Steve Ashdown all the way to a 4:49 at 218 miles an hour.
So not only is it the final, Dave, come here, mate. I know you've got a lot of work to do, but championship win, final round place. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. It's been an awful amount of hard work the last couple of weeks. I just want to say thank you to my guys. They've starred out this last couple of weeks and nearly killed themselves to get here. But we're here, champs, and now we're going to the final. So, hopefully.
Hopefully. I'm not sure who that was.
That is Steve, actually.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, mate, you've got a bit of work to do. Catch you later. Thanks, Dave.
Wow, what a run. 4:49.
I think that Patrick did a wheelie on the halfway up.
It was, had everything.
One of everything.
Well, we need the top end crew to let them do what they've got to do up there, because obviously we've got two cars that are going to need attention at the top end. Just for the moment, whilst we gather everything together, we're going to go to Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll be back with you as soon as we can. Thanks very much indeed. Radio Waves, take it over. And number one qualifier, Dan Williams, with the Chevelle, going to be lifting those front wheels high in the sky as he heads off down and books his place into round number 2. Well, I know he'll take a full pass, actually, doesn't need to. Yeah, he can lift it at the top end, you can hear it there. 1060 at 95 mile an hour. Well done, Dan.
5 Chevy, that was very, very cool in the dark.
Well, this is all Kev Jenkins, I think. I don't think Rennie's got enough in the tank to catch. 7:29 for Kev Jenkins.
Look at the speed.
He can't really reach that yet, but my goodness me, Terry has got this van into the 9.4s now. Front wheel drive, don't forget.
Yeah, the difference at the finish line, speed-wise, is going to be huge.
Oh, well, Terry goes red, so that gives the win light
That's
to
going to
Nick.
be quick, though. 163 to 60 foot for Terry. Nick can probably see him coming. 9:41 for Terry, 157 miles an hour. Still a great weekend. Yet, I emphasis on yet. What he did say was he's going to load it up and send it this time.
Yeah.
Spencer's going to go first. He's on boost for a long time. 124 to 60 foot. That's one of his quickest ever, I think. It's going to be Spence taking the win. What could Luke run is the answer.
Well, 8:35.
His quickest ever run, 8:35 at 100. This is going to be a new sensation for Andy Nichols because he's going to hear a noise out the other side of the car. That's a close race. Well, Andy Nichols takes the win. 8:95, 106. So, heads up first to the finish line wins for Dayton round 2. Will it be John? Will it be Bobby? They're probably the two most local racers.
Pretty turns pointed to the left.
Slightly to the left. He's going to build up the boost and bump in. Johnny gets the block. That's the end of it for him. Bobby goes 5:89.
Oh my God.
245 miles. Jean Delemont is trying, not moving forward. He's going to be timed out.
Yep.
He's been timed out. Bruno goes 5:94 at 2:34. That's a damn amount.
No! Oh no. Oh, they had so much damage yesterday evening.
Found the The answer is no. Freddie's out in front. Freddie's going to take it with 6:05, 2:32. We get to see that pesky pickup truck one more time in the Kestrel lane. Here we go.
Oi. Stop it, man.
And he goes 6:07 at 2:41. They won't be happy with that, but revenge from Hockenheim. Well, what a real shame. It's quickest nitrous car in the other lane is always going to be hard work. Here we go. Roger with lots of tyre shake, but he's able to drive through it too. A 6:18 at 226. He got away with that one because JT had worse tyre shake. Andre Arnover going up the return road for the last time this year. Everybody please. But yeah, unfortunately, both the qualifying runs overpowered the racetrack instantly.
Come on, David. Wow.
That was a good bit of hopping. 7:22 at 2:03. You would not think would get it done. So, European Pro Mod champ elect. Going for lane choice against Bruno. 384 to the 8th and through the finish line at 583. 245.
Matthias needs to go 2 rounds further than Daniel, but let's see how this one goes. .674 at 221 miles an hour. 15 in quali. Alan slightly ahead, but hasn't got his feet on the pegs yet, and he's not going to bother. 698 at 207. His first 6.
Doing very well too.
.127 to 60 for Gary Bow.
Yeah, Margot didn't want to give him that much of a head start. 7:03 at 2:08, 7:82 at 1:70. First to the finish line, wins. Big hole shot for Morganslund. You can see him move first, and he's going to take the strike with a 6:97, 206 miles an hour. Lose out to Steve Mead of 7:35. 119 bike ladder for all these guys. Rodolfo went up, not forward. Steve is long gone to a 6:84 at 205 miles an hour. Jake was runner-up in Hockenheim and goes 6:97 at 2:07. Oh, so close with 7.
Well, Matthias Bolin, front wheel comes up, lands hard, and that's it. Game over for him. Mark Hope goes through with the 7:12
yes.
at 2:02.
Oh, very well done indeed. Well, we got a couple of...
This is going to be Suzanne all the way through and takes the win with a 4:29 at 192. 0.84 to 60 foot, but stood up on the tyres. But Ida Zetterstrom went up instead of forwards.
Well, that... Well, that was a thing of beauty up to that point. Saves it for the final round, 4:92, 145 miles an hour. Up to that point, Colin, probably not bad.
It looks like it's going to be Jason
race.
Phelps.
It is. That's Jason through to the final. Kevin unfortunately rolled in deep without putting the...
Okay, we do have an update from the top end of the racetrack, and it is good news, which is always good to report. Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker Funny Car had quite a bit of a fire going on in the top end of the far end of the shutdown area, but got the car stopped and is out of the car. Just gone over to the med centre to be checked out, but basically A-OK. Our top end crew are currently working in the shutdown area just to clear it so we can get going once again. But the very, very good news indeed is that Steve Ashdown is A-OK, just being checked out at the med centre as a precaution. So excellent news there. We will be back with you. I don't think it's going to be that long, to be honest with you. The top end crew are just working away. And obviously when we can get racing again, we will be.
It's not, they're actually just get everybody strapped in and ready to go as well. You can see the Nitro Bug team are primed. It will only be just a few more moments. All the A-Fuel cars, everyone in Top Methanol coming up after this is all strapped in to go too. So yeah, we are about to get going again.
Okay, so yep, I was just looking at the top end as well, just looking around at all the teams just getting ready. As Darryl has rightly said, it will not be that long. Maybe one more tune from Nitro FM, but we'll take it back when we continue with the racing here at the European Finals.
Simon Goff. 8.5. What else can I say? I mean, the man's an unstoppable force.
Well, Simon is 3 in the points chase coming into this event, so important for sight.
The Tesla is out in front. He's going to hear a V8 running him down. And he's going to hear a V8 taking the win. Bang on the money for Simon Goff. He had 0.13 off the line. Fly across the start line. It's not lovely. You see any birds anywhere near a drag strip for obvious reasons.
Well, we get rabbits, though.
We do. That's so the fire crew have got something to do at the top end, chase them. Just kidding. The fire crew obviously have plenty to do already. I bet the Huxies are really glad they've got the Mustang back. Can Lee take the win? Lee does take the win. Bob way off on ET.
Yeah.
Really good on reaction time. He was 06 to Lee.
Scored a huge amount of points in quali. All to be decided at the national finals, but you want to go in with a lead instead of trying to chase. Andre Nala with the Beetle then. He dials 10.07. Brett 9.57. Half a second difference on the tree.
Andre's been deadly consistent in qualifying.
Yeah.
Almost always in the 10-1s. Very well sorted little Beetle.
Both went red, but Andre went red first. So it's Brett that goes through.
Brett got away with that one because he went red as well, like you said. Andre Nala's last run of the weekend is his slowest, actually. 10.20 to 4.
Still got this vehicle that needs moving from behind the barn. It's a Ford FN58 JTG. Can you please go move that? Thank you. Whoa! Huge wheels down there for Tom Watkins. I think he might be investing in wheelie bars finally after that one.
Well, Mason Griffiths is way out in front.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, look at it another way. He was a thousandth of a second. Okay, Stu Doiney. 00 racing in the Kestrel lane, like the name. 11.86 taking on Tig. Who goes red? Stu Doiney moves into round 2. Goes 11.88, 11.86. It's not like Pro ET isn't a bit of a sharp call anyway. 10.12. Daniel was oh so close to qualifying. This is what we're talking about the break wall. 32 cars qualified, but one couldn't make it for round 1. Let's see if Daniel can make the most of it. He certainly made the most of it off the start line. He may be taking John Bean out, and he does. John Bean's much closer to his dialing, but wow, there are 2 alternates down here as well. Warren Watts and the Chevelle down there, Wayne Hiscock, going back to the pits. That's just in case anyone couldn't take the green when they came down here. So Tom K's way out in front. Can Amy catch him? The answer is no.
Wow.
Amy goes too quick to try and catch him. She still didn't get over the line. Ashley Bell, 8.85. It's virtually a heads-up race, but by 200th of a second. However, I don't need to tell you who left first, and it should have, well, yeah, anyway.
Yes.
Yes. Colin, he was lucky boy there. 3,000 breakout, but it was 05 to... Mick will be here in a week's time, all being well for the Hot Rod Drags. We do this a lot of weekends a year, don't we? Which is a good thing.
Not enough weekends of the year.
Sorry, not enough weekends of the year. Yeah, we have to stop when it gets cold, which is a bit naff, but there we go. Well, Mick Taylor way over towards the wall. That may be all Callum needs to take the win. And he doesn't break out. Look at that. Going to work, folks, and you can say you've seen a Cortina Estate run 8 seconds at 160 miles an hour, if you like. There's plenty more where that came from as well. There's a lot more bonkers stuff coming your way.
The other thing you might not have noticed is there's a little bit of new aero sprung up on the Cortina.
Oh, and the flaps on the side as well.
Yeah.
That's a good look. Mark Coulsell, though, is a tough customer. All the Wild Bunch are going to be cheering him on. I think he's in front. Oh my goodness me, look at that for Tom. Win margin 0-2. Door cars being in the left-hand lane then, because they've got a clearer view of the other side.
I would guess so, but then you
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Well, Brian Pateman with the Firebird is long gone. Can Mark run him down? The answer's not quite. Oh my goodness me. Let's do some numbers on this one. Brian Pateman, double O. Team, you don't spend all that time and effort, money, all the rest of it, to not be making round one. They've only got 2 weeks to get it back together for the national finals. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. I hope it is. So, my run for Lee Derby.
Well, that left hard.
The nitrous makes a little bit of difference to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Livens it up somewhat. 866 with the shootout. Not now, though. Well, they're fairly even on the tree. All the Outlaw Anglers are going to be cheering for Colin if he doesn't break out. And he doesn't. Colin Miller takes the win. Harrison had issues around about half track, so couldn't make up. Little girls, well, 4 if you include Kelly. Very good morning to Evie, Kyra and Elodie. I hope you're looking after Mum. You better be looking after Mum, because I'll be home later. Anyway, I hope you're having a lovely time at home, and I'll see you soon. Joe Kellett stages up for a bye run.
And I would guess he'll probably take a full pass.
Goes 0-3 on the tree. All practice is good practice. Oh my goodness me. Well, I'm not sure Thomas Haas would have done much about National Championship.
Best average reaction to
win.
Yeah.
He needs to win this one. 8.56 for the door car in the Autoglim lane. Pete Waters, 7.64 for the dragster. 2 of the absolute best in European bracket racing staging up here in round 1. This
staging
is
duel.
Huge.
Staging duel.
Yeah.
Billy goes in.
Yeah. Here comes Pete bumping it in. There we go. Well, Billy's way out in front of Ginny Speck. Can Pete run him down? The answer is no. It's Billy Gain on a little baby hole shot. Actually not. See, Ron does it again. Look at that reaction time and don't draw breath. He's way out in front. He's backing off. He runs an 8.45. 007 reaction time for Ron Bartlett.
Well, I wasn't that early yesterday.
There's kind of a cut-off time. It's quite funny because Daniel Giles on the start line taking a bye run because he was #1 qualifier. Yeah, I used to, like anyone that used to come, I used to say, look, get here at 8 o'clock. And they used to just drive in and come up to me and say, why am I here so early? Because there's no one here. I said, well, give it half an hour and you would have been there for like another 2 or 3, basically.
.006 reaction time. We can read that out as he's on a solo. Breaks out 7.32 on a 7.35, but
they've actually got an inch narrower on the tyre.
Okay. What? Deary me. Scott's going to get there first and backs off and takes the win with an enormous hole shot. Pete Brown almost really, really close indeed.
8.89. So it will be the Black Pearl Camaro going first, and then Dave Russell will be chasing them down.
I think this is the first time Andy Teffer's actually staged up in this car to race anybody.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Russell's long gone. He probably will back off at the top end, which he does very nicely indeed. Rolls over to take the win.
Tree. Because your right hand, if you're to the left in the right hand lane, your right tyre in the groove, your left tyre out, it'll turn left.
Yeah.
So you don't want
we don't want
any
squished trees, do we? Yeah. We've had those before. So the door car's going to go first by just about a second. That's a red light. I don't think we've had any red lights, have we, so far, apart from that one from Alan, who didn't do well. He also goes too quick. Nicely done for Mark Bailey, 06 on the tree. And he runs
electronically.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. It's more accurate.
Two very polite reaction times for both of them. Neither of them are going to frame those timing tickets. A .40 for Mick Howling. A .5
eliminator, points leader, and #1 qualifier Dan Williams, with the Chevelle going to be lifting those front wheels high in the sky as he heads off down and books his place into round number 2. Well, I know he'll take a full pass actually, doesn't need to. Yeah, he can lift it at the top end, you can hear it there. 1060 at 95 mile an hour. Well done, Dan.
5 Chevy, that was very, very cool in the dark.
Wow. This is all Kev Jenkins, I think. I don't think René's got enough in the tank to catch. 7:29 for Kev Jenkins.
Look at the speed.
He can't really reach that yet, but my goodness me. Terry has got this van into the 9.4s now. Front wheel drive, don't forget.
Yeah, the difference at the finish line, speed-wise, is going to be huge.
Oh, well, Terry goes red. So that gives the win light
That's
to
going to
Nick.
be quick, though. 163 to 60 foot for Terry. Nick can probably see him coming. 9:41 for Terry, 157 miles an hour. Still a great weekend. Yet, I emphasis on yet. What he did say was he's going to load it up and send it this time.
Yeah.
Spencer's going to go first. He's on boost for a long time. 124 to 60 foot. That's one of his quickest ever, I think. It's going to be Spence taking the win. What could Luke run is the answer.
Well, 8:35.
His quickest ever run, 8:35 at 100. This is going to be a new sensation for Andy Nichols because he's going to hear a noise out the other side of the car. That's a close race. Well, Andy Nichols takes the win. 8:95, 106. So, heads up first to the finish line wins for Dayton round 2. Will it be John? Will it be Bobby? They're probably the two most local racers.
Pretty turns pointed to the left.
Slightly to the left. He's going to build up the boost and bump in. Johnny gets the block. That's the end of it for him. Bobby goes. 5:89.
Oh my God.
245 miles. Jean Delamont is trying, not moving forward. He's going to be timed out.
Yep.
He's been timed out. Bruno goes 5:94 at 2:34. That's a damn
No! Oh no. Oh, they had so much damage yesterday evening.
Oh, found the The answer is no. Freddie's out in front. Freddie's going to take it with 6:05, 2:32. We get to see that pesky pickup truck one more time in the Kestrel lane. Here we go.
Oi. Stop it, man.
And he goes 6:07 at 2:41. They won't be happy with that, but revenge from Hockenheim. Well, what a real shame. Europe's quickest nitrous car on the other lane is always going to be hard work. Here we go. Roger with lots of tyre shake, but he's able to drive through it too. A 6.18 at 226. He got away with that one because JT had worse tyre shake. Andre Arnover going up the return road for the last time this year. Everybody pleased, but yeah, unfortunately both the qualifying runs overpowered the racetrack instantly.
Come on, David. Wow.
That was a good bit of hopping. 7.22 at 2.03. You would not think would get it done. So European Pro Mod champ elect. Going for lane choice against Brook. 384 to the 8th and through the finish line at 583. 245.
Matthias needs to go 2 rounds further than Daniel, but let's see how this one goes. .674 at 221 miles an hour. 15 in quali. Alan slightly ahead, but hasn't got his feet on the pegs yet, and he's not going to bother. 6.98 at 207. His first 6.
Doing very well too.
.127 to 60 for Gary Bow.
Yeah, Margot didn't want to give him that much of a head start. 7.03 at 2.08, 7.82 at 170. First to the finish line, wins. Big hole shot for Morganslund. You can see him move first, and he's going to take the strike with a 6.97, 206 miles an hour. Lose out to Steve Mead of 7.35, 119 bike ladder for all these guys. Rodolfo went up, not forward. Steve is long gone to a 6.84 at 205 miles an hour. Jake was runner-up in Hockenheim and goes 6.97 at 207. Oh, so close with 7.
Well, Matthias Bolin, front wheel comes up, lands hard, and that's it. Game over for him. Mark Hope goes through with the 7.12
yes.
at 2.02.
Oh, very well done indeed. Well, we got a couple of...
This is going to be Suzanne all the way through and takes the win with a 4.29 at 192. 0.84 to 60 foot, but stood up on the tyres. But Ida Zetterstrom went up instead of forwards.
Well, that... Well, thanks to the incredible dedication of our hard-working track crew, Steve Ashdown, most importantly, is absolutely okay. There was a lot of clearing up to do at the top end. So, congratulations to Steve on winning the championship. Commiserations on what was obviously quite an expensive run. So we've got side-by-side Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars. So we've got
bizarreness continues.
Yeah, I know. The Nitro Bug of Andy Raw in the Auto Glim lane. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure who is out front.
Yeah, I'm just going to get all that information right up. It is Andy Raw that's out front at the moment. The Cannonball format, 26.21. Tony Betts, 28.96 combined. Timmy Garlick in the number 3 spot, 31.37.
So it all depends what they do in these last runs as to who's going to be running for the trophy later on today. So Tim Garlick went 6.30 yesterday. He's run a quickest of 6.22, which I think was on Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very strong nitro fumes just entering the tower here. These cars both fueled right up. So Andy Raw and Tim Garlick. Nitro Bug and the Apache. Well, Andy Ward drifted to the centre line, so he clicked it off earlier. 6.37 though for Tim Garlick. 7.80 in the end there for Andy Raw.
Well, Andy Raw was some way in front of Tim Garlick, ET-wise, up till he lifted. 0.99 to 60 foot for Andy Raw. That's really stout. 268 at 330 to a 282 for Tim, but then from then onwards it was all Tim Garlick. You could actually see the tyre shake marks for the Nitro Bug just before 3:30. We still have Venom and Chi-Town Hustler to go, and I think Time Warp's back round there as well. Then we're on with the Methanol class for their round 1 matchups. Again, we do apologise, folks. Obviously today is taking a little longer than we'd like. It's one of those weekends that's sent to try us. However, at least we are racing.
Yeah.
Comp Eliminator.
Bizarrely, that guarantees Andy Raw a spot in the final.
Okay.
It is now between Tony Betts and Tim Garlick as to who takes the other spot. Now then, just having a look at the combined difference. Tony Betts needs to go A to B with a half sensible time, and he should be in the final. Otherwise, it will be Tim Garlick that will take that spot.
Okay. FIM Pro Stock Bike into the pairing lanes, please. FIM Pro Stock Bike, also called Comp Eliminator as well for round 2. We're probably not far off. I think Pro Mod tag on the back of that as well, don't we? That's the Nitro Bug team, everybody, doing their very best to put on the best show they can for you.
Yeah, going back to the pits, going to get the car ready for the final.
And I don't know whether you noticed as well, most importantly, they got the tow car started. So
yes, that was a little bit different, wasn't it?
Certainly was, so it could move on out the way. So, there we go. Given the signal to fire up, we've got Venom and Chi-Town Hustler coming your way next. The 17.5 Camaro of Tony Betts with a nitro engine in there, as well as...
Well, that's Chi-Town fired up. The body being dropped over the chassis on Paul Harris's Chi-Town Hustler funny car. The tow truck will pull out of the way and into the return road. And the same thing will happen for Venom.
Yeah, Dave Millen and Martin Maxwell on the crew. For Paul.
Maybe not for Tony, actually, because Paul is coming round the corner. Tony's car hasn't started yet.
I think it nearly started, but then didn't. So we may end up seeing Paul Harris just on his own this time.
Yeah.
So the Chi-Town Hustler was brought over by Paul a few years ago now. It had since been replaced by the Monza body, the Dennis Riddle tribute Monza body that he'd been running up until this event, actually.
Yeah.
I said to him the other day, so how come you got that? And he said, well, people haven't seen it for a while. I thought they'd like to see it again. So he's not wrong.
And of course, the crew swap shirts over as well between whichever body they run on the car.
Yeah, Dave Millam giving him the signal that he's on a bye run. Good to see Dave involved. Both from Clover, down in Sussex. Here's Paul Harris with the Chi-Town Hustler. Oh, lovely looking run for Paul. Goes all the way through to a 6:47. His quickest ever run. 199 miles an hour. I've yet to see a shoot down the other end of the racetrack.
But the chutes are both out.
Are they out
slowing
in
the
time?
car down, yeah.
Good, good. Yeah, it's okay. He stopped. Don't worry. Sorry, guys. Yeah, the chutes came out very, very late indeed. He's made it to the last turn off, and he's just turning around the corner as well, which is always good. So that is his quickest ever run for Paul Harris, 6:470. He's been over 200 miles an hour before, but that is the first time he's been in the 6.4s. So congratulations to the whole team. Absolutely outstanding stuff. Well done. Yeah, he's made the last turn off. He got the chutes out. They're very happy with that.
Yeah.
So the rattling roar this time coming from Venom. And quite possibly Time Warp as well, because I know Wendy Baker is around there too. Come on, we got to get everybody in that pickup. Mark, come on. We have a new record for people in the back of a pickup to set. We can't do it if you're still down here on the start line. Yeah, there we go. I'm not sure whether you got the record, though. It's between you and the Gladiator team, to be honest with you. Sorry.
Well, we've got 4 on the tailgate flat. That's
pretty
good.
impressive, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Paul Harris's team going up the top end to get him. I'm sure he's got a smile a mile wide after that one. Everyone's good buddy. Tony Vett's doing a burnout with Venom. So if Tony goes from one end to the other, this basically it's him and Andy Raw in the final. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
Can that pesky bug take out all the other fuel cars? We've got Top Methanol right behind there, and then we've got all the bikes coming your way. Oh, and Pro Stock as well. Now Tony's quickest run unusually is still only in the mid-7s.
No, basically, I'm just doing some quick rough maths. As long as Tony gets to the top end in under 8.8 seconds, I think that's roughly where it is, but yeah.
That's John Wright doing the tuning down there. John's tuned many cars over the years. Mickey Moore on the shoots gives the thumbs up. So good luck to Tony. Hopefully something starting with a 6. He was running in the 6.1s most recently. Well, got way out of shape, so it needs to be an 8 watt, Colin, because that's going to be very important. Don't think that's going to be an 8.
No, it's not. Oh.
It's not. It will be Tim Garlick and Andy Raw in the final then, by virtue of that, I think. So
Well,
Tony cruises on through to a 9.95. Sorry, Colin.
Yeah, we'll await full confirmation, but by my rough maths, I'm going to say very rough, I think that's Andy Raw and Tim Garlick for the win this weekend.
Unusually rough weekend for Tony Betts as well. That is a low 6-second car. He's knocking on the door of the fives a number of times as well, but tyre shake around about 60 foot.
That's now confirmed. It is Andy Raw and Tim Garlick in the final for the Nostalgia Funny Cars.
Okay, I think we have one more Nostalgia Funny Car to go before we get into Top Methanol Round 1. Dragsters against Funny Cars. It's always a good gig.
Mm.
A little bit of a track sweep going on because the fuel cars leave a film of clutch dust on top of the racetrack, and the cars that are coming in a minute, mainly pro stock cars, do not like anything like that unsettles them. So the rattle you hear now is going to be Time Warp.
Well done to the Venom team as they go back to the pits. Go to the top end first to retrieve Tony, take him back to the pits. Not entirely what they wanted today, but they're here and they're putting on a show, and thanks ever so much indeed to Tony and the whole team there working away.
So Wendy will be coming round into the Autoglim lane with the Time Warp. Absolutely beautiful, period correct Mustang Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. Nice, easy looking burnout for Wendy. Put in one run so far this weekend, which was pretty much a test launch. Going to be hoping to go a little bit further down at the racetrack this time. If you squint, this could almost be the 1970s. That's where that body came from. It's still the same size, shape, profile, everything. The chassis was actually from the 70s as well. They built a new one, but just copied the old one. So that was Paul Stubbins did, obviously. But yeah, built a new chassis and used exactly the same design, layout and everything else as well. So it's just a newer version of the same thing. Wendy very carefully backing up. I think that's actually Wendy's obviously trying to turn it, but it isn't happening.
And meanwhile, it's burning a fair amount of fuel at the same time.
Yeah, that's the other problem. And then the thing is, Wendy is now going to end up a little bit further out of the groove. Paul Stubbins says stop. Bring it forward again. There we go. Take the pins out the chutes. The steering is obviously a little bit heavy in that car, and when it doesn't quite go straight, it's a bit of a handful. Yeah, when the wheels are rolling, it's not really a problem. It's just when it's slow or going at slow speed. There we go. Wendy straightened it up nicely. You're right about the fuel though, Colin. She's probably burnt quite a bit off. Okay, good luck to Wendy, the whole Time Warp team. Here we go. Well, another 330-foot launch. We're going to have a quick sweep of the lane, and then we're on with Top Methano, who will be pulling round about now, I think. Do you know the matchups?
I do indeed, yeah. It's going to be Silvio and Sandro in one of the pairs, and whoever wins that gets a bye into the final. Daniel Jetborn taking on Tony Brinderson, and then it's Johnny Lag taking on Lynn Floysick. So 3 pairs. Good to see that we don't actually have a bye in round one. The bye is in the semi-final.
Well, the thing is for Sandro, he's in the lead of the championship, only just. If he wins that first round matchup, he knows he's in the final, so he does himself a huge favour.
Oh, massive.
Then it's all down to what Johnny Lag can do with the A-Fuel dragster. So well done to the Time Warp team. A little bit more progress, a little bit further down the racetrack. Show your appreciation. I think you are. That's always good. So yeah, just again the track sweep going on, just to clear the film of clutch dust off the top of the racing surface, and then we'll be on with top methanol round one. After that, we got post up, and then we're into the bikes, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
Oh, and don't forget as well, round here behind the tower, going for another world record. If you weren't here yesterday, you missed the quickest ever run on the planet on two wheels. Eric Taboul from France with the rocket bike. He is round there ready to run as well. I think he's running at the end of the bikes, isn't he?
I would imagine so, yes. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Well, we all know what we want to see. Eric knows what he wants to run.
Let's just say it out loud. We want a 4-second run,
We do.
don't we?
Yeah.
We're
We've
just
been
going to say
resisting it, but no.
Yeah.
I think the time has come to say what we really want.
This is his last ever run.
It is.
This is his last. Can he do it? Is the is the burning question.
Well, the conditions. Look at that. He's even got a little bit of a tailwind at the moment. That can help.
Help a rocket.
Yeah, I know. But
well, you are
Who
kind of
knows?
right though, because saying that though, as silly as that sounds, and I shouldn't have laughed. I really shouldn't, because with if you fly on a jet to America or back or whatever, or anywhere for that matter, the
tailwind makes a huge difference.
Yeah, there were planes when we were having really serious winds. There were planes arriving an hour and a half early, weren't there? It was just unbelievable. So yeah, it does.
And then they have to put in a holding pattern because there is no
they're
space.
too early,
to
exactly. Junior drag bike into the lanes, please. Junior drag bike, please. Could we have you into the lanes? A little bit of gluing, and we've got round one of top methanol coming up. The championship is very, very close at the top. It's between that man Sandro, who was the last methanol champ in 2019, and
Johnny
Lag.
But there is another permutation. If Sandro went out round one and Johnny went out in the semi-final and Lynn wins the event, Lynn becomes champion. That is a big ask.
Oh, can we do that one then? Just kidding. I'm only kidding, Sandro. I'm only kidding, Johnny. Yeah, that would be cool. FIA Pro Mod as well, please. Could we have you down for round two? FIA Pro Mod, please. Could we have you down for round two? We've still got all of our sports and racing to get through as well. We're going to be here right until the end of time. Yeah, definitely that. It's going to be a long, long day, but it's the final day of the season for all of our international races, so we're going to absolutely soak it in and make the most of it. Let's just hope the rest of the day goes a little bit smoother. And also, just want to say, Steve Ashdown and the whole Undertaker team, they work their absolute socks off. Sort of like, how can I put it? Not hero to zero, but just like from the elation of winning the series championship to, oh my God.
Well, not that. Put in a nice 4.4 second pass as well. But then the next half a mile unfolded.
I think the thing is that when it's on the edge that much, yeah. So, okay, we have A-Fuel cars rolling around the corner, and that's going to be the first pair, actually. Tony Brinterson for Bill Sport Classic, the Nostalgia A-Fuel team from Sweden. They're part of the three-car A-Fuel Team Sweden. This is Tony Brinterson's first elimination round here for about 28 years, I think. He's going to be taking on your number 2 qualifier. He was number 1 for a little while. That's Daniel Jedborn. I had a chat with Daniel before this run. Daniel does indeed come from Skellefteå, all the way up in the north of Sweden. He said he's about half an hour north of where Dan and Monica came from. I don't need to introduce them if you know who Dan and Monica are. If you've been drag racing before, you know what I mean. He did actually say he's good friends with Dan. They raced in Top Fuel for so many years, and Daniel is. We're very delighted that Daniel's made the trip all the way over here. So I think the Bluebird, the Bluebird's done its thing. We've just got about an 85-point turn to get Daniel's car around the corner. sponsored by Forshu, a pretty big company in Germany. I also said about the distance travel. Daniel said to me that he left home on Saturday evening for this moment. Can you believe that? That's a long, long, long old journey, that one. So he went his quickest in qualifying, 5.30. Only got 2 runs in, unfortunately. He was in the 5.3s for both of them. 272 miles an hour, which is hauling for an A fuel car. Tony Brinterson in the 5.5s. He went through the finish line and unfortunately had no chutes in the shutdown area. He did get it stopped. I saw the bounce marks up there and they were quite far apart. So they're putting the starters on both cars. Bluebird's done its thing, and we await for the first pair of, I say top methanol, they're both A fuel cars. They start them on methanol, and then you'll hear them change from a burble to a cackle. So once again, a huge thanks to Bill Sport for all their support of the European Championship over the years. Everybody out there in Sweden that's watching in, hope you're enjoying this. This is an all-Sweden matchup. There will be a Swede in the semi-finals, definitely. Just which one? The old boy or the new boy? Although Daniel's not that new, he's been around drag racing quite a long time. He used to race in front engine cars, and it was actually, this A-Fuel journey for him was one he actually started with his mentor and good friend Stig Olsen. Stig is no longer with us, and Daniel is. Really would like to share this moment with Stig, obviously, but he's not here to be able to do it. So in Stig's memory, let's see what Daniel can do here at Santa Pod Raceway this afternoon. So they're both fired. They're both running on nitro. Here we go. Very nice lazy burnout for Daniel Jebborn. Same kind of thing for Tony Brinterson. Now, the difficulty with these cars is they look, for all the world, exactly the same as top fuel cars, with one major difference. They have no supercharger to force the nitromethane into the engine. That means that they're normally aspirated, and nitromethane needs compression to be able to fire. If all the cylinders stay lit, these things absolutely fly. We should see a good side-by-side race. However, they really are prone to weather changes and what we call dropping cylinders, where one of the cylinders stops firing. We saw that for Tony on the first run back at the very, very start of the weekend. So the last check's being done on Tony Brinterson's A-Fuel car. I think Daniel Jebborn's team are ready to go. They're being called forward into stage. So, heads up, first to the finish line wins. Pick your favourite, green and black car, or red, white and blue car. Well, with a bit of yellow, obviously. Daniel's in, here comes Tony. He's gonna have to hurry up. Well, Daniel with some engine smoke at the finish line still goes 5:38 at 262. Tony loses out with a 5:81 at 256. Cylinders not firing all the way through again, unfortunately. Well done to the Forge team. So Daniel Jebborn from Skellefteå will be back for the semi-final against one of these two that's sitting behind us. I'm not sure whether the smoke at the finish line was a drop cylinder, but I think it was for Daniel, because the car still kept pulling. He still went 262 through the finish line.
0.94 to 60 foot, 356 at 221 at the 8th, compared to Tony's 104 and 392.
Put your hands together for the team from the north of Sweden. They're moving on to the semi-finals. One happy little go-kart down there. Well done. Golf cart, not go-kart. Sorry. They're just checking out the lane in the Kestrel lane. the whole team at the top end check all the cars and bikes when they go around the corner, just to make sure there's nothing that's leaked or anything like that, and then they radio back to the start line and all the other marshals. Also, please give a round of applause for Tony Brinterson's team. They had a pretty good weekend down in the mid-5s. Sadly, he gets an early bath. Well, someone had to.
Yeah.
So, Lynn Floysvik from Norway. The young lady honestly makes everybody else feel like they're underachieving. I think she's in her late 20s, maybe early 30s.
Yeah.
She's got a little baby, drives a top methanol funny car, and is in the running for the championship. There we go. That's all you need to know. Taking on... Johnny Lag actually stopped racing the first time before Lynn was even born.
Really?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
So he was racing Pro Comp top alcohol cars back in the 80s. And yeah, I'm pretty damn sure he quit in the 80s. He's come back now, but yeah, Lynn wasn't even born when he was racing the first time. So this is going to be the first race out of 2 that you are going to see the stagger on the tree. The funny car gets a 0.22 second head start on the tree. Then the green light runs for the dragster. Basically, it's one of the world's most awesome bracket races, although no one can break out, basically.
Oh, yeah.
First to the finish line wins. You can see the number on the board at the finish line. That is the stagger. The tree will run slightly quicker for Lynn than it will for Johnny. And I talked to Johnny the other day, and he said the one thing that makes it a little tricky for the dragster guys is that in qualifying, the tree runs as normal. So they don't get any practice at waiting that little bit longer until eliminations. And you only get a certain amount of elimination runs per year to practice. However, it didn't stop him winning Hockenheim a couple of weeks ago. So, pick your favourite. Blown dragster, injected nitro dragster. FIM Super Street bike, please, round 2. FIM Super Street. Here we go. You're going to see the revs coming up on the funny car. And the O-Fuel car will start popping and bagging. That's going to be all Lynn. Oh no! Problems for Lynn. It's never over till it's over. Johnny Lag dropped a cylinder as soon as he hit the throttle. The car was really lazy. Lynn was way out in front, but unfortunately something went wrong before she reached the safety of the finish line, and sadly Lynn Floysvik's season ends in round 1.
She was 0-1 off the line, but then Johnny Lag was 0-5.
Yeah, they were
but
both
look
on
at
it.
Lynn's 60-foot 0.95 to the 103 for the A-Fuel car.
Well, as soon as Johnny hit the throttle and the cylinders went, I thought, that's it, we're done. But unfortunately, Lynn didn't make it all the way to the finish line. So it is Johnny Lag moves through to the semi-final. Now, he's going to have to race his good buddy, Daniel Jedborn. Well done to Johnny Lag's team. Live to fight another round. However, they've got the quickest A-Fuel car on the property to deal with in the semi-finals. Going to be fun. Okay.
Right, pressure shifts, unbelievably, to Sandro now, because if Sandro loses out to Silvio, Johnny Lag becomes champion. So again, as Darryl said, you're going to have that difference on the tree.
Yeah, both of these are blown alcohol cars, so they're both going to bring the revs up and go into stage. However, you're still going to see the staggered start in favour of the funny car. That's basically because funny cars aren't quite as quick as the dragsters. And to even them out, the other way to do it would be rule changes. And rule changes would effectively slow the dragsters down, which is, you know, it doesn't cost anybody to carry on racing as they are and put a stagger on the tree. Yeah. So that's what they decided to do. Silvio Strauch yesterday. I'll wait till they've done the burnout. Sandro with the near-on 330-foot burnouts out there.
Come back.
Yeah. Can you tell which van belongs to Sandro?
Yeah. I wonder.
Largest Belgian flag on the property. Now his dad Danny started racing in the when it was methanol funny car back in the noughties. Started getting quicker and faster, then Sandro took over the reins, and it was like the same guy was in the car.
Yeah, well, prior to this, don't forget Sandro had that beautiful Tri-Chevy funny car that he ran in Super Pro. Beautiful car, that.
Now, the only thing I keep looking for, I can't see Danny down there on the start line, which is most unusual. I'm sure he's here somewhere.
Okay.
No, that's not Danny. So the funny car will get the head start. However, in qualifying, the funny car was quicker than the dragster without the head start. Silvio Strauch is going to try and run him down with the engine ghost. He had transmission issues in the only qualifying run he made. Sandro needs to win this to keep his championship hopes alive. If Silvio takes the win light, Johnny Lag is your champion for 2022. It's Sandro all the way through with a 582. That was very beatable. 261, only 125 to 60 foot. I think he rolled the lights and he almost red lit as well. 0-1 on the tree. Silvio was 0.35. That was a big old difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at the 60 foots. Silvio 0.90 and Sandro 1.25. So the semi-finals are a bye run for Sandro. I'm not sure where the ET went on that run. It just seemed down on power the whole way through, didn't it? Still went 261, but obviously not quite what they were looking for. Big same for
Well, then
Silvio.
the 125 to 60 tells a story of how he lost, I suppose, the rest of the time on the run.
I think what happened was he was trying not to red light because he rolled in really deep into stage, and he almost threw it away. But he didn't, most importantly. Shame for Silvio Strauch, didn't get a clean run all weekend, unfortunately, with the dragster.
So our attention switches to FIA Pro Stock, but unfortunately the tractor is just coming out to do a little bit of a sweep in the Autoglib lane, I believe. So
yeah, show your appreciation for both teams, please. They come a hell of a long way to entertain you guys up there in the grandstand on the banking. And, well, Silvio, sorry, keep saying Silvio, Sandro moving on.
Just pass on a little notice that we've had. Fuelers Bar will be open late this evening. Basically, obviously, we're going to be running late, but so will Fuelers Bar. And for those of you that are interested, they will be showing Grand Prix highlights from 6:30 this evening on the big screens over there. Well, that's if we're not racing out here, because obviously that would be nice to have the coverage over there. But yeah, it's just a little bit of a groom, if you like, in the Autoglib lane. But coming up next is FIA Pro Stock semi-finals. It's going to be Mike Malgrim on his own, but it will be Jimmy Ulland and Stefan Enrid to see who will be going up against Michael in the final. Nitro FM, if you could just take it for a short moment, we'll be back with you when we continue eliminations here at the European Finals.
We're back with FIA Pro Stock Round 1.
Or semi-finals, if you like.
Same thing, I think. Yeah. Championship permutations, Cole. I think.
Yeah, Jimmy needs to defeat Stefan to win.
What, the title?
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael needs Jimmy to lose, and then Michael needs to win the event.
There's every chance of all of those happening, really, isn't there? Because, I mean, they only had 2 qualifying runs. Stefan Enrid only got 1 run in because the chutes came out on a burnout in the second run, which must have made for some of the weirdest photographs ever. Jimmy Orland shook the tyres in round 1, qualifying that is. Second round, much more like it, but not number 1. I think he's on his second spare engine. I think he broke 2 in Hockenheim. He made this one out of all the bits that were left. So Pro Stock is, again, heads up, first to the finish line wins. Engineered horsepower. These cars are very, very, very highly tuned. And a lot of the time they are so close, it's all about who's got the best clutch foot. So Rob Stanley out front for Stefan Enrid. He went 6.72 in qualifying. Jimmy Orland went 6.61. That sounds very close. However, in Pro Stock, that's proper daylight. That is proper daylight.
Been made up or lost on the tree though. But these guys are good.
Oh, shot to Jimmy Orland. I don't think that wasn't that obvious. Problems for Stefan. Jimmy goes 6.63 at 2.08. Wraps up another. I think he's now 12-time. Someone will be on instantly to tell me. 12-time European Pro Stock champion.
Well, congratulations to Jimmy. Commiserations to Stefan there. He was quicker to the 60 foot, but Jimmy was ahead due to his 0.3 light compared to Stefan's 0.8. And it was Jimmy all the way after that. 4.26 to 4.52 at the 8th. But Stefan was off the gas by then. Jimmy into the final.
However, Mike Malvin still wants to go out swinging with an event win. He is number 1 qualifier. He did everything he could. He did everything right. He did everything within his power.
Yeah.
He was quickest in both qualifying sessions in Pro Stock. Down in the 6.5s again. Yeah, commiserations to Stefan Enrid. Jimmy was 0.3 on the tree to a 0.8 for Stefan, and you can't give up 500s to the man with the Camaro. After this, we've got 2-seater. It looks like we then have Top Fuel Bike rolling around the back of the tower. Comp Eliminator down here for round 2 as well. We've got Pro Mod. And then, all being well, we'll get some sportsman racing in. Again. Side final adjustments on the wheelie bars. It's all absolutely crucial. They don't set those up until they are right on the start line, just in case. They can set it up in the pits, but it's not necessarily completely level. They know the start line is, and the start line's where it matters. Only takes a couple of moments to do. So you're going to get a beautiful, beautiful V8 sound. Shifting through the gears, manually shifted 5-speed. All the way through to a 6.60. 208 miles an hour. Chutes come down a long way down the shutdown area. He's quickest of the round again. So quick run by the 2-seater, then we're on to Top Fuel Bike. Colin, championship permutations, I think Rickard is now in front. Is that right?
Oh, sorry, yeah,
Yes,
I was just
for
going
top
to the
fuel bike.
two-seater dragster. Top
Sorry,
fuel bike.
sorry, mate.
Yeah, you're dead right. Ricard took the leading after qualifying. He leads by less than a round.
So it's whoever
Basically,
goes-
whoever goes further between Ricard and Rene is the
It's
champion.
done.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologise. Yeah, you need to introduce it. He's in the
No,
two-seater.
problem
Sorry,
at all.
mate.
No, that's why I took a screenshot of that, so I had that, which was quick to hand. Right, okay, your passenger in the back of this one. No, actually, I don't know. Obviously a late entry then. We've already had Scott Williams, who was passenger number 1, Matt Price, who was passenger number 2, but I didn't know who this is. So whoever it is, enjoy it.
Sure, that's their wife and or girlfriend on the start line. So, top fuel bike round 1 matchups, Colin. I presume Ricard's got the bike. Is that right? Yeah.
Eric Ricard has Stu Crane. Neil Midgley has Rene van der Berg. Ooh. And Al Smith and Mark Smith. 003 off the line for Paul Brown. Spot the former Pro ET champion. And how about a 782 at 169.79 miles an hour. Doesn't take long to run the two-seater through, that's for sure. Right, okay, let's have a look around us to see our fuel bikes.
Okay, this is going to be a buy run to start with. I think Stu Crane might have hurt it yesterday. Everything, it burst out one side.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, did it ever. And I don't think we're going to be seeing Stu Crane down here for this round 1 matchup, unfortunately. Some serious machinery coming your way. So I think that's Eric Ricard. It is indeed Eric from France. Yeah, should have been taking on Stu Crane, your number 4 and 5 qualifier. Now, in previous form, Stu Crane should have been qualified higher than that. However, yeah, we don't go in previous form. You've got to earn it.
Now, the difference is, with our car classes, in the sportsman classes, they have national points here, but interesting note, Steve Wallat and Louis Davis, that both racing top fuel bike at the main event, are concentrating on the national finals, so that's why they're not here this weekend.
Yeah, also Lorcan Parnell with a fantastic Storm funny bike as well.
Well, he had a huge engine problem at the last event.
Lovely looking run for Eric, very undramatic compared to his other bike. 6:59, 194. I think you can hear the cheer down on the start line from up here. Well done, sir. Who's he going to be taking? Oh my goodness me!
He's got a Ricard.
What a first round matchup this is. So Rene van der Berg trying for his first ever FIM Top Fuel Bike trophy, big trophy, season trophy, championship. Has got Neil Midgley on the second quickest bike on the planet in the other lane. Ha ha, goodness me. Well, if you want to win, you've got to beat everybody. Maybe not. You wouldn't think this would be a first round matchup, though, would you? My goodness me. It's over. It looks like it's going to be a buy run. Really, really unfortunate for Rene van der Berg. He walks away dejected. He's not even going to get a chance to race in round 1 against Neil Midgley. Look at that. Body language says everything you need to know. That sews up the championship for Ricard Gustafsson. What a massive shame for Rene. I'm not sure what happened. I think they fired the bike up and he pulled forward, but then that was it. So, bile run for Midjo to take his place in the semi-finals. So, owner and tuner Chris Adam gives him the thumbs up. Let's see what Neil can do this time round. This bike goes like an absolute bandit. If you haven't seen it before, well, just watch. It's a thing of beauty. All the way through, 5:97, another 5-second run. 207 miles an hour, still off the throttle before the finish line. 0.99 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 3.89, 198 miles an hour over the stripe in a 5.97, only
224 mile an hour at 1,000 foot gives you an indication of where it could have gone. Wow.
Dearie me. Well, Ricard and team doing some fist bumps down there because they know they are the FIM European Top Fuel Bike champions again. Well done to Ricard, the whole team from the west coast of Sweden. Mission accomplished. Now they want to go and win the race. So, Top Fuel Bike against Funny Bike again. Al Smith with the rocket. Could we have Super Gas into the lanes, please? Super Gas, please. Against Smithy. All these guys are good buddies. Mark Smith in qualifying was in the 6s, 6.92. If the rocket makes a representative run, Smithy is toast, I think is the polite way of putting it. However, anything can happen, as we've seen in so many of our first round races. Al Smith's sitting there going, come on, come on, come on, I'm ready. That's a close race. Al Smith just edging it. He goes through with a 6.29 at 200. Good speed, 2.24. Great lose-out run for Mark Smith. His quickest ever elapsed time, 6.75, 195 miles an hour. That was a pretty damn good race, that one. They were both even off the tree. Well done, guys. That was excellent stuff. 6.75 for Mark Smith. He's going to be such a happy boy.
Oh, is he?
Up the top end. So well done to both of those teams, but it is Al Smith moving on. So what will the semi-finals be? Because we know now.
Well, that would be Neil taking on Al, and it'll be Eric Ricard taking on Ricard.
Do you know what? When Al Smith's not riding that bike, he crews for Neil.
Oh,
and the other way round as well. You know, when Neil was riding the Super Twin, Al was part of the crew. That's how well they know each other. Let's put it that way. Okay. And so it's going to be Eric against Ricard. So one of the world's quickest top fuel scooters from Falkenberg on the west coast. Ricard this weekend has run a best of 5.82. I think his quickest ever run is a 5.81. I don't think he's dipped into the 5.7s just yet. Very, very close indeed to doing it, obviously, but not quite there.
Okay, so Ricard going to book his spot in the semi-final. All he needs to do is break the beams, but looking at that burnout and the way his body language is talking to us, he's obviously going to go for it. He's just been crowned champion of FIM Top Fuel Bike. Well, gave it 2 goes. Coasts through in the end with a 7.11 at 173. But Ricard Gustafsson confirmed as the FIM Top Fuel Bike champion. He's into the semi-finals against Eric Ricard from France. And then it's Neil Midgley taking on Al Smith, an all-UK affair, the other side of the ladder in Top Fuel Bike. We move to Pro Stock Bike for FIM. Martin Newbury taking on Bertrand Maurice, and it'll be Martin Bishop Aswin Lenoble. So in effect, semi-finals here in Pro Stock Bike. Well, fairly big burnouts from both these two. So Aswin coming up into the Auto Glim lane. Martin Bishop in the Kestrel Beer lane. They qualified 2 and 3. The Bish with 766, Aswin 853. But bearing in mind they only had 2 qualifying runs, not their normal 4, due to weather, obviously. But this for a spot in the final. Well, 0 lights a pair, but it is going to be the Bish into the final with a 766 at 175, 846 lose out at 149. So Martin Bishop then is into the final. So will it be an all-UK affair with Martin Newbury, the #1 qualifier? Indeed, it won't be. Well, no sign of Martin Newbury. It's going to be Bertrand Maurice, and he's had a bit of a nightmare this weekend.
He said to me up the top end yesterday, Colin, he's had a nightmare season. It's
Yeah.
done that all year long. Every time he's gone to make a run, it's just died on the start line. So all he's got to do is take the green.
That's more like it.
More like it. There we go. Finally, finally, for the Frenchman.
Oh, 735. That's made life interesting.
Well, congratulations to them. They've worked all season.
So that's Bertrand and Martin Bishop in the final of Pro Stock Bike. Right, Junior Drag Bike Cup. Championship already decided, and it is Holly King that it... basically, let's have a look on the other side. Right, Anouk and Holly. Basically, I think Anouk needs to win the event to become runner-up, otherwise it's going to be Meg. But Holly is #1 qualifier, 11.22 dialing, but Anouk will be going first, 12.10. And at the stripe it is 11.41. Takes the win. Oh, the win margin 0.06. So 11.41 and 12.39. The other side of the ladder, Marie Rosen dialing in 8.96. Meg dialing in 8.15. And it's 8.18. Meg Tolbert takes the win. Marie got there first, but broke out by nearly 0.2 of a second. So it's Meg into the final.
Right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, anybody who is on the property that cannot see the start line, get yourself there right now. We're about to witness history, no matter what comes of it, to be honest with you. On the start line down here at Santa Pod Raceway, he is going to end his immensely storied career on the quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. Please give your absolute biggest cheer to a legend on 2 wheels and the fastest man on the planet, Mr. Eric Tabor, everybody. I'm just going to take a very quick word with Eric before we get on. Eric, give us your thoughts before your last pass ever.
Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Oh, you can't say more than that, can you, everybody? Come on, put your hands together for the man himself. Now, Eric, yesterday, if you've never seen this bike before, it's a rocket. It's not a jet. Now, jets obviously build up thrust. What Eric's bike is underneath. You can see the tanks under there. Hydrogen peroxide is in those tanks in a very, very high concentration. And he's going to start the chemical reaction And the two thrusters you see either side of the rear wheel are what propel Eric down the racetrack. Now, the thing is, Colin, we have announced Eric's runs, I don't know, not hundreds of times, but maybe even that many over the years, haven't we? I think he's been riding this rocket bike for nearly 20 years now, or thereabouts. He started out racing in Top Fuel bike, and then ended up building the rocket bike. And he makes his own fuel as well, doesn't he?
He does indeed. It's, well, call him a chemist, call him a mad scientist. We affectionately call him the crazy Frenchman. But yes, you're dead right, does mix his own fuel. And that is an art form in itself. I mean, what Eric does on the bike is mind-blowing. But to, as I say, to do his own fuel, brave man.
Well, there is not a very long queue of people wanting to run a rocket bike, let's put it that way. Build one, maintain one, or, you know, whatever it might be. So, yesterday, Eric went 5.06 over the quarter mile. There has never been a quicker two-wheel run over quarter mile anywhere on the planet. There has never been a 4-second run over a quarter mile anywhere on the planet. This is Eric's last run. He's retiring at the end of this quarter mile pass, and we can't thank him enough for all the memories and everything he has done to entertain everybody. So I'm going to ask you to do it for one last time, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, the biggest cheer you can for Eric, everybody. Now he's going to get pushed back, and he's going to start the chemical reaction. I'll tell you what, is anybody ready to see another world record today? You could be in luck. When I spoke to Eric back down here on the start line yesterday, after that 5.06, what you have to understand is as well, it was out of fuel before the finish line. He didn't run it all the way through. By 1,000 foot, it was coasting. I think he was doing 274 miles. Yeah, you heard that right. 274 miles an hour at 1,000 foot, and about 262 at the finish line, Colin, I think it was, something like that. What he said he was going to do for today was put another litre of fuel in there, which basically means the bike stays under thrust for just that little bit longer, and all being well, that will get him to the finish line. And we all know what we want that magic number to be. So Eric does the walk out towards the start line. We're going to get a couple of pops and bangs. It will be very silent. We will get the atmospheric music for the last time ever. Eric will stare very intently at the gauges in front of his face to make sure the pressure is correct in the tanks. And then for his last ever pass down a quarter mile on a rocket bike, Mr. Eric Tabor. We'll give him the countdown, and he will fly off into the distance as only Eric can. We're never going to forget that tune, are we, everybody? Eric looking at the gauges. He's very nearly ready to go on his last pass ever down the quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. Thank you all for coming to witness this. You may be about to witness history again for the second day in a row. Eric will make sure everything's absolutely perfect before he gives us a thumbs up, and then we're going to give him that absolutely world-famous rocket countdown from 5 to 1. But only when Eric does that. Good luck, Eric. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Well, he's flying. Is it a 4? Oh, he's done it! The quickest run in the world. The fastest run in the world. 4:97. 290 miles an hour. Colin, has he stopped?
Sorry, I had to get my breath back on that one. My goodness me. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Taball has stopped safely in the shutdown area, and he has set a new world record. 4.976, 290 miles an hour. Oh my goodness me.
If you're going to sign off on your career, that is the way to do it. There is only one man on the planet that's ever been as quick as Eric, and he's put the bar so far out of reach, I doubt in our lifetime we'll ever see anyone get anywhere near that. One more time, he can hear you up the top end. Raise the roof for the new world record holder, Eric Taball, everybody.
Oh, boy.
Goodness me.
Right, 60 foot, 0.91 of a second. At the 8th mile, 3.36 at 240 miles an hour. Well, to be precise, 239.91. The 1,000 foot. The 1,000 foot. He was doing 290 miles an hour at 1,000. Got there in 4.22. But it's the number that everybody wanted to see, and we got it. The 4.976, 290 miles an hour at the quarter mile, a new world record, and the first time anybody on this planet has been sub 5 on a two-wheeled machine.
Well, that was possibly one of the last performance barriers ever on two wheels. I doubt we'll see a wheel-driven bike get anywhere close to that. Anyway, we're on with the racing, everybody. I hope you can all catch your breath after that. I think you'll all agree that was definitely worth coming up here to Santa Pod Raceway, through the gate and waiting to see. The only sad part about it is that was Eric's last run ever. But we're never going to forget it, are we?
Yeah, I think he may have put his front wheel in the field at the very far end, but as I say, he did stop safely and just been towed round the corner. Eric just walking beside his bike as they disappear around the end of the wall there, but monstrous celebrations for Eric, and I tell you what, the gala tonight, I hope he's there, because I think quite a few people will be buying him a drink. You are all here to watch history today. Okay, we move on. This is Comp Eliminator, and this is Kev Jenkins on a bye run. This is predetermined. Got past Rennie Erschman in round 1. He went 7.29 at 188 for a new PB. And this run will put him into the semis. Very sensible from Kev. All he had to do was break the beams under power, and he's exactly done that. So he's booked his spot in the semi-final. So well done indeed to Kev. As Darryl has made it back into the tower. My goodness me.
Times like this, I wish there wasn't an audience so I could swear. Properly as well. I think chuffing hell hasn't even come close. Yeah.
Right, that sounds like Andy Nichols.
It is indeed. Andy Nichols, giant killer in the first round. Super Pro for round 2, please into the lanes. Super Pro ET, please into the lanes.
So Andy Nichols ran his first ever 8-second pass in round 1, and big congratulations to Andy for that. Going alongside Dan Williams, number 1 qualifier with the Williams brothers Chevelle, and also the points leader in the championship as well. His index is 10.49, Andy Nichols is 9.20. So it will be the blue Chevelle leading first. They can go under their indexes, doesn't matter. Andy goes in, Dan goes in. Dan's crew will run first. There he goes. Oh, slight problems off the line there for Andy. So it is Dan Williams going to be taking the win here.
Going to be backing off now, yep,
yeah,
there we go.
Well and truly, 10.29, 103. He's safely through into the semis. But great weekend for Andy Nichols there. First time in the 8. Congratulations to them. So that sets up a semi number 1 of Dan Williams and Kev Perkins. Other side of the ladder, it's the Williams brothers matchup. The teammates, the 69 Camaros a pair. One of them is going into the semis with a bye into the final.
Oh, that's only slightly
Yes,
juicy.
it is. It's Nick in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and it is Spencer Tram in the Auto Glim Lane. They qualified 3 and 5.
Nick out-qualified Spence.
Yeah. Spence will be going first, but only by 0.15 of a second on the tree difference. Oh, Spencer goes red by 0.2. Nick, 0.1 green. They were both going for it, that's for sure. But it is going to be Nick Williams, who runs an 11.24. He saw the win light on in his lane. So Nick is guaranteed into the final, but will it be Dan or Kev that he's going to face?
So, Pro Modified semi-finals rolling round. Quarterfinals. Oh, wow, yeah. Can I call it the final? No, just kidding. Real sorry Dick Costa couldn't stay for this. He's on the way back to the airport.
Right, first pair then. Jan Eriksson, Bruno Barlow. Well, let's just give the simple outcome here. If Jan Eriksson wins this race, he's champion.
If he doesn't, we've got a lot of it scratching and working
out to do. Dead right. Bruno Barda, though, in round number 1 went 5.94, so he's not going to be an easy pushover. Mind you, Jan Eriksson did go 5.83.
Well, this is a rematch of the final from Doorslammers, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
And they were both pretty close then. Jan Eriksson just picked Bruno. Never, ever count Bruno out, though. Ever. He's oh so close to dipping into the 580s. And a low 590 and a good light might just be enough. And then he would become David Vector's best friend.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure Dick Costa is tuned in somehow, whether it's a mobile device or he's managed to get the TV screens in the airport to switch to the coverage from here. I don't know.
I don't think he's there yet. But
oh,
yeah.
right.
I think he's in the car.
So the Gotham City vet then, from Mulheim in Switzerland. Has he got anything for the current European champion, although it's back from 2019? Will he be wearing the number 1 again next year? Jan Eriksson, if he can take the win here, he can keep that number for next season.
So the orange guys from Västerås looking for championship number 2. Here we go. No tire shake for either of them. It looks like Bruno's in front, but he isn't at the stripe. Bruno's quickest run ever. Bruno, I told you not to count that bloke out. He had 300ths off. Wow, look at the maths. 300ths off the tree, Bruno. At the stripe, 400ths, Jan Eriksson. Winner by 100th of a second at the stripe. And repeat European champion, Janni Eriksson.
Well, congratulations to Jan Eriksson on taking the championship. Congratulations to Bruno on a new PB. He tried everything he could.
That was awesome.
Oh, fantastic race.
Well, I did say he'd been knocking on the door of the 580s. He just kicked it down with that one. The other thing as well, though, 0.10 for Bruno, 0.13. Yanni did leave the door slightly ajar that time.
Well, Bruno's ahead at half track because of reaction time and the numbers. But Yanni had to drive round him to take the win.
Yeah, Jan's probably going out the track going, hang on a minute, I can still see him.
That's not part of the plan.
No, not at all. They've had some great... Actually, that's the second barnstorming race those two have had this summer. Unfortunately, Bruno's lost to both of them. So, Roger Hansen with the nitrous Mustang. Kestra side of the racetrack. Bit of tyre shake and a 6-second run in the first round. Kev Schleifield really got away with one, though. Up against Michel Turenne. The car really wasn't running right. Not sure what the problem was. Let's hope they got it straightened out and be back in the fives this time round. Tony's ready with a wrench to get him to go. Tev will take the win light because Roger left before the tree was activated. Kev goes 6.06 at 2.27. Subject to confirmation. The tree did actually run, so it is Kev Schleifield who takes the win into the semi-finals. That's not going to do his British Championship chances any
harm
at all. Not sure what happened with Roger. He just kind of rolled through stage, went on the two-step and left, and you know he was way before the tree was even activated. So that's one UK driver in the semis. We're going to have two. Colin, are they going to race each other? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for the MSS team all the way from Sweden. They wanted to go a bit further than that in eliminations. We appreciate you guys making the trip. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, go on, sorry.
No, it's Jan Eriksson and Kev Schleifield.
Okay, and so the other side will be the
David
winner
versus Freddie.
And then the winner of...
we'll take on the winner of Bobby and Andy.
So looking at it... what's the word I'm looking for? Looking at it optimistically, we could have an all-UK final. Or we couldn't.
Well, yeah.
Or we could have one. Anyway, whatever. It's still
we're
good.
guaranteed two Brits into the semis. That's one thing that we are guaranteed.
Massive well done to Kev's team up there. Yeah, that's more like it. Kev's lost out on some seriously close races before. He definitely got one back out the luck bank that time round. Well, not luck. He ran well.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Freddie Fagerström. Well, he must be taking the race seriously. He only went to 3:30.
Obviously, it didn't happen for David there, but if you go alongside Freddie in your own pro mod, are you tempted to try and do a burnout to go alongside him?
There's no point.
No, there's no point. Do you get tempted?
The only person I've ever seen that has kind of done it, and he's real good at them as well, is Patrick Wikström. Back in the day, Patrick used to do monster burnouts. I had a photograph on my wall that I took at Mansort Park, and all you can see is a wall of tyre smoke, loads of people, and a tiny little Nova poking out the front of it, right, making all that smoke. But then I've got the same thing of Freddie at Hockenheim as well, so there we go. Okay. So this for a place in the semis against who did we say?
Bobby or Andy.
Bobby or Andy. Okay, no problem. So the other semi set, Kev Schleifield against Jan Eriksson. Okay, that's cool. So let's see if Mickey Goldquist can tune Freddie to a 5-second run.
Oh, we'd love to see him run a 5.
Win or lose, Freddie's always a winner anyway, you know. Taking on David Vector. Dave's been in the 5.8s. Here we go. Can David run him down? The answer is going to be no. It's Fred into the semis. 6.09. Look at that for David. 5.85. 245 miles an hour. But you ain't going to beat Fred with a 0.58 light. I think that's David's quickest run of the season. Not sure what distracted him on the start line. I don't think he just wasn't ready. We get to see Freddie one more time, everybody. How cool is that?
We couldn't even see him in the final at this rate.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
We have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro, we need you into the pairing lanes, please.
Freddie went 0.96 to 60 foot. He was driving through tyre shake, but he couldn't see David, and there was no way he was going to lift. Oh, come on, raise the roof for all the guys in the rat rod down there.
That's Freddie's team, come on.
Well, Fred's been on the losing end of an awful lot of close races before as well. It's about time he had one back out the luck bank as well.
Well, going to be taking on the winner of this pairing then for the UK. It is Bobby Wallace, Andy Robinson.
So, 2 UK cars, both of them capable of running in the 580s. Only one of them has this weekend, and it's not the one that's been there before. Bobby Wallace from just down the road in Bedford with the Camaro in the Kestrel Lane against one of the fathers of UK Pro Modified, Andy Robinson. Hope he doesn't mind me calling him that. Then again, he can't hear me.
That is a huge compliment, actually.
Well, it is. He's one of the fathers of UK Pro Mod. He was there in the early days, in the late 80s. When he was 10, I think. At least that's what he told me.
Well, let's see. Bobby qualified with the 591. He was in the number 3 spot, and as Darryl said, the only one of the 2 in the 5.8 this weekend. 589, 245 in eliminations round number 1. Andy Robinson has run this car into the 5s.
He went 6-1, I think, in round 1. Not what they were looking. Oh, 6-0 maybe. Not what they were looking for, but a round win against Andre Arnover, nonetheless. So we will have 2 UK versus Sweden semi-finals then. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's almost like Pro Comp, isn't it? But a modern version.
Yeah. Well, pick your black, red, and white Camaro. Is it the 69 version in the Auto Glim Lane? Or the more bang up-to-date style in the Kestrel Lane.
It's been a long while since Andy Robinson's had a long Sunday afternoon at Santa Pod. At an FIA event anyway. Let's see what he can do here. Good luck to both of them. Hope it's a great race between the 2 UK cars. Here we go. Andy Robinson gets left for dead on the start line by Bobby Wallace. That will be the end of that. 591 beats of 597. Bobby's car was wandering about around his lane towards the finish line, but another great side-by-side 5-second race. Is Bobby against Fred?
Yep.
Oh, no. I want them both to win.
Well, look at that. Bobby had a 10th off the line advantage there. Bobby was quicker 60 foot, 0.98 to 1 flat. 389 to the 8th for Bob, 395 for Andy. And then 591. That's a 202 second half there for Bobby.
That's very, very good.
That's a 202 package actually for Andy.
So, but yeah, it was clear to see the 10th of a second advantage off the start line. So Andy could have run a high 5.8 and he still wouldn't have got it done. Bobby's car, he did a good job of hanging on to that. That was moving around a bit in the back end. So Pro Mod Semi. Oh, I can't wait for that.
Unbelievably, in Super Street Bike, if you take qualifying and eliminations, we've got 7 of the bikes in the 6s this weekend. Staggering.
That's the Wallace family in the golf cart. Come on, give them a round of applause. They're going to the semis at the FIA European Finals. How cool is that? Al Morrison Jr., Daniel Lentz. So I think Daniel Lentz is the champ. He's in the Auto Glim Lane. Oh, big hole shot, and going to be a big win for Al Morrison Jr. What a scalp to take. And he goes 693, 213 miles an hour. Wow, he was ready for that, wasn't he?
Oh, boy.
Issues for Daniel Lentz, and he absolutely pounced. I think that's one of, if not his quickest run ever.
Yeah, 0-3 off the line as well. Oh, he wanted that one. He really wanted that, and he grabbed it with both hands and ran with that.
Well, commiserations to Daniel Lentz on the round loss. You can console yourself for the European Championship win.
All right, Morgan's learned to Gary Bow. Gary went 7.03 in eliminations round 1. Morgan's went 6.97. But Gary went 6.87 in quali against Morgan's 6.94. Side-by-side 6s potentially coming up here. hush before they go in a little bit of staging duel. But there goes Gary. Mogans goes in.
Both the way pretty much together. 300s off the line for Gary Bow, but it's going to be for nothing. Mogans Lund goes to the semis with a 6.94. 207 miles an hour. Problems for Gary Bow. He did have a few in the bank off the start line, but didn't make it past the tree in that lead.
I don't know if lane choice makes a difference, but Alan Morrison's 6.93, going to be racing Mogan's 6.94. 100th between them in the semis.
It's going to be a hell of a
going
race.
in there.
So the winner of this one then gets a bye. Is that the way it's going to shake out?
Well, Venn is on the bye now.
Okay.
And I think it is Venn coming up to the line. Venn went 6.84 at 2.05 in his first round against Rodolfo Maduro. And of course he gets the bye run here. And then to come it will be Mark Hope and Jake Michelle.
It looks like the fire's actually going at 7.80. Venn, 138 miles an hour. That was a very, very, very
unusual for Venn.
Yeah, well, he's pulled over to where the fire marshals are, so hopefully that can be sorted out pretty quickly. We're going to be down for a little while, obviously, folks, because there's no doubt we're going to have a bit of a clean-up in the Auto Glim lane. We'll try and get word on Steve as soon as we can. He's actually stopped the bike over there by the fire crew, so that's all good, but definitely not what you want to be seeing. My goodness me, that was harsh. Okay, folks, back to Nitro FM for a few moments, and we'll be on with the last run in Super Street before we get to all the sportsman racing.
Green light drag racing is what we like to see, but oh no, Mackenzie has got a problem.
The car died just off the line. He had a reaction time advantage. I was just going to say, as long as Freddie Taylor doesn't break out, and he didn't, he moves on. Well, that's a bit of an really unfortunate first round for Mackenzie Love.
He was so keen for this weekend as well. I bumped into him and the team, and now another critical one. Luke did not have a good time in qualifying. He only ended up in the number 25 spot, so he didn't pick up many points there. And Max is a junior stock. Luke is a JMA, so Luke has got to be patient by over 4 seconds. There goes Max. Now Luke sets off in pursuit.
He's going to get there. It seems like forever away, but he's going to do it. But will it be in time? The answer is
no.
No. That will actually go down as a whole shot win by Max Taylor. Closer to his darling was Luke Fulton, but he was slower off the line, really. Was our number 19 qualifier taking on Chevy Checkit down there. Dad Mick guided her into stage. Very good morning, Emma. Is Letty with you this morning? Oh, she's up there. Oh, okay, sorry. Hi, Letty. Come on in. Let's see what Big Sis can do.
Oh, Chev goes red. Oh, curses.
That was a really close one as well. It was 0.13. Don't let her look at the timing ticket, because Damien Redshaw was 0.3, which is dead late in junior dragster terms, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But oh, big shame. And she broke out as well, just to make it, bad on both ends, I think. Jacqueline actually double stepped there. That was really lucky. She didn't red light.
Well, Jacqueline looks like she's gone past, but And she takes that on a 798 on a 795 dial. Very nice job indeed, actually, Jacqueline.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, reaction time advantage was to Tom Peters.
Take a round win here. He's going to leapfrog Mackenzie Love in the points. Harley
was third, yeah? Was that right,
Harley
yeah?
is fourth. Mackenzie is 3. Obviously, I haven't taken qualifying points into consideration.
Do you know what? I just realised how much deep trouble I'm in at the national finals because it's me on my own doing this.
I'll be around, mate. Don't worry. Simon's here as well.
Yeah,
Simon is the points guru.
Yeah, but goodness, I can't even see, let alone anything else. Well, Daniel Todd is off and running.
Harley gets the green as well.
Well, it's a big if Harley wins. If the win light comes on, which it doesn't.
Oh, my word.
Terrific job by Daniel Todd. Bang on the money at the top end. He had a whole shot off the start line as well. Dad looks delighted. Well,
Harley broke out as well and got there second.
Yeah, probably to into the lanes, please. We'll be running you shortly too.
Jack Taylor and Lola Bell Kent, your next pair. 9.20 plays at 12.02, so it will be Lola Bell leaving first in the Autoclim lane. There she goes, but she goes red. Too soon, unfortunately, so Jack Taylor takes the win on that one.
So it's all over to Dad Kevin now to try and win something today in the Feel Funny car.
Well, let's have a look at the numbers. Yeah, Jack Taylor comfortably through, no problem at all there. Right, next up it is Lara Bartlett.
That's Dad telling him to get on with it as well. Richard Wilcox does indeed roll it in. There we go. Well, I don't think that was a secret that Lara almost left first. Lara's out in front. Lara doesn't break out. Lara takes the win. That is a whole shot win. Richard was closer to his dial-in, but 0.19 for Lara, 0.5 for Richard.
Okay,
all of those guys that I've just mentioned are Ellie Mae Brown's biggest fans.
Yeah.
And Ellie was our number 4 qualifier over there in the Kestrel lane. But qualifying means nothing on race day, as that proves.
Correct, yeah.
Well, it looks like Daniel's out in front. Daniel takes the stripe, moving on. Good effort from Ellie, but a couple of tenths off.
Yeah, well done, Daniel. Doing himself a huge favour there. So he's now going to start closing in on Luke Fulton. But more importantly, he's going to be Finley Fag and Ellie Fag. This is one of the bizarre twists of qualifying. The two siblings be racing each other.
Dad has to do the sprint between the two. Go on quickly.
He's going to in the middle, son. Go on.
Oh, well. Finley's deep staged on his brother. Gone all the way in and a bit more. That was a very thoughtful reaction time for Ellie, and I don't think I'm saying anything nobody else saw. Finley's way out in front and gets there first. Oh my goodness me, look at that for Ellie. Almost bang on the money, but 0.6 reaction time was the difference in that one. So hopefully Ellie now becomes Finn's biggest fan.
Yeah.
Blow young Ada a kiss. She was number 3 qualifier.
Did well. Ada will be leaving first. Grace will be doing the chasing. So will the Boost Monkey get round the Cherry Bomb?
Going to be close, actually.
It's very close.
Looks like Ada's in front, but Ada, oh my goodness me, look at those numbers. 9.29 on a 9.29 for Grace Smith takes the win. Ada was perfect as well.
Both perfect on their ETs.
9.95 on a 9.95 it was. Great.
Neve looking for 12.60. Kai 8.98. So Caitlin bringing Neve up to the line. I know Caitlin's not racing anymore, but it's really good to see her back at the track. Like everybody, it's our happy place. So Kai Cooper sets off in pursuit of Neve Deavy.
I don't think Caitlin can take it. Oh, Neve breaks out, unfortunately.
Double
so
breakout.
does Kai, actually.
Yeah.
But it's the lesser of the two. Kai had a bunch in the bag off the start line.
Yeah, and now the friendships are back.
Nearly ready to go. We've also got, all being well, we've got our parachute drop in about 10 minutes time as well. And then it's all going to be very quick, very fast, and very competitive for the rest of the day. Teddy Howe actually rolled into deep stage again then as well. There's been a bit of that this morning.
Well, Teddy looking for 12.77. Jake looking for 9.09.
It's Teddy Howe. Oh, bang on the mark. Look at how close they are to their dial-ins again. It was actually the Kestrel lane that got there first, but he broke out. So Teddy Howe moves on to round 2. Right on the money as well.
In the Kestrel beer lane. So number 2 qualifier was Ted Sullivan. Liam, number 16, doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just getting there first without putting a cherry on the tree and not breaking out. Green both sides.
Fairly even too. Who's going to run the closest to their number? Liam breaks out by the least. My goodness me.
Massive
breakout for Teddy Sullivan. That's got to hurt. I think the top end is dry actually as well.
Yeah.
All the vehicles have gone from down there. It's like the countdown, but the junior dragster version. They're all going to end up on exactly the same points in the last event, aren't they?
Just goes to show how important qualifying is as well. 8.4 darling for Harry. 8 flat for Jess. Green both sides. .842 for Harry Redshaw, not enough. 8.07 on an 8 flat, better reaction time. Jess Bishop takes that one.
I think that.
Oh, Dave Fulton knocks himself out. Oh, triple 09 red. Laura Bainton. Goes 10.44, that was good.
I was just going to say, Dave, don't run 9.85, for goodness sake.
They're both blue Transit Customs. Can you please move those 2 vans, please? Thank you.
Just remember downstairs real quick. We're not doing the parachute jump. We've got something else up our sleeves. We're going to do the 2-minute silence on the national anthem, just as like
So Gary Carr, 9.15. He's going to be the patient one. As 9.89, AC Bell will be leaving first.
Well, you don't need to see what the reaction time was to know that was good from AC Bell. He was dead on time, and he's got a bit to play with too. And he takes the win. Look at
Field. 9:26 plays 9:04. 0.22 of a second difference between these two on the tree.
Yeah, Alfie Ratton back on Thursday morning. Seems like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it?
It does.
Won the Perfect Light Award with an absolutely perfect light. Well, the car just seemed to bog off the start line. He just running better now, but unless Al Schofield breaks out, which he doesn't, Al Schofield takes the win.
Hundredths of a second difference on the tree. Kieran Turner will be setting off in pursuit, but he'll be right there with him.
Once again, you don't need to see the reaction time to know that Mark Huxley was bang on time. And he doesn't break out. That is an enormous whole shot win, actually. He took the strike by 0.6. He was
5 in the points. He's only 40 points behind Dave Fulton, but then Dave did score a whole host of qualifying points, but he's eliminated himself, so Lee could start clawing back and try and catch up Dave Fulton once again. Well, we have a green light drag race.
Only just.
10.16 with a double 08 line.
With Annie, back racing in the UK after racing in France and Germany. In the Kestrel Lane, 9:04 for the Outlaw Anglia. I think he's got 3 weekends on the trot here, isn't he?
Yep.
Actually, so's Dave Sherritt, I would have thought.
Well, Dave's parked his trailer and basically you could take the wheels off it, actually, just leave it as stationary, because his pit spot won't change over the 3 weeks.
This is going to be a good one. There's not much in it on the tree or at the finish line. Ronnie Mercer, 908 on a 904, beats a 91 on an 85 with electric cars in the other lane. Simon Goff, 8.5. What else can I say? I mean, the man's an unstoppable force.
Well, Simon is 3 in the points chase coming into this event, so important for sight.
Well, the tester is out in front. He's going to hear a V8 running him down, and he's going to hear a V8 taking the win. Bang on the money for Simon Goff. He had 0.13 off the line. Fly across the start line. It's not lovely. You see any birds anywhere near a drag strip for obvious reasons.
Well, we get rabbits, though.
We do. That's so the fire crew have got something to do at the top end, chase them. Just kidding. The fire crew obviously have plenty to do already. I bet the Huxleys are really glad they've got the Mustang back. Can Lee take the win? Lee does take the win. Bob way off on ET.
Yeah.
Really good on reaction time. He was 0.6 to Lee.
Scored a huge amount of points in quali. All to be decided at the national finals, but you want to go in with a lead instead of trying to chase. Andre Nala with the Beetle then. He dials 10.07. Brett 9.57, half a second difference on the tree.
Andre's been deadly consistent in qualifying.
Yeah.
Almost always in the 10-1s. Very well sorted little Beetle.
Both went red, but Andre went red first. So it's Brett that goes through.
Brett got away with that one because he went red as well, like you said. Andre Nala's last run of the weekend is his slowest, actually, 10.20.24.
Still got this vehicle that needs moving from behind the barn. It's a Ford FN58 JTG. Can you please go move that? Thank you. Whoa! Huge wheels down there for Tom Watkins. I think he might be investing in wheelie bars finally after that one.
Well, Mason Griffiths is way out in front.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness me. Well, look at it another way. He was a thousandth of a second. Okay, Stu Doiney. 00 racing in the Kestrel lane, like the name. 11.86 taking on Tig. Who goes red? Stu Doiney moves into round 2. Goes 11.88, 11.86. It's not like Pro ET isn't a bit of a sharp call anyway. 10.12. Daniel was oh so close to qualifying. This is what we're talking about the brake wall. 32 cars qualified, but one couldn't make it for round 1. Let's see if Daniel can make the most of it. He certainly made the most of it off the start line. He may be taking John Bean out, and he does. John Bean's much closer to his dial-in, but wow, there are 2 alternates down here as well. Warren Watts and the Chevelle down there, Wayne Hiscock, going back to the pits. That's just in case anyone couldn't take the green when they came down here. So Tom Kay's way out in front. Can Amy catch him? The answer is no.
Wow.
Amy goes too quick to try and catch him. She still didn't get over the line. Ashley Bell, 8.85. It's virtually a heads-up race, but by 200th of a second. However, I don't need to tell you who left first, and it should have, well, yeah, anyway.
Yes.
Yes. Colin, he was lucky boy there. 3,000 breakout, but it was 05 to... Mick will be here in a week's time, all being well for the Hot Rod Drags. We do this a lot of weekends a year, don't we? Which is a good thing.
Not enough weekends of the year.
Sorry, not enough weekends of the year. Yeah, we have to stop when it gets cold, which is a bit naff, but there we go. Well, Mick Taylor way over towards the wall. That may be all Callum needs to take the win. And he doesn't break out. Look at that. Going to work, folks, and you can say you've seen a Cortina Estate run 8 seconds at 160 miles an hour, if you like. There's plenty more where that came from as well. There's a lot more bonkers stuff coming your way.
The other thing you might not have noticed is there's a little bit of new era sprung up on the Cortina.
Oh, and the flaps on the side as well.
Yeah.
That's a good look. Mark Coulsell, though, is a tough customer. All the Wild Bunch are going to be cheering him on. I think he's in front. Oh, my goodness me. Look at that for Tom. Win margin 0-2. Door cars being in the left-hand lane then, because they've got a clearer view of the other side.
I would guess so, but then
Goodness me. Yeah. Well, Brian Pateman with the Firebird is long gone. Can Mark run him down? The answer's not quite. Oh my goodness me. Let's do some numbers on this one. Brian Pateman, double O. Team, you don't spend all that time and effort, money, all the rest of it, to not be making round 1. They've only got 2 weeks to get it back together for the national finals. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. I hope it is. So, by run for Lee Derby.
Well, that left hard.
The nitrous makes a little bit of difference to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Livens it up somewhat. 8.66 with the shootout. Now, though. Well, they're fairly even on the tree. All the Outlaw Anglers are going to be cheering for Colin if he doesn't break out. And he doesn't. Colin Miller takes the win. Harrison had issues around about half track, so couldn't make up. Little girls, well, 4 if you include Kelly. Very good morning to Evie, Kyra and Elodie. I hope you're looking after Mum. You better be looking after Mum, because I'll be home later. Anyway, I hope you're having a lovely time at home, and I'll see you soon. Joe Kellett stages up for a bye run.
And I would guess he'll probably take a full pass.
Goes 0-3 on the tree. All practice is good practice. Oh, my goodness me. Well, I'm not sure Thomas Haas would have done much about National Championship.
Best average reaction
to
qualifying.
win. Yeah, he needs to win this one. 8.56 for the door car in the Autoglim lane. Pete Walters, 7.64 for the dragster. Two of the absolute best in European bracket racing staging up here in round one. This
Staging
is
duel.
huge.
Staging duel.
Yeah.
Billy goes in.
Yeah. Here comes Pete, bumping it in. There we go. Well, Billy's way out in front of Ginny Speck. Can Pete run him down? The answer is no. It's Billy Gain on a little baby hole shot. Actually not. See, Ron does it again. Look at that reaction time and don't draw breath. He's way out in front. He's backing off. He runs an 8.45. 007 reaction time for Ron Bartlett.
Well, I wasn't that early yesterday.
There's kind of a cut-off time. It's quite funny because Daniel Giles on the start line taking a bye run because he was #1 qualifier. Yeah, I used to, like anyone that used to come, I used to say, look, get here at 8 o'clock. And I used to just drive in and come back to me and say, why am I here so early? Because there's no one here. I said, well, give it half an hour and you would have been there for like another 2 or 3, basically.
.006 reaction time. We can read that out as he's on a solo. Breaks out 7.32 on a 7.35, but
they've actually got an inch narrower on the tyre.
Okay. What? Deary me. Scott's going to get there first and backs off and takes the win with an enormous hole shot. Pete Brown almost really close indeed.
8.89. So it will be the Black Pearl Camaro going first, and then Dave Russell will be chasing them down.
I think this is the first time Andy Teffer's actually staged up in this car to race anybody.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Russell's long gone. He probably will back off at the top end, which he does very nicely indeed. Rolls over to take the win.
Tree. Because your right hand, if you're to the left in the right hand lane, your right tyre in the groove, your left tyre out, it'll turn left.
Yeah.
So you don't want
we don't want
any
squished trees, do we? Yeah. We've had those before. So the door car's going to go first by just about a second. That's a red light. I don't think we've had any red lights, have we, so far, apart from that one from Alan, who didn't do well. He also goes too quick. Nicely done for Mark Bailey, 06 on the tree. And he runs
electronically.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. It's more accurate. Jack.
Two very polite reaction times for both of them. Neither of them are going to frame those timing tickets. A 0.40 for Mick Howling. A point
comp eliminator, points leader, and #1 qualifier Dan Williams, with the Chevelle going to be lifting those front wheels high in the sky as he heads off down and books his place into round number 2. Well, I know he'll take a full pass actually, doesn't need to. Yeah, he can lift it at the top end, you can hear it there. 1060 at 95 mile an hour. Well done, Dan.
5 Chevy, that was very cool in the dark.
Wow. This is all Kev Jenkins, I think. I don't think Rennie's got enough in the tank to catch. 7:29 for Kev Jenkins.
Look at the speed.
So we are back, and obviously quite a moment at the top end there for Steve Venables. And when we get some more news from the top end, we will let you know.
Well, we think we saw Steve get off the bike. I'm sure he's being checked out by the meds, but we'll have something a little more affirmative soon, hopefully. So, last pair, Mark Hope, Jake Michelle. We've got first round Supergas coming up as well. Round 2 Pro ET.
Yeah, Super Pro in the lanes as well.
Probably not all that far away from some of our FIA and FIM semis as well, actually.
Yes.
Well, we know who's in the Pro Mod semis. Obviously, same with methanol as well.
right. The the debris mat just goes through the gate at exit 1. So here we go then, Super Street Bike. Final pair in eliminations round number 2. Steve Venables. Sorry, Mark Hope and Jake Michelle.
Who's waiting for the winner of this one?
Ben.
Colin? Ben. Oh, okay. Or maybe not.
Well, Mark Hope went 7.23. Jake went 6.85 in quali. Jake went 6.97, but Mark Hope stepped up in round 1, went 7.12. Front wheel coming up again for Mark Hope, but he's sticking with it.
Looks like Jake's just nudging it. 7.13 at 2.09. Well, both fall off of pace a little bit from earlier on. 7.37 lose out at 1.98 for Mark. They both went 0.11 on the tree.
I think Jake was actually looking over his shoulder because he just wanted to take the win. He didn't want to go and go too fast. Yeah, he's just giving himself a bit more leeway on turnaround time. I would imagine, looking at what he was doing.
So the semis would be Ven,
Al Morrison Jr. against Mogenslund, and then it will of course be Ven and Jake.
Okay. So we have jet cars underneath the tower. We've also got round 2 Super Pro. I'm looking out at the back of the tower. We've got round 1 Super Gas. We've got a lot of stuff still to get through today. Well, basically all of our sportsman stuff. There's some classes that haven't even started any eliminations yet. Right, we're going to try and put that right very, very shortly. We've got semi-finals of FIA Methanol to go. Semi-finals of FIA Pro Mod 2. Junior Dragster into the lanes, please. Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. We were just talking, Colin, as well. That round 2 Pro Mod was one of the best I've seen in a long while. That was some
goodness me.
Excellent racing, some brilliant runs, and some real turn-ups as well, which is always good to see. And Freddie is in the semis.
Well, we've got 2 Sweden versus UK semi-finals. We can have an all-Swedish final, we can have an all-UK final, obviously, or we can have one of each.
Thing is, it's the one with Bobby and Fred. That's a rough one to choose, that one. Yeah. It really is, you know. Do you go with kind of Queen and Country, or do you go with the greatest entertainer in the drag racing world? Who do you do? Anyway. I think I said it earlier, we're going to petition Mickey Gilchrist not to run his car anymore and just tune Fred.
So, Martin Hill in position below us with the jet car.
I think, yeah, he is. Roger's there too. It's a match race. Side-by-side jets coming up.
Yeah, a little bit unfair though, because Roger's in 5-stall, but Martin's got 5-force 5.
Oh. Maybe he'll give him a head. Maybe give Roger a bit of a head start. You never know.
Yeah.
Actually, it's the first time we've seen the jets today, so all those newbies up on VIP. Yeah, I can see 1 or 2 of them. Give them a bit of a shot. all you folks watching at home on the live stream need to be very thankful for our two, well, cameraman and camera lady down there on the start line, risking life, limb and hairdo to get the great shots that you're all seeing live on the internet.
Stage, just starting to roll forward a little bit, the lights will run and off making. And that's Martin Hill to 1,000 feet in 4.65 at 243, and Roger gets there 5:25 at 237.
Okay, they are both down at the bottom of the top end, clearing out the way. We're on with Super Gas shortly, and we've got lots and lots of stuff to get through.
It amazes me that Martin Hill takes the second exit, doesn't go all the way down to the end, and they've both cleared the track straight away. There we go, boom, done.
But yeah, hands together for both teams. That's Helen in the pickup and Richie and the gang in the transit. The start line. We've got round 2 of Super Pro ET sitting around there too.
Always lots of stuff sat around there, but it is going to be Super Gas round number 1 that'll be coming around the corner.
Oh goodness me. The first, well actually Sportsman cars were the first down the racetrack. That was
a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. That was the Junior Dragsters, weren't they? There with, I see what, that's got to be the longest break between round 1 and round 2 ever, isn't it?
A long time.
Long time. It's 5 o'clock, isn't it? Or
Yeah.
5 o'clock.
Andy Dibley will have a bye. Colin Morris will be taking on Tim Moore. Pete Creswell taking on Jasmine Tunstall. Ronald House against John Turner. The two Daves, Cherritt and Fulton. Stephen Rafflecraft taking on Bob Molden. Mark White should be taking on Simon Fulton, but we do know that Simon's broken.
He's standing over there watching, and Shulky
Andy
there.
Harrison is going to be on his own as well. So, racing in memory this weekend for John Morton, who very sadly departed us on Thursday. Dan Page is down there helping one of Morton's best mates, Mark White. So it would have been alongside Simon Fulton, but say Simon Fulton was broken, unfortunately. Chalky taking it through. Goes 9.94. Very good pass indeed there for Mark White.
So it should be John Morton in the Kestra.
Yeah,
run.
Dan's down there.
Yeah, Dan Cutt's a kind of lonely figure out there on the start line. Andy Harrison will take a very, the most unfortunate bye I think we've ever had.
Most definitely. And he goes 993, 142.
Could we have Top Methanol into the pairing lanes, please, for your semi-finals? Top Methanol into the lanes, please, for the semis.
Right, we should have had John Turner with a Greenfish Barracuda, but unfortunately he's not.
Johnny was getting... I didn't have a chance to talk to him. I'm really sorry, John.
Yeah.
John was getting slower and slower kind of all weekend. Really a good half a second off his normal elapsed times.
Well, that's the House Brothers handyman going through. Ronald House.
Well, you didn't get an ET, strangely.
That's bizarre.
You did take the green.
Yeah. Odd.
Okay, so driving one of John Morton's former cars.
That's all right. Well, I don't know.
No, that was
Yeah,
before.
it
That was
was,
Andy
yeah.
Harrison, yeah. Anyway, he took the green. Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat was the #1 qualifier.
Oh, 06 off the line. .986 breakout, 145, doesn't matter, he is through. Right, a race then between Colin Morris and Tim Moore. The winner of this will be taking on Dibs in round 2.
So Stuart bringing his brother into stage. Tina says to Tim, up to you now. Well, you can see the whole shot advantage for Colin Morris. All he really has to do is not break out, which he doesn't. Good stuff, both ends of the track. 0-2 on the tree, a 996 on a 9.90.
Right, the two Daves, Dave Fulton and Dave Cherrett. The White Nova taking on the Model A van.
Well, Dave Fulton moved first. Dave Fulton takes the win on a whole shot. 996 takes out a 993. 05 on the tree to a .12 with a win margin of 0.3. Well done to Dave Fulton.
All right, Peter Creswell should have been alongside Jazz, but Jasmine Tunstall not making the call. So it will be Pete. On a solo, going to be facing Ronald House in the next round. .04 light. And a 986, 152. Good speed at the stripe there for a super gas car, but got there a little bit too quick. Doesn't matter though, he's safety through.
Well, another one missing, Stefan Ratheltraff with the supercharged Nova from the Netherlands, not in the other lane. From Bob Molden.
So your matchups for round number 2. Andy Dibley taking on Colin Morris. Pete Cresswell will be facing Ronald House. Dave Fulton will be racing this man here, Bob Molden. And then it'll be Mark White taking on Andy Harrison. 990 with a 6.
And he did it with no one in the other lane, which is it's still good though. Well done. Okay, we've gone with Super Pro round number 2. Welcome back to town, Mr. Chris Parker.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. So, pair of dragsters coming round. Daniel Giles taking on Mick Howling. Collins checking on points.
Yeah, again.
And
Mind you,
ladders.
they're so out of date now because of qualifying.
What's the betting? Daniel burns out first.
Sorry, what's the bet?
Yeah.
Daniel burns out first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Strange thing. Still works.
So exactly a second between them. You look towards the scoreboards at the finish line. Those are their predicted times. The tree will be staggered in favour of the dragster, just doing its burnout right now underneath us, or just about to anyway. Daniel backing up very, very slowly indeed.
That's very much their procedure. They like to slowly put heat into the engine so make us waiting, because everybody knows that that's their procedure, so
they just take that little bit longer
just
out
give
there.
them that bit of time.
Mind you, they do stop literally inches behind the blue line, so they don't take a lot of time to come back forward again. But if they want the engine at the right temperature, then that's what they do.
Well, Marshall's taking a very close look at something on Mick Howling's car. Unfortunately with Mick Howling, something's dripping underneath the car. It's going to be a buy run for Daniel.
Oh, 735 with an 8 and an 06 light.
Yeah, there is a little bit of stuff down there on the start line. So the van with no name. Nothing resonates quite like the blown engine in the van, does it?
No, it's another one of those that it's quite difficult to hear yourself when he's running next to you.
FA Top Fuel final into the lanes, please. Could we have the final Top Fuel down, please?
I often wonder with the van how much visibility Dev's actually got, because those back panels are significantly large, and he's sat quite well back.
Probably further back than the pillar. Yeah, you must be. Yeah, gotta be. One thing I always found weird about sitting in drag racing door cars is that your feet are actually under the windscreen. In fact, you're used to sitting much more upright with your feet down driving a regular car. In these, they sit so far back with their legs out pretty much straight. So very even on dialing. 886 for Callum Swinchat with the altered 873 for Dave Russell. Callum through to round 3 with a very nice 982 and a whole shot on the start line. 0.11 in the bag off the line always helps. So, wow, who'd you choose? Brian Pateman or Brian's got the nitrous on. That's why he's running 832. Taking on Colin Miller, who dials 824, so there's not much in it on dial-ins between these two.
That'll be a tactical thing.
Yeah.
I think Brian's done that very much knowing what Colin's going to run.
Well, the thing is that, he doesn't want the closing speed to be too fast. Is that basically what it is, yeah?
If you could put the nitrous on and then change the closing speed so it's less, so you can get a better judgment of what's going on.
Makes perfect sense.
He's probably got better visibility than Colin's got. There's probably some advantage there.
Well, Colin strangely running without nitrous. That's really close. That's Brian Pateman. Colin Miller was over the stripe first, but there was no way he was going to win that.
Well, he could have.
10th of a second in the bag, actually.
If Colin had gone to 24, he'd have won it by
actually,
01.
I beg your pardon. He was over the stripe first by 05, but Brian did him on the tree. Sort of made most of the difference. So how big is this one, Colin? I'm saying that because unusually the Atkinsons aren't in the chase because they've been out for most of the season.
Well, Joe Callett has gone one round further than Pete Walters, so he's actually gone ahead of Pete. And Billy Gain, obviously, by putting Pete on the trailer, he's gone around further as well. Qualifying Joe 12. So, yeah, I think Joe is now in the points lead, depending how rounds go.
Yeah.
Quite simply.
Yeah, it's all going to... Well, they just want to have a long day today.
Yeah.
Well, it's a long day already today, but longer, I suppose. So the Cortina is going to go first, 8:43. And Joe with the dragster, 7.59.
Daniel Giles awaits the winner of this one.
Just edging a bit to the right there.
I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference, to be honest with you. We've had people staging off all over the place all weekend, and it's not made a difference so far. Mr. Marshall, the Marshal, is just doing a bit of checking on Joe's car. All good to go. Tom Atkinson into stage. Nearly a second before the dragster follows him. Visibly good reaction time for both. Going to be Tom. 0-1 for Tom Atkinson on the tree. So he's now Billy Gaines' new best friend.
Yeah.
Taking out Joe Kelly. Joe was 06 on the tree, and he was 700th off on his dial-in.
I spoke to Billy while we were down there, and he's definitely very serious about the hunt for the championship.
Who's this, sorry?
Billy.
Billy. Oh,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Well, both of these two, I'm not sure how far away is Scott Hauser, because it's unusual.
He's fifth in the points, 1960. He is 600 points behind Billy.
That can change in a weekend, though, can't it? Yeah, absolutely. So is that Scott Hauser we're talking about down there in the Kestrel Lane? Dial 735 against Ron Bartlett with an 8.26.
Ron is only 60 points behind Scott, but then another 70 behind, so 130 points as they stand at the moment between these two after qualifying. 100 points for round win and 10 points per extra qualified spot higher. You go up.
Yeah, a little bit wonky for Ron, but he can soon cure that with a bit of right hand down. It's from our vantage point up here, we can see better than probably they can on the track.
Yeah.
Exactly which way everybody's pointed. Scott goes red. Well, Ron's done himself a lot of favours today. Also runs 8.29. Scott goes 7.38, but it was with a red light, which was a 0.2.
When not that many weeks ago, Ron thought he wouldn't be here due to his transmission woes.
Okay.
That's
how did he get it fixed? I mean,
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to really talk to him about how we got fixed, but I know it wasn't in a good state.
So how far away is Ron? Ron was number 6, I think you said, wasn't he, Colin? So he's
he
way
stays
behind.
6, but he's only 30 points behind Scott now, as he was 130 before. Scott's not going to go any further ahead. Mark Bailey, he's 4th in the points.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he's doing all right. But with Pete out, well, it's all going to sort itself out eventually. But Mark Bailey doing himself huge favours here. Because obviously he's got a bye. That's 2 round wins for him.
Times like this, I'm glad someone else does the sums for me.
Yeah.
Got to run it all the way through too. A 901 sounded like it was missing a little bit. But still a round win all the same. So Billy Gaines taking on
Mark Turner.
go. Two door cars going at it. What we were saying about dragsters and door cars, Chris, makes it even more amazing when someone like Billy constantly goes rounds, doesn't he?
Yeah, always. I mean, he's one of those people to be. I mean, Billy and I had a nice rivalry while we were racing, and we were always rooting for each other, but we also knew that each other were serious competition all the time. And Billy just does always go around. Talking to him earlier, he's very interested in the new 760 heads-up class.
Okay.
But the car's working so well as a bracket car at the moment. The bracket tune is so good, they don't want to touch it. So they know the car will go quicker and would be good in the 760 class, but for what it's doing at the moment, racing in Super Pro, it works so well.
That's Billy Gain in the Autotech Lim Lane. 8:57, plays an 8:48 for Mark Turner, who was pretty much bang on that number in round one.
Now, there's something about Mark Turner's car you might not have noticed. Where the M&M racing sticker is on the rear wing, on the spill plate, the racing after M&M is exactly the same as the lettering that said racing when it said FIA racing on the side.
Oh, right.
I only know because I copied it. Mark
It's a similar paint job as well, isn't it?
Well, it is. That was the whole point.
Billy's out in front. Billy takes the win quite easily in the end. 0.3 on the tree to a 0.22. Billy was over the stripe, 0.2 in front, and he had room to spare. I love that. Harriet's tummy gets a rub when Billy wins. Did you see that? All the crew were lining up to rub the tummy. For good luck, anyway. So, sorry, Corin Morrison, Tuppy. She won't come down again. Right. So, Colin Morris Dales 8.82 over there with the family Camaro. He's already through in Super Gas. Up against Lee Darby, who's got the nitrous back on the pickup truck.
Yeah. Dials 8:45.
Is this the last pair? Because I can't see
Yep, it is.
Yeah,
It is.
That was quick.
Matchups, Ron Barnett will be taking on Callum Swinchat. Mark Bailey will take on Brian Pateman. Daniel Giles taking on Tom Atkinson. That'll be Billy Gain taking on the winner of this last pair.
Well, Lee Darby is already caught Colin Morris.
Yeah.
And he takes the win as well. 8.55 on a 45. That was that's a bit of a shock, that one. 8.99, bit of a way off from where they wanted to be for the Morris boys. Lee Darby was off the tree first as well. He was 0.3.
He did his job right.
Yeah, great light.
So,
I've got sorry.
No, I was just going to say, round 3, we're up to. We've got round 2 Pro ET to come. Chris, is always much appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Lee Bex, for lending him to us. Much appreciated.
Yeah, round 3, round 2 Pro ET, round 2 Junior Dragster. They are in the lanes, and we're calling some of the big stuff down again.
We have,
as
yeah.
well.
We called Top Methanol already. I'm sure all the Pro Mod guys are feverishly getting ready for their semi-final runs. We've got semi-finals with the bikes to go to. So yeah, it's gonna kind of speed up and get a move on. We've already called Top Fuel as well, didn't we?
Yes, yeah, they're in the lanes.
Thank you very much, Chris. So the Shark Tank that is Pro ET. Round 2 up next, 9.87 for AC Bell.
Yeah, but he's taking on the number 1 qualifier, Will Clark. He was absolutely bang on in quali. Dialed 9.80, went 9.8003 for a perfect ET. He dials 984 this time, 987 for AC. Just 0.03 of a second difference between these two on the tree.
Dave gives him the thumbs up.
Oh, Will goes red, throws it away.
Goes
it's
way too early,
AC
actually.
Bell that takes the win.
That's a big shock for Will Clark. He went way too early as well.
988 on an 87 and an 09 light. Nice. Overall deal there for AC.
Laura Baton with the family Capri. That's Dad Paul out front, directing traffic, taking on the wicked little Huxley Mobile. Can I call it that?
You
I just
call
did.
it what you like. Can Do 2 Reborn is the official name, though. The little Corolla dialing in 10.17. Be leaving second, but first away on the line will be Laura Bainton, 10.40. 0.23 of a second difference on the tree. FIA Pro Stock into the lanes, please. FIA Pro Stock into the lanes.
Well, it's a green light race. I think Mark Huxley's already caught Laura. And Mark Huxley does indeed take the win. That's a whole shot win, actually. He was 0.9 off his dial. Laura was 0.4. Win margin, Colin. 002.
Ooh, nicely judged. Look at the speed difference as well. Nothing.
Yeah, they both went over the finish line almost as one.
That's racing the stripe, isn't it? That really is.
Goodness me. Lee Morris, Brett Featherstone. Brett, the start of the weekend was the points leader. He might still be, depending on...
well, he's back, I think, into the points lead now.
Is there anyone around him still racing?
Simon Goff.
Ah.
The package.
I don't know why that was funny, but it was funny.
Lee Morris is 5 in the points. Amy Watkins is out. Dave Fulton is out. So Lee Morris... no, he's actually up to number 4 in the points already. Could be number 3. Yes. Lee Morris has moved up to number 3 in the points already. Oh.
I had to look at that again. Yeah. Who's got the better race car? That's all this is about now. The answer is Nova Scotia himself, Mr. Brett Featherstone. Breakout for Lee Morris. He had wiggle room, a lot of wiggle room. He could have backed off that a bit. They were both 0.6 on the tree. That's why I said it's all about the race cars, because there was nothing in it on the line.
Yeah. So Brett's dodged a few bullets this weekend, but he's still in, and he's starting to pull away again. The only person realistically can catch him is Simon Goff now. That's today. But don't forget national finals in 2 weeks. Lee Huxley and Mason Griffiths. Now Mason's going to start making headway, actually. I know he's quite a few points behind, but if Mason can keep going rounds, then he's really going to be in the mix in a couple of weeks. But he needs to go all the way to the final, basically. Very tough to do when you've got a Huxley in the other lane. And when the Huxley takes the win.
Both perfect on their elapsed times. That was all about reaction time. That was all Lee Huxley. 0.5 to a 0.12. We've seen that twice today, haven't we? Both cars in both lanes go bang on their dial-in.
Yeah, we saw that in the juniors, didn't we?
We did, yeah. So Mike Lacey metamorphoses Kestrel Lane against the package, who's chasing his good buddy, Brett Featherstone.
Well, Simon Goff is number 2 in the points as we stand at the moment. His teammate Brett is number 1. But on quality points, actually Simon in the lead. Great race.
This is going to be good at the finish line. Simon's pulling alongside.
It's not enough.
Oh, look at that. Mike Lacey, 9.19 on an 18. 0.4 to 0.5 on the tree. That's a pick and race pretty much. Mike Lacey was 0.2 at the stripe. Don't look embarrassed. That was good. That was really good. Well done, Karen. Well on the team. Simon Goff bows out with an 8.57 on a 54 and an 0.5 light. So, Brett Featherstone.
They are now, I think we're going to start calling Brett Featherstone Moses, because he's just parting everybody else out of the way. He's just going
Brett
forward.
Moses Featherstone. Yeah. Stu Doheny.
Oh, good.
With the Nova in the Kestrel Lane 11.91 taking on Daniel Fulton, who shouldn't by rights even be here. And I'm not being rude, he didn't even qualify. However, he got a round 1 win.
Well, you're coming up against one of the best sports races in the UK.
Who's there already?
Stu Doiney.
Oh. That was a good job, he brakes as well.
Yeah.
06 to a .22 on the tree. Stu braked just in time there. Really, really, really just in time.
Dismiss Stu Doiney at your peril.
Yeah, like I said, like Pro ET needed to be any tougher, and Stu Doiney turns up as well. Excellent. Ronnie Mercer and Al Schofield. Dragster against Dorcar. Outlaw Anglia, actually. So Alan Schofield goals 9.05. Both pretty close on Darling, actually. 9.11 from Ronnie Mercer. It's today's date, isn't it?
Yes, 9/11, very memorable date in history as well. Let's not forget.
Not for a good reason.
No.
It's Al Schofield. Ronnie Mercer goes too quick. He was over the stripe first, but an 07 on a .11 will not get it done. Well done to Al Schofield into round 3.
Right, last pair. And it is Marie Mills. She is in the Altered, in the Altered Lane, and it's Tom Kay in the Black Belt Racing dragster in the Kestrel Lane. 10.29 plays 10.50.
And right behind them, if you're not in a viewing area, now's a good time to get there. We've got the Top Fuel final coming. We've got Pro Stock final. We've got Top Methanol semi-finals too. So if you're out there in the pits or anywhere else, get yourself back to a viewing area right now. They're both kind of looking at each other at the moment, aren't they? They're cruising. Tom Kay takes the win. Nicely done.
Marie, bang on her number. 10.50 with the 3, but the reaction time didn't help. 10.31 for Tom.
Yeah, Tom had over a 10th in the bag off the start line. But congratulations to Tom Kay. What's the next matchups, Colin, before you move on?
Yep, AC will be taking on Stu Doiney. Lee Huxley against Tom Kay, you just saw go through there. Mike Lacey and Alan Schofield. Then it's Mark Huxley and Brett Featherstone.
Going to be fun. They'll be back round shortly, I should think. So we've got the final of FIA Top Fuel Dragster. We already know who the 2022 Top Fuel champion is. It's the guy down here in the Autog Limited in the Eagle Racing Top Fuel car from Finland. It is, of course, Mr. Antti Horto. And it's interesting talking to Antti this morning. And a lot of racers, I guess, are like this, where, like, Antti said he started racing in Top Fuel 2011. He got to the final at Alastaro, racing against Tommy Johnson. His first season, his first race in Finland, and he got to the final against American Superstar in Top Fuel. Yeah, that's not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all, no. But he's a very, very capable young lad, and obviously he's now a European champion as well. And because I said to him, you know, you've raced all those years. He said, yeah, some years we did 3 full years. The rest of the time we did sort of like part-time stuff. Yeah. And I said, normally what's the reason behind that? Is it work or anything like that? He said, oh, no, money. He said, if I had the money, I'd be doing this all the time. Simple as that. FIM Top Fuel Bike as well, please, into the pairing lanes for your semi-finals. FIM Top Fuel Bike, please, into the semi-finals. So the 1,000-foot blocks go out up there towards the finish line, the big orange blocks you can see up there. Thank you all for all you lovely lot for sitting through today. Hope you've enjoyed it. You've seen a world record on 2 wheels. And a lot more good stuff as well. So we've still got an awful lot of racing to do. However, we're going to try and squeeze as much of it in as quickly as we can. Also, if we run the Top Fuel cars a little bit later on, yes, it's cool because it's darker. However, it's not great for them because it's a little bit colder.
Yeah, that's true.
So they're just waiting for the signal to fire up. So Antti Horto for Eagle Racing, new European champ, taking on Suzanne Kalin, Slick Tricks Racing, winner in Hockenheim. Can she double up? The next noise you'll hear will be the starters, and then the burble, and then the cackle. There we go. Do you know what I always find most interesting about this is that You've got two top fuel cars down here for the final. I can't even see Runa anywhere. I'm sure he's paying attention somewhere, but there we go. Street Eliminator. Finally, they say. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have Street Eliminator down, please? So the final top fuel final of 2022. On a kind of perfect English late summer, early autumn day between two ex-junior drag racers. They are, both of them.
I know, it just seems bizarre.
Suzanne Callin with the Slick Tricks car. Now, the really ironic thing about Suzanne's season Jamie's telling her you need to be over there. Thank you very much. That's better. Ah. yeah. There you go. We're joined in the tower again by Pello.
Yeah, a little bit late, but...
Oh, it's fine. It's all good. So, Suzanne hasn't actually had a full run all season, would you believe? She did win in Hockenheim. Antti Auto has plenty of them.
Yeah.
That's why top fuel's tough. So, Sweden, Kestrel Lane, Finland, Autoglim Lane for the big trophy at the European Finals. Right, Suzanne! Oh, and a 388, 309 miles an hour. Suzanne's quickest and fastest run ever. Antti had huge tyre shake off the start line, but nailed it again, trying to run her down. Goes across the stripe at 4.14277. That was an unbelievably good ending to the season. What did I just say? Suzanne hadn't had a full run all season. There she goes. Bam, 388, 309.
Very determined, I think.
Very determined, very stubborn. I think you have to be that, don't you, to race in top fuel. Yeah. But the team's overjoyed with that one. Suzanne goes 2 for 2. She hadn't never won a top fuel event until Hockenheim 2 weeks ago, and she's won 2 in a row.
And not only that, both cars have cleared the top end already. Great job indeed. Fantastic.
Absolutely superb stuff. So a little bit of a sweep out there because we've got Pro Stock coming up after that. But 388 to 4.14. Antti was not giving up. He nailed it again after the tyre shake. Tried to run her down. Raise the roof, please, for both those teams going up there. Suzanne's team for Slick Tricks Racing. 2 in a row. Hockenheim and Santa Pod. Antti Auto's going to have to console himself with the European Championship.
It's bad luck at the end of the season right now. I mean, she could have continued for...
I was just going to say, you know who she's married to? She's going to say, can we have another event in a couple of weeks, please? Can we do that? Should we see if we can organise that?
My dear husband?
It might happen, I don't know. So, I mean... Pella, again, thank you for joining us. You've known Suzanne, like you said, since she was little, really. When she was running in Junior Dragster.
Junior Dragster, and then Competition Dragster, and then when we were here at 1 year, she was driving the two-seater, yeah, and won.
That's right, she did.
Yes.
So she's won at this event before, but not in a top fuel car.
No.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. So, Antti Auto did a really good job of pedaling the car that time round. I must admit, he's probably glad Runa wasn't watching. Why, don't we? We do all know his last run of the season, so I'm guessing he really did want to go out on a high. So, just very quickly, Pella, before you go, we've got a couple of minutes, a minute or so to chat. You kind of went straight into top fuel, didn't you? You didn't do methanol, you didn't do anything else.
No,
you did a competition car, but...
We had a competition car, which was no good. But it was a good learning curve.
Okay.
So we learned a lot. We built the car ourselves. Nothing worked. It was a crappy car. For sure.
Okay.
But well, we bought a brand new, a very good motor from Anders Lantz.
Okay.
And we were hoping for great results. We should at least run an 8-second run. And the last race of the season we ran 9:003.
That's very close.
That doesn't sound that crappy, to be honest with you. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, but well, I shouldn't tell everything.
Fair enough.
We learned a lot from it, so it was a good school to.
It's a good learning car, yeah?
Absolutely.
And then just quickly before you go, I know you've got to go, but how did you then end up in a top fuel car after that one?
That's another good story, because we rented our shop from Leanders, Hasselström.
Okay.
And we were supposed to build a Pro-Com car, because that was a class.
The next one up, if you like, from what you had.
Yeah, and it not doesn't cost that much, and there's plenty of cars. And he told me, why go for the second best? Nobody writes about the number 2. I mean, it should be the quickest class. So I said, well, it's the same chassis. A lot of the stuff we had worked for both classes. So
okay.
That's where we ended up. It's definitely his fault.
It was definitely his fault. So with that car as well, so did you build that chassis yourself then?
No, the Chelin brothers did.
Okay, so that was a new car that you had, yeah, a new car.
And we finally ran a 6-second run with that car and rolled it at Mantorp.
Oh, with a Chevy as well, I think, was it?
With a Chevy, yes. And then when we came back to the pits, the car was bent like a banana.
Oh.
Say, is Chelin brothers still here? And he said, I think they're over there. So we went up to him, can you build us a new car?
You didn't even. I like that. I just love that way of thinking. It's like, no, I'm not even going to go home and have a think about it. It's like, okay, how do we carry on spending money?
Yeah. So there was no discussion about it. So we said, oh. And then said we should have the Aeons in front, we should have this, we should have that. So we had knew exactly what we wanted. Can you make it? Yep. Okay.
So that was your beautiful candy apple red car that you had, wasn't it? That then became, I'll be completely honest with you now, I'm looking you straight in the eye, it became one of my favourite top fuel cars ever. The one car when I was a kid I wanted to grow up and drive, okay? The Clarion car, the black Clarion car that you had, which was that car, wasn't it? The one that it came into, yeah. And the first time I ever went to Mantorp Park was in 1985. I was 13 years old. And obviously you were there racing, and I think you did about 5 quarter-mile burnouts that weekend. I think the car, it was a little bit too much car for the racetrack. And you were there with Dennis Priddle as well racing. That was when Dennis was racing too. But yeah, it was just, to me at the time, that was the coolest thing on the planet. And ever since, even though I've driven a top fuel car now, ever since then, if there was a nostalgia top fuel cars that had short little rear engine cars like that, I'd love to drive one. I really would love to drive one.
It was good fun. And the funny story with that particular race, is that we had something called Wheels Cup. Wheels is a motor magazine.
Yeah.
And we had a Top Fuel Cup sponsored by Wheels. And I was in the lead, and we should just gather a few points more and we should win the cup. And then Mr. Priddle showed up. he was low qualifier. He won the event. He set new European record and won the whole shit.
So even though you like coming to England, maybe Englishmen aren't your favourite, I guess, after that. But yeah, no, it's great to hear from you. It's great to hear that. Anyway, we're moving on with Top Ethanol Pella. Fabulous to see you again. Thank you very much for joining us.
All right, can we please have Top Eliminator into Comp Eliminator into the lanes.
So it looks like Sandro on his buy run will be going for it, because still does a big burnout. Still going to be backing up. The other semi-final, actually, Pella, if you can stay, I know we've just said goodbye, but to your fellow countrymen in A-Fuel cars behind us, it's going to be Johnny Lag taking on Daniel Yebborn. So, basically, Sandro is in the final when he takes the green light. If Johnny Lag can beat Daniel, it's a race for the championship. It's that straightforward. So is he going to take it easy? May just run it through first gear just to make sure there's no shake or anything else as well. 250, 262 miles an hour. I think they were probably hoping for slightly more than that.
It looked quicker, bizarrely. 0.94 to 60 and 363, 210 at the 8th.
Well,
Wow.
I think... That's
Can
okay.
I just say before I leave? It's this year marks the 50 years since we were here for the first time. So we met so many fantastic people, both racers, made friends on the grandstands, and people say hi to me. I don't know who they are. So many friends. It's so nice to be here, and I think this is the first 50 years, the second 50 years, or the remaining years. We're going to come here every year.
I really hope so. So are the rest of your team here as well? Is it
No.
just you? Okay.
But they might come back.
They might come back anyway.
I'm the top crazy guy.
We'll make it an annual holiday. Also, just we got to say, down here lining up behind us now, the thing that always amazes me as well, we're just about set to go with the other side of the semi-final ladder. Very, very straightforward. If Daniel Jedborn beats Johnny Lag, it's Sandro who's the champion. If Johnny Lag wins this race, it's the final between those two for the championship.
All right.
Now, the thing is, I mean, you won the championship, like you said, you had a very good year. How nervous is that? How nervous a moment is this for Johnny Lag, do you think?
I would say until the engine starts, it's nervous, and then everything's calm. It's up to what the guys have done to the car, prepared it. Nothing can do. Nothing to be nervous about, actually.
So Johnny Lag rolls forward with the NGK A fuel car. The guys with the Force dragster. Well, Daniel with a very, very short burnout. The one thing that amazes me, Pella, as well, is that these are unsupercharged nitros cars.
Yeah.
And they're kind of like what we used to run top fuel cars like, aren't they? They're so quick, aren't they?
It's fantastic what the development has been, because the first nitro injected cars were no good. To be honest, I mean, they were, and Christer have probably used 8 years something to find the combination to work. But now it works like any other car, and in the States they're dominant.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, both of these cars are pretty much world class. Daniel, both of these cars would have qualified really well at Indy last weekend. So,
Christer over there is a master.
well, they're teammates. Daniel Jedborn, Kestrel Lane, Johnny Lag, Auto Glim Lane. Well, Johnny Lag with the cylinder out goes through at 571 at 254. Really not sure what happened to Daniel's car. It just didn't go. It's almost like the throttle stop or something was still on, but he doesn't run a throttle stop. That was just strange. Well, the other thing as well that I hope Daniel doesn't mind me saying this, but that was his last run in the car as well. He's stepping away from driving. Somebody else will drive the car at some point. That announcement will be made, I'm sure. But yeah, Daniel said this is his last event, so real unfortunate way to go out. I must admit, I thought that was Daniel's to lose, and he lost, unfortunately. Only 8:46, 1:17. He must have been swearing his head off sitting inside the car. Johnny Lag with dropped cylinders again, only 571, but it's a race in the final against Sandro. Give them a cheer, everybody. They got a final round again to prepare for. Christian Hansen down on the golf cart. Pella, pleasure.
Thank you so much, and see you all next year.
I hope so.
Well, as we get ready for the Pro Stock final, can I please have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas into the pairing lanes. Just a very quick update, actually, from Steve Venables, actually. There are pictures on the internet from Steve. Yeah, he had a proper barn burner going there. But Steve is absolutely fine. He's getting lots of messages saying, is he all right? Yes, he's fine. The leathers took the brunt of everything.
So did the bike.
And obviously the bike has...
melted.
Melted. The rear bodywork especially. But good to see that Venn is back in the pits. Good to see that he is A-OK.
Goodness me.
Very, very good news indeed. Yeah, I'm fine, he says, but the bike is a bit burnt. So good news and bad news from Venn, but the most important thing is we can fix the bike, but Venn is okay.
Yeah, you got it. Goodness me. Properly open roasted nuts after that one. Cool. So Michael Malmgren and Jimmy Orland, your pro stock final. Now, most unusually, it's Michael Malmgren that has had the performance advantage all weekend with the Pontiac in the Kestrel lane. That's it, it's a GXP, not a GTO.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jimmy Orland, based on previous performance, is going to need a whole shot on Mike Malmgren, something he's kind of renowned for doing.
Well, Jimmy already confirmed as champion. He wants to win the event as well now. Oh my word.
Well, Mike Malmgren whole shots Jimmy Orland. It's going to be, Michael Malmgren. I thought he pulled the chutes too soon, but he didn't do it. 661 beats a 661.
But Mike Malmgren's RT 004 off the line. Outstanding. Jimmy wasn't late with the 0-2, but Mike Malmgren, he wanted that so much and he took it.
He's going to be absolutely delighted. Well, he also runs low ET of every round as well, qualifying and eliminations.
Win margin at the stripe 028. Wow, what a final.
That was a great. I must admit, I thought he pulled the chutes because they blossomed.
They did.
Just as he got to the finish line. I just thought he pulled them slightly too early. Whoa. A millisecond earlier. I mean, Jimmy Orland cut down the tree like he normally does, but not ready for... Nothing's going to compare to Mike Malmgren with a 004. Win margin was 0-2. Okay.
Junior dragster for Lucas Oils. Back to our sportsman racer. Sorry, it's all coming thick and fast now.
Yeah, good.
Daniel Weir, Max Taylor. Daniel Weir, second in the points. Going to try and close that gap on Luke Fulton. Max Taylor off and running. There goes Daniel in chase mode. 1263 plays 802. Daniel Weir takes it. 809 to lose at 1278. So Daniel Weir advances, much to the annoyance of Luke Fulton. So it's another 100 points closed. Probably only 200 points behind now. Next up, Lara Bartlett and Freddie Taylor. Well, Lara's just seen her mum win Top Fuel. Now then, can she continue this?
So yeah, we got one Slick Tricks Racing dragster in the winner's circle. Can Lara keep that tradition going? Yes,
she can.
Well,
yeah.
I was going to say it's not the final, but she moves on. 04 on the tree.
Yeah, 808 on 802. And yeah, into the next round. We're going to be racing Daniel Weir. So that is a tough matchup. This is Daniel Todd taking on the Boost Monkey dragster of Grace Smith. Now, Daniel, well, this is Grace's first season, and credits Daniel has been one of the people that's been really encouraging towards Grace. I don't think they could get any closer on the start line. Grace right over to the right-hand side of her lane. Daniel right over to the left. It's 9:22, plays 12:26. It's going to be Daniel leaving first. There he goes. And Grace sets off in pursuit. And the win light goes to Grace Smith by 0.8 at the stripe. It's a 9:38 on a 9:22. Takes the win to lose at 12.89. So Grace continues. Kai Cooper and Damien Redshaw, your next pair. Damien on a 9:08. We're leaving first. Kai Cooper going to try and close it down with an 8:94. both into pre-stage. Don't forget this is 8th mile, not quarter mile, you know that. Oh, and Kai goes red, so it's a win for Damien Redshaw. It's only a 0-1 red, but red is red, unfortunately. So it is Damien Redshaw that advances and will be taking on the winner of Luke Mugridge and Jacqueline Bartlett. Next up, Teddy Howe taking on Finley Fagg. Finley got past Ellie in round 1, and Teddy Howe got past Jake. $12.90 plays $12.45, both junior stock dragsters. It'll be Teddy leaving the line first in the Auto Glim lane. We have Super Comp into the lanes, please. Super Comp. There goes Teddy and Finley Fagg.
We have a green light race.
And Finley takes that one, 12.52 to lose out 13.06. So well on to Finley. Commiserations to young Teddy. Right, Jack Taylor and Jess Bishop. 9.3 plays 8 flat. Jack will be leaving first, and he is in the Kestrel beer lane. So Dad Steve just doing the duties, bringing Jack up to the line. Green lights once again. So Jess doing the chasing here. Jess doing the catching. And Jess doing the winning. 8.09 on an 8 flat against the lose at 9.43. So it is Jess Bishop that goes through. One race to come and a solo. First up will be the race between Luke Mugridge and Jacqueline Bartlett. Well, we've already seen Lara go through. Can we have both of the Slick Tricks junior machines into round 3? Now, bizarrely, both the Slick Tricks juniors are the opposite sides of the ladder. I wonder.
It could be a banner day, you never know. Be a great family day out.
Well, Luke Mugridge was your number 1 qualifier. But then Jacqueline has had a number 1 qualifier as well before. It's all about what happens now. Forget about the past. 8.20 plays at 7.99. We can hear them pedalling. Oh, my word. Wow. 8.21 on an 8.20 for Luke Mugridge.
Expertly done in both lanes with the pedalling.
Yeah. 8.01 for a 7.99, but that was very close on dial-ins both sides.
That was the reaction time advantage for Luke Mugridge that time. Luke Fulton.
Mugridge, you were right first time. All right, on a solo, Liam McDonald, and this will complete round number 2. And once Liam takes the green, it will be Liam taking on Jess Bishop in round 3. Dan Weir taking on Lara Bartlett. The Moose Monkey Dragster of Gracemere taking on Finley Fagg, and it'll be Luke Mugridge and Damien Redshaw. Well, there goes Liam. So that's Junior Dragster round number 3 set. Let's have a look behind us to see Fuel Funny Car.
sadly but understandably just one fuel funny car down here for this final round. That is Jason Phelps with the Gladiator. Mark and Jackie Hawkins. Do you know what? They're going to be 2 for 2 at FIA events with this car. They won the main event. And they're going to win the European finals as well. A big shout out and commiserations to Dave Bryant, the whole Shockwave Undertaker team. Also, Steve Ashdown. Steve, mate, dearie me. That is one way to make the headlines you don't ever want. So I hope everybody out there is okay. Completely understandable. Obviously, you can't make this final round call after what happened in the semis. It will be effectively a victory lap for Jason Phelps. Yeah, he's 2 for 2 at the FIA events.
Well, on the big stage is where you like to perform your best, and Jason's done that. FIA Pro Modified, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Modified. Let's have you back into the lanes.
Well, you've got semis of comp over there already. So the beautiful Gladiator funny car. If anybody says modern funny cars can't look good, I ain't seen this one. The whole car, the team, immaculately turned out. The graphics on it are just, it's beautiful, absolutely lovely. So this for the event win. I can see Super Street Bike semi-finals down there. Round 1 of Street Eliminator. Is that a 16 or an 8 car ladder? I think it's 16. So Mark Hawkins out front. Going to be bringing his driver into stage for one last time this season. This is the Gladiators' final pass of 2022, and it's going to be a winning one. Well, the car moved to the right almost instantly. Jason pedalled it, got back on it again, shook the tyres, and then spun them. So a 9:34 win, not what they were looking to do, obviously, but they are winners of the European finals. Quick track sweep, and we're back on with everything else too. We've got all the bikes down here for their semi-finals. We will be about a couple of moments.
Nitro shower in the tower here.
Absolutely.
Right, which class is actually next? Well, anyway, I'll go through what we've got. Street Eliminator, round 1. You've got Andy Bond on a solo. Mark Sheridan against James Murray. Al Mack taking on Ash Cooper. Graham Smith and Kirsty Tram. Mark Todd should be taking on Rob Slater, but both of them are broken. So neither of them are going to be in the lanes. Elliot Day against Ricky Hale. Anthony Higgs against Nick Hale. And Paul Morton, unfortunately, he's broken as well. So it'll be Butch on a solo there. Comp Eliminator, they are down there as well. And semi-finals for them, it'll be Dan Williams taking on Kev Jenkins. And then the other side ladder, Nick Williams on a predetermined bye. You've got a Super Street bike that's down there. Jake Michelle obviously would have been racing Steve Venables, but Ven hasn't got a bike that's ready to run, of course, so it will be Jake on a solo, and it'll be Alan Morrison Jr. taking on Morgan's Lund. There are lots of other things down there as well, but they are tucked round the corner.
The tractor is going back to its normal resting place. Nearly running over Lee.
I would imagine it will be Street Eliminator, because I can see some of the Comp Eliminator people standing around outside their cars. They're not strapped in. So it is, in fact, here they come. Street Eliminator. Round number 1 for them. But these are street cars, so in theory, it shouldn't take them too long to turn around and come back down again.
Theory.
Yeah. And it will be Kirsty Tram and Graham Smith.
It is, they're
possibly the head of the lanes, so they should be the first pair. And really, in actual fact, I've just spotted somebody down on the start line there. A gentleman that should have been running in a Super Street bike in the semi-finals, but he's made it way down to the start line, and it's really, really good to see that he is okay. That, of course, Steve Venables. Really good to see Steve down there. Of course, getting the man hugs as well. So just, I think, just clearing Jason's car from the top end. It's just hooked up to the quad and been towed round the corner. And there it goes.
So, all you folks out there that are left on the banking or in the grandstand, thank you very much, Steve, for sticking with us. We've still got lots to see. We've still got some of our, well, we've still got semi-finals in Pro Mod to go before the final.
Yeah.
There's a very good chance a lot of the finals are going to be run in the dock.
A very good chance, actually.
I'd say it's worth a bet. Let's put it that way. So, Kirsty Tram, Graham Smith coming round.
Well, what a debut for Graham Smith, and obviously for Rob Slate as well. I know Rob's not going to be making it down, but Graham, fantastic weekend for him. Almost in the 8s. As I said a moment ago, Steve Venables, really good to see you down there still. You can hear us. Good to see you. Glad you're okay. That's the main thing. Yeah, I should think so.
Bit warm. He's not even limping.
No, the top bloke. Right, Graham Smith, Kirsty Tram, heads up. Street Eliminator. First the other end wins. No darlings, no breakouts, just B to B.
That car launches really well.
Wait till you put gas on it. 9:17, virtually matches his qualifying number there. Graham, well done. And Kirsty Tram, 12:08.
So, Tony Higgs with the Capri, taking on Nick Hale with the big block Mercedes in the Kestrel lane. So, performance advantage goes to Tony Higgs. And down there in Portsmouth, he ran 7.72 to qualify number 4. 10.55, still a really nice number for Nick Hale. Tony Higgs with a slightly turned down 1.21 60 foot.
Definitely turned down. Still goes 7.94, 177.
And a 10.58 lose out, 127 for Nick Hale. Still a pretty good weekend racing for him.
Mark Sheridan. In the 7s at last, 7.92. Going alongside James Murray. His first time ever in the 10s, and then boy oh boy did he make a mark on that. 10.65. I bumped into James Murray, I think it was about 10:30, 11 last night in the pits, and he hasn't even got like a pit cover. He was just working outside, and he had a little searchlight on the top of the engine, and he was working underneath virtually in the dark. Routine stuff, but that's James.
Dedication.
Dedication.
So Mark Sheridan with the MPH Racing Q goes red. James Murray will be moving on to round 2. Mark Sheridan then sticks his boot in it and runs it out the back door. 188 miles an hour, his fastest speed of the weekend. But he rolled the lights. James Murray goes his quickest run ever, actually. Sorry, I missed that. 10:52.
Wow.
Look at the speed. 130 miles an hour. I've said this before, but drag racing really is a right place, right time sport, and that was definitely the right place to be. Has he got a bye in the round? Second round?
No.
No, okay.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. All right, fair enough. Rick,
put it this way: he's going to have to work the hardest he's ever worked to get past who could potentially be there.
Okay, fair enough.
Put it this way: he's got a bye in round 1. Teasing. Ricky Hale and Elliot Day. Now, whoever wins this, because of breakages, will get a bye in round 2 into the semis. So Ricky Hale really driving the truck like he stole it. Pushing it as hard as he possibly can. It's a consistent 10-second vehicle. Elliot Day, though, way quicker.
Elliot's over to strike first with a 9:21.53. Dad's happy with that one. 11:18 at 1:21 for Ricky. Again, just want to say, you know, kudos to the Hales, who are always out here supporting Street Eliminator, even though they are majority of the time outgunned. They still come out here and give it a go. Same as Butch Wilkins as well. Qualified number 15.
Yeah, but unfortunately Mort was wounded in quali, dropped a valve on his last pass, so
big shame
rebuild for him. So a solo for the butcher shop. Went 12:45 in qualifying. That's 12:65 in E1. Al Mack and Ash Cooper. Winner of this will be facing Graham Smith.
It's the only race car that closes that opens the sunroof to let the smoke out, then closes it. Look, there we go. There's Al Mack just closing the sunroof. It's also 180 mile an hour sunroof.
Al Mack caught me out completely earlier on this season. He said, "Do you spot anything different about my car?" I said, "No, I never spotted anything at all." Because I'm running a bonnet. He always used to not bother, but he does now. Also, a little aero flick on the back of the boot lid, as the car used to get a little bit wayward at high speed, but got around that problem now. Oh, I had to pedal it slightly there, did Al?
It didn't look like it slipped. I think that was just a preemptive pedal that he probably didn't need to do. Oh, wow. 773, 173. Ash Cooper in the 9s again. 993, 138. Pro ET into the lanes, please, for your next round of racing. Can we have Pro ET, please? So the bye run for Andy Bonds down there, which who I presume has got James Murray's got.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm going to take it easy. He drove round the burnout box.
And of course, no show from both Mark Todd and Rob Slater, which will give Elliot the bye in round 2. So commiserations to those two.
So what matchups have we got for round 2?
Right, well, Andy Bond, once he takes the green, will be racing James Murray. Al Mack taking on Graham Smith. Elliot will have the bye, and it'll be Tony Higgs taking on Butch Wilkins.
Oh, he's actually backed into the burnout box now. He drove round it, which was bizarre. Yeah, that's only a tyre cleaning burnout, that one.
Right.
I think that's probably why they just wanted to make sure he staged up with clean tyres. I don't think this is going to be anything like a representative pass for this car. We've got Super Street Bike semi-finals right behind.
Well, they'll be hot lapping it back into the lanes in the not too distant future, actually, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably just turn around and come back.
There we go, Andy Bond securing his spot in round 2.
What I loved about Andy last night was there's a kid that came in and he said, "Do you like it?" He said to the kid, "Do you like it?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Right, get one." That's what he was saying to everybody. But Andy Bond, possibly his slowest pass ever, 13.86. It still went 98 miles an hour. And
that's basically on tick over, isn't it?
It is pretty much, just to give the crew a bit of turnaround time to get ready for the second round.
All right, FIM Super Street Bike semi-finals. We're going to have a solo, but we're also going to have a race. And it will be the race first, actually. It'll be Morgan's Lund taking on Alan Morrison Jr. for a spot in the final. Just a kind of hush once again before these two riders come up and do their burnouts. They just sat patiently in the burnout boxes. Those of you tuned into the live stream getting absolutely brilliant pictures here this weekend. Morgan's Lund, he is in Kestrel Lane as a signal has been given to start them up. And there is Al Morrison Jr. on the gold, red and black. Boosa doing his burnout. Notice the bikes, they lean them over from left to right so the sidewall, well, not the sidewall, but the whole width of the contact patch gets heat into it. Alan Morrison Jr. has had 2 6-second passes in elimination so far. Mogan's went 6.94. Alan went 6.93 in the previous round. It's a pick and choose race, really is. We won on the start line this one. Wow.
300 on the tree for Al Morrison Jr. Will it be 300 at the finish line? It looks like it might be.
Oh, wow.
Look at this ET and the speed as well. 6.83, 212, his quickest run ever.
By a mile.
6.92 from Morgan's Lund. I think that's pretty close to his best as well. 214 miles an hour. Goodness me, that was a terrific race. What a massive jump as well.
That's huge. That's almost a 10th. My goodness me.
Well, we're going to have an all-UK Super Street Bike final. How cool is that? Jake Michel's just going to effectively break the beams. There we go. That's exactly what he does.
To do, yep. So that's the final set. Well done.
Gives himself a bit more turnaround time. But he just sat there and had a perfect view of Al Morrison Jr. going 6.83.
Oh, you're going to go back to the pits now and tune it up a bit more.
Well, a bit more than that, yeah.
Well, that was an outstanding pass for Alan Morrison Jr. I mean, wow.
So we've got semi-finals of the Top Fuel Bike coming up. It looks like Ricard. Oh no, he hasn't got a bike run. I beg your pardon. Eric Richard is underneath us.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be 2 races, 3 Top Fuel bikes, 1 lone funny bike. So Jake and Al Morrison Jr. are going to be your final in Super Street. Can Jake go one better than he did in Hockenheim? Ricard Gustafsson fires up the RG Engineering Top Fuel machine alongside Eric Richard. These are kind of perfect conditions for a Top Fuel bike. Well, actually everything to be running in, really.
Well, let's not forget Eric went 6.59 in round 1 eliminations. And that was on a solo as well, don't forget.
Yeah, Ricard didn't have his normal clockwork type of run in round 1.
Yeah, 7.11, but he was on a bye. But nevertheless, he still wants to get all the data he can get.
So now this is right, we've been talking to Chris Parker about having a blown bike in the other lane. Eric Richard's got a top fuel bike in the other lane. He probably can't even hear his bike. I remember a story from years ago when, if you remember, the guy from Australia, Mark Ashelford, who came over with the Harley, every time he ran against Per Bengtsson, because it was a supercharged machine and the exhaust pointed out the side, he couldn't hear his own bike. So he kept missing the shift. So it is for a place in the final. Ricard is the FIM European champ for top fuel bike in 2022, no matter what. And he's already in stage. France or Sweden? Eric is long gone. Oh, 586. Look at the speed. That'll be Ricard's long gone. 252 miles an hour. There's only a handful of riders in the world that have been over 250. 664 lose out, 191. Very, very game from Eric Richard. He was actually off the start line first, but then it was when he was to 60 foot first as well. Then it was all about the fuel bike. Well done to Ricard. He's in the final. Who would he race? It will be a UK against Sweden final, but which one of these two guys from the UK? Real good buddies. They both help each other out with their bikes. Would it be Al Smith on the Rocket in the Kestrel lane? The 3-cylinder machine, Phil Bainbridge's brainchild, taking on the second quickest top fuel bike in the whole wide world. Neil Midgley. Admittedly, it wasn't with Neil on it did that. However, still has that potential. So I don't think Al's even started the bike yet. All he does is fire it up, crack the throttle just to spin the tyre, and then takes it out to the start line. Al's quickest DT this weekend, I think, has been a 6:22 or thereabouts. Was that in qualifying? 6:14 actually.
6:29 in round one eliminations for Al.
I wonder if they're going to.
He went 6:14 in quali. Yes, so 6:14 quickest.
I wonder if they're going to try and step it up for this semi-final round. Just seen Ricard go in the 5/8s. What can Neil Midgley do? Yeah, even though Neil Midgley's bringing it into stage and Al Smith's nowhere to be seen. There we go. There's Al. So the triple against the 4-cylinder, both supercharged, both nitromethane in the tank. Both guys, good friends from the UK for a place in the final act, the Euro. Well, Neil's out in front. Neil clicks it off. Can Al catch him? Not quite. I thought Neil had clicked it off a little bit too early, but he went 6:12, still at 195 actually. He was 394 at 200 at the 8th. Al Smith was 412 at 183. So, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Groves. Apologies, I missed that. I did say you went 252, but anyway, that 252 mile an hour blast by Ricard Gustafsson is a new FIM European record.
Wow. Can we have Nostalgia Funny Cars into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Funny Car into the lanes. This is Comp Eliminator, semi-final time. Dan Williams, Kev Jenkins. Well, Dan has a 1049 index, Kev has a 780 index. Both of them have been comfortably under this weekend.
Well, Kev has actually been half a second under his index, so Dan has really got to be careful at the top end charge of that Escort. And it's actually a whole shot for Kev Jenkins. Can he get there? Not quite. Oh my goodness me, it's another 724 at 188. Dan takes it with a 981. Hang on a minute, that's more than 0.6 under his index. That might hurt, unfortunately. But Dan Williams still takes the win by 0.12. That was a very close race at the finish line. The big top-end charge from the Escort nearly got there in time. Nick Williams, 11.40. It looked like Kev Jenkins was having that. I'm catching him. Oh, no, not. I'm driving towards him.
Well, two 729s in one, both at 188. Outstanding from Kev this weekend. There goes Nick Williams booking his spot in the final against his brother. A 0-4 light. Right, this is Super Comp. Eliminations round number one. Round number one. Unbelievable.
8:40 in the evening.
Yeah.
Well, we got time. Just not much time.
Yeah. Steve Hudson and Al Schofield.
Steve Hudson is in a championship battle with Leah Kellett as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, are they.
I think they both went 8.900 in qualifying as well. Al Schofield goes red.
Big red as well. 0.3. So Steve Hudson is through.
Well, Leah rolls into the water. Look at that, 8.91 from Steve Hudson. Leah rolls into the water box and knows that her arch nemesis has gone through. Can she do the same against Andy Clifford?
There's only 50 points between them. Plus quality points. So there's only 10 points difference between them because they've qualified 1 and 2. So actually the points between Steve and Leah will be quite easy to monitor. So Steve Hudson is 60 points ahead at the moment. Well, 160 if you include that round win. That'll be pegged back to 60 again if Leah wins. Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes is the opponent.
We've got Pro Mod round the back of the tower there, semi-finals to run as well. Lots more fun stuff to go. Andy Clifford thinks I'm in front. And then Leah's throttle stop. Kicks in. Oh! 9.26 beats 9.27.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite that close because there was a bit of a difference in reaction time on the start line. Good effort from Andy Clifford all this weekend. It's great to see that car out here in Supercom 2.
Gap back to 60 points between them.
So another one of those new type cars versus old type cars.
Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can you come down into the lanes, please?
Is that round 3?
Yep.
I think I'm looking at round 3 of Pro ET. Pro Mod's right there as well, actually.
Yeah.
Ah, no, that's bizarre, actually, because, you know, Jasmine Tunstall didn't turn up for Supergas.
Yeah.
Well, Richard's over there with it now. So, he's the last car coming round in Supercomp. I think right behind them, by the looks of it, is going to be Pro Mod. Well, the whole shot to the slingshot dragster. If he doesn't break out, he's gone way too fast again. 8.76. What a big shame. Steve Field gave it a really good try that time for the Wild Bunch guys, but it was an 8.92 in the other lane for Paul Hudson. So the last car should be Arndt Putzman, who had a lot of damage over the last couple of weeks. We're really grateful to him coming over and racing, but unfortunately he's just been a complete war of attrition. Marshall's just going to move him over slightly.
This car built by the late great Kevin Carousel, of course, and now campaigned superbly by Richard and Jasmine. CCS was the company that built it, of course, Kevin's company. 894, 146.
That'll work. Books his place in the semis. And on the subject of semis, Motorsport UK FIA Pro Mod Round 3 semi-finals coming your way. It's going to be the repeat European champ, admittedly from 2019, Jan Eriksson. Is going to be out here alongside Kev Slyfield. I must admit as well, I mean, I know we are in the UK, but isn't it nice to see 2 UK Pro Mods in the late rounds here at the European finals? So, almost Kev Slyfield's swan song in Pro Modified. He's got one more event to go after this. He's got a whole sack full of points in the UK Motorsport UK Championship from this weekend. And I think Andy Robinson was in the lead of that.
Yeah, well, Kev's gained 100 points in eliminations so far. Where did they qualify? Andy qualified number 11, Kev 13. So Kev's only gained 80 points so far.
Okay.
Kev is 3 in the points. Andy is 1. He needs to win the event basically. But Andy,
well, strange things have been known to happen.
Yeah.
Right, get your fingers, toes, legs and eyes and everything crossed for an all-UK final. However, we of course wish our Swedish visitors the very, very best of racing luck. Going to be a big ask for Kev to get around Jan Eriksson though. Deadly consistent. So also Glim Lane, Sweden, Kestrel Lane, UK. Kev's already in stage. Here comes Jan. 580. 2:47 for Jan Eriksson, his quickest run of the weekend. In fact, the quickest run in Pro Mod this weekend. Lose out for Kev, 6:10 with tyre shake and a pedal, 235 miles an hour. Fairly even off the tree, only 300ths in it. Jan with a slight advantage there. 0.95 to 60 foot for that car, 380 to the 8th, 195 miles an hour.
right. Do we root for our UK guy, or is it for Freddie?
So at least one more time we have... Oh no, we got problems with Fred.
Try and bump start a Pro Mod. I didn't think that was possible, but
no, I don't think after the car's been started, I don't think he can restart it. I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
So he did fire it up and he came round, but unfortunately, because it didn't stay lit.
So Annie just checking with the start line. Marshals.
Yeah, they're actually they were trying to push Freddie's truck, but that's absolutely not allowed in the rules. Unfortunately, as much as they wanted to try.
I understand now that Bobby was obviously asking Annie checking to make sure that Bobby's on a solo, so I don't think he's going to try and set a record run or anything here. exactly that. Actually, Bobby takes the win. That's all he needed to do. So he's saving all that work back in the pits. Oh, gutted. We couldn't get Freddie to run.
Well, it is going to be Jan Eriksson taking on Bobby Wallace by the looks of it in the Pro Mod final. What a weird turn of events, and really unfortunate one as well. We were hoping to see a great race between the two of those guys. They were pretty evenly matched as well, and it was so nice to see Fred go rounds in the truck here at Santa Pod today. What a big shame. I feel a bit robbed again.
Well, we have a UK versus Sweden final, and Bobby Wallace is going to be representing the UK in that final.
Well, Freddie is going to be allowed to run by the looks of it. Yeah, the crew guy's going back over to say, look, he is going to be allowed to put in a run if he wants to. Not going to be in eliminations, but when Bobby's moved out the way, Fred will be allowed to make one more run. As long as they don't push it.
Yeah. See Pro ET in the lanes as well. They are ready to come round. I can also see Super Gas.
They are going to.
Oh no, that is Super Gas. Sorry, because it's just the two Pro ET cars.
Just, do you know something?
I hope somebody's filming this.
I really do. There have been so many legendary events with that man.
Right, the camera needs to come off Bobby Wallace's car and focus on Freddie Fagerstrom as they are going to try and. I can't believe this. Are they going to try and bump start a Pro? Here they come.
Yeah, that box lane guy wants to get out of the way.
And it's worked!
He's still got the tyre gauge on the back, though. No, it doesn't quite sound right, though, unfortunately.
No.
The tyre gauge is still on the back.
Yeah, someone take the tyre gauge off.
It doesn't actually sound like it's running on all 8 cylinders. It's really weird. Yeah, I don't think.
He's not one for giving up, though, Fred, obviously. We have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please. Street Eliminator. Oh, what a shame.
Put your hands together, please, everybody out there for... You can't say they didn't try. Well, the thing is, I think Freddie Fagerstrom obviously trying his absolute best. But there was a problem with the truck. The thing is, even if they'd have got it started, he wouldn't have really been able to take the light against Bobby Wallace. So it's a really unfortunate end to what's been a fabulous weekend for the whole team and for us as well, obviously, getting to see Freddie make...
I have never seen a Pro Mod bump started before, ever.
It just...
Have you?
Adds, do you know something? Just when you think he can't do anything more bonkers...
Yeah.
It just adds to the legend.
Which is have the presence of mind to think about doing it in the first place. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Right, this is Super Gas. Eliminations round number 2 for them. Dave Fulton taking on Bob Bolden. This is to go into the semis. 9.90, the aim of the game here. That bizarre, it's turned into a headwind now. We had tailwind earlier on, but complete change of direction. Just to confuse everybody with their tune-ups and dial-ins. battling it out to the stripe, and the win goes to Dave Fulton there, 9.95 against to lose at 9.92. That's 500ths whole shot advantage for Dave Fulton. 300ths advantage on the run. The win margin 0-2 at the stripe. So it's Dave Fulton that carries on. Mark White with the FX Vega taking on Andy Harrison with the brute force. Well, whoever wins this is going to be taking on Dave Fulton, who just went through in the previous pairing. Oh my word, what? These races are so good. And it is, oh, it's a double breakout. Andy Harrison goes 9.85, but by the lesser amount, 9.87. Mark White goes through.
I've just noticed as well that we've got Nitro Funny Cars, Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars around there. Could we have a quick petition if they can fit Fred's truck for him to match race a Nitro Funny Car, please?
That would work.
Oh, he's superb. I think the two Funny Cars I was having to tell you about it because they're running the final. Anyway,
Yeah.
Andy Dibley, Colin Morris. Another great matchup.
69 Camaros a pair. Well, two of the best. And it is Andy Dibley, 9.93, with the 0-1 light against a Colin Morris 0-2 light, but 10.01, little drop off in performance there. But it's Dibs that goes through. Can I please have Junior Dragster back into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster into the lanes.
Well, everybody in the grandstands, you're going to get a bird's eye view of one of the world's quickest pickup trucks coming past you, towing back up to the pits now. Please make sure you give him a big cheer. They're just holding him for 1 second while Pete Creswell goes through with the full Monty.
Should have been against Ronald House, but Ronald unable to make the call. So it's going to be Pete just breaking the beams, I'd imagine.
We're just waiting for the timing system to be...
Oh, yeah. So Pete Creswell going to be booking his spot in the semis, taking on Andy Dibley. It's going to be Dave Fulton taking on Mark White. Massive throttle stop there. 992, 152, it works.
Well, you know in the grandstands, everybody, you know what to do. That's the man himself sitting on the back of the tow truck. He tried everything he could.
He did.
He made 2 round wins today, which is one of his best days at the racetrack in an awfully long while.
Well done, Fred.
Legends never cease, do they?
Well, legends just extend it. I mean, as I say, I've never seen a Pro Mod bump started before, but that just adds to the legend. That is Circus Fagerström and, of course, Freddie himself.
It is, absolutely, yeah. Haven't heard that for a while, actually.
It's the phrase he used to use, wasn't it?
It was.
Nostalgia Funny Cars. This is the Cannonball final, and it's between Andy Raw and Tim Garlick.
Now, this is a repeat of the race from earlier, I think. It's all right, the revs have come down again. It's okay. Or are you doing that face because we've got a gob full of nitro again?
No, my eyes are sticking.
You should try being down there.
there.
Oh, goodness me. The amount of times I have to hold my breath and walk around and move. It's all about wind direction. If you stand upwind, it's no problem. A lot of the time, the best place to stand is in front of the cars. The trouble is when you've got a tailwind, like you had for a lot of today, that don't work. So the winner of this picks up the big trophy for Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. Pro ET and Super Pro right behind. I think we're at final stage for all of our pros, aren't we?
Problems for Andy Royal, can't get the car to engage forward motion.
Yeah, there we go.
Is it?
I don't know. Well, they're going to run out of time. No, they didn't run out of time. He's going to make it up to the line for this final round run. So Cara Harrison steps away, Rob Loring steps away from the Apache. One more time for the Nostalgia Nitro cars this weekend. Well, Timmy gets there first.
Oh no, quarter mile times.
How bizarre. Well, Tim was...
hang on. Yes, we have 6:69 for Andy Royal, 6:45 for Tim Garlick.
Yeah, we just didn't get the times come up on the boards,
we didn't get them on the boards there. So, just to confirm that one, 6:45, 164 miles an hour for Tim Garlick, 6:69 for Andy Royal, but no speed recorded. But Timmy Garlick was away first with a 0.12 reaction to a 0.22 for Andy Royal.
Half track, they were virtually dead even at half track.
Yeah.
I think I heard the revs go up for somebody, so somebody might have broke the 2-speed up towards the top end. So good news is both cars have stopped all nice and safe. We've got more race cars to run. Just having a quick reboot of the timing system. Just sorry, folks, that the elapsed times and speeds didn't come up on the finish line.
Yeah, but congratulations to Tim Garlick there, taking the win with the Nostalgia Funny car.
Put your hands together, please, for both teams. Tried their absolute damnedest all weekend, put a really, really good show on in the final. They were side by side at half track.
All right, looking in the lanes as it is Pro ET and Super Pro ET. They are both down there. And I think, as you say, I think both cars have actually cleared the top end. Indeed, they have. So just a reset of the timing system. Obviously, get the stripe because that's where we need it most. So just to recap where we are quarterfinals to set semis in Super Pro ET, quarterfinals to set semis in Pro ET. Same story there, quarterfinals to set semis in Junior Dragster. And in Street Eliminator, actually. Super Comp are at semi-final stage, and of course Super Gas are at semi-final stage. All our other classes are set for finals. And just checking in on the time, 7 o'clock in the evening. And do you know what? I think we can probably get all this done. Pro ET then. AC taking on Stu. That's AC Bell with the Mopar. Teenage Dream. Comes underneath the tower, dialing in a 9.87, but leaving first will be Stu Doiney. And when he comes back into the sportsman ranks, doesn't matter what class he's in, he's going to terrorise them all. 11.90 the dial in for the Nova. This for a spot in the semi-finals here at the European Finals. Good camera work looking at Stu Doiney inside the car there. There goes Stu.
And we can say what his light was now, because AC Bell went red. 0003 green for Stu Doiney.
Oh, and he hits his ET as well. 11. My God. 0003 and hits his dial-in. He's back. My goodness me, he's back.
He's going to take that from 00 heaven to 000 heaven, I think, at this rate.
Perfect
Triple
line.
That's
And dead on with a 5, is that?
Yeah. That is a 005 package.
Oh
That is
my word.
terrific stuff. Tom Kay, Lee Huxley up next for a place in the semis. Yeah, it's a bit cutthroat, isn't it? Oh, goodness me.
That's unreal. Right, Tom Kay and Lee Huxley. There goes Tom, there goes Lee in pursuit. Right, dial-ins 10:25, place 9:43. And that is Lee Huxley that takes one by 0-2 at the stripe. 9:51. In effect, a whole shot win, beating 10.30.
Yeah, that had to be quite a big hole shot as well.
That's a good semi-final. Lee Huxley and Stu Doyney.
Woohoo! Yeah, everyone's tough at this time of day. Mark Huxley, Brett Featherston. Could we have a double Huxley? He's on the other side of the ladder, so we have the potential for an all Huxley final.
Well, Brett wants to keep on scoring points. That's what he's here for now.
Well, everyone else around him's out, I think, aren't they?
Yeah.
Can do himself a lot of favours.
Every round win is 100 points further ahead that Brett is going to go. Oh, that's game over. Mark Huxley goes red. Oh, sorry, Mark Huxley goes through. Brett goes red.
By 002. A maddening margin that he will have a trip home to be thinking about it on.
Everybody else in Pro ET is going, oh, thank goodness for that. He hasn't run away with more points.
Do you know what? When we used to, I just very quickly about the trip home thing, about thinking about things on the way home. There were times when we destroyed stuff over at Avon Park. I couldn't face driving home.
Yeah.
So goodness knows what some of these guys must be going and girls must be going through. Losing rounds by just nothing. So Al Schofield knocks himself out in Super Comp. He's still in Pro ET, fortunately for him. Against Mike Lacey. 9:05 plays 9:18. Mike's going to go first for a change.
Well, this is close.
Yeah, it's all about who's got the best race car. Mike Lacey, look at that. 9:19 on an 18. Neither of them were pretty good on the tree, actually. They were both 0.18. 9:09 for Al Schofield. They'll bows out. Right, we're on with Super Pro. Very quickly, sorry, semi-finals, Cole. Just.
Oh, sorry. Stu Doyney and Lee Huxley. Mike Lacey takes on Mark Huxley, and as you say, you could have two Huxleys in the final.
Potentially, because they're on the other side of the ladder. So, welcome back, Chris. We've got round 3, quarterfinals of Super Pro. Still 2 more rounds of racing to go after this, Is turnaround time a big factor for these guys? I mean, some of them need longer than others.
Yeah, I mean, most of the cars left in are fairly quick turnarounds.
No blown cars is what you mean.
Yeah, obviously we've got Daniel Charles out there still takes a little bit of time around, but I think most of them, fairly quick to turn around.
So it's going to be great to see one of these two go in the semi-finals, whoever it is. Ron Bartlett with the little Anglia in the Auto Glim Lane, dials 8.29. Ron is number 6, I think, at the start of the day, you said, Colin.
Yeah.
Can do himself a lot of favours by keeping going. Up against Callum Swinchat. Callum's had a great day with the King's Topolino in the Kestrel Lane. He does 8.87. He's going to get roughly half a second head start. Callum doing the bump. Callum going red. Oh. That was a 008 red for Callum as well. 0.5 for Ron. Ron went red as well, actually.
But perfect ET for Ron Bartlett. Wow.
Sadly, I think, that red is just enough that, Twilight can do that. You see the bulb quicker because you've got a darker background.
Exactly
it can be just enough to push you over the red.
I was saying this the other day, that when I used to sit on the practice tree at home, I used to cut 0 frequently have 0 lights all the time, turned the light off and so it was dark, I went red every time.
Yeah.
Every time. Because your eyes just react. You can see it quicker. You see the bulb quicker. You see the filament quicker. And,
Of course, if you've got an LED tree, that doesn't happen.
However...
But no, we're on incandescents, and long may it stay that way as far as I'm concerned. I like my old bulbs.
So it is Daniel Giles, #1 qualifier, #1 on the car from last year's championship. 7:35, Kestrel side of the racetrack against Tom Atkinson. Team Time is Money. So great to have them back in Super Pro. Running right on the money every time. Tom was bang on the tree as well earlier today.
Well, he had to be to put out Joe Callett in the previous round.
And amazing how quick they've got a handle on the new engine combination, rebuilt, weight in the front of the car, aero on the back of the car.
It's not a case of just plugging the engine back in and keeping going, is
No.
it? No, not at all. So the Cortina's going to go first by over a second. All being well. Daniel's going to catch him. Daniel takes the win. Look at that. Tom breaks out though, 8:42. Daniel, really good job on the tree. 0-3, 7:36 on a 7:35. So obviously, yeah, it's going to get darker. That's going to play a little bit of havoc, I should think, with a number of people, especially bracket racing-wise. Is there anything you can do? Not really, is there?
Try and just be more accustomed to the darkness. Try and make yourself more accustomed to it and seeing lights in it.
Shine a torch in your face. Yeah, there isn't, is there?
No.
There's no
It's
way
so
you can
difficult.
do it. The thing is that you can, if you normally stage in the middle...
Shall I tell you what I did to help?
Go on then.
Drink extra water. Yeah, drink extra water. More hydrated will slow you down.
Really?
Yeah. So I would do my best, the darker it got, to drink a bit extra water.
Don't you need to pee when you're in the car?
Probably. I'm not telling you about my routine, but I knew exactly when that was going to happen.
Hey, look. Bracket races tricks we never do. I didn't bet you didn't know that one, Colin.
No, I didn't.
No, there we go.
Sorry.
So if you need to,
I don't think I'll be trying that one either.
Oh, it doesn't work with you, does it? You're a camel. He sits here for the day. No, but anyway,
it's a shame I can't do that overnight.
Lee Derby, Kestrel Lane, 8:45. Good to see Lee going rounds, taking on Billy Gain, making some serious headway in the national championship. Lee Derby goes red. Billy Gain gets another free round. Like he needs one. 9:26 was that. 9:28, I beg your pardon, for Lee Derby.
Big old breakout.
That's huge.
Right, last pair. Mark Bailey taking on Brian Pateman.
Street Eliminator round 2. So Mr. Pateman still keeps the 8:36 dial. He likes that closing speed.
He definitely does. We talked about night shifts when I was down there. He's actually put it on because he wants it on because he's got another kit to test as well. So he's sticking with this one to see what happens when he puts the other on some other time.
Yeah, we can't see the dialing because it's a bit dark on the back of Mark Bailey.
8.99 for Mark Bailey. Oh.
So if that's the dialing he chose, the thing was the car sounded a little bit rough last round.
If he's dialing 8.99, then that's the slowest he can dial. There's something not right with the car.
Yeah, because what you run last round at 9:06, I think.
Yeah, he dialed quicker than that. He got away with it.
But he was well off the pace.
So Mark Bailey will go first in the auto glim lane with the Cuda, followed by Brian Pateman. He goes red. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you do if you go red. Brian Pateman takes the win light with an 8:30. Is that 8:38? 38. Sorry. It's just with the bulbs and it's because it's bright. I can't really see it. But there we go. Anyway, sets up our semi-finals of... Just as you've changed the page, sorry.
No, it's all right.
Daniel
Daniel Giles taking on Billy Gay, and it's going to be Brian Pateman taking on Ron Bartlett.
Cracking stuff.
Be good, Sanders.
It's going to be fun. As always, thanks for your help, Chris.
No problem.
See you a little bit later.
See you soon.
Right, Elliot Day has a solo here in Street Eliminator. This will book his spot in the semis. I imagine he's just going to break the beams and maybe drive up the racetrack, but he's certainly not going to go flat out, that's for sure.
It's all about smart racing and making it back for the next round at this point, especially as it's 7:15 in the evening.
We've got some races coming up. It's going to be Andy Bond taking on James Murray, Al Mack taking on Graham Smith, and then Tony Hooks taking on Anthony Wilkins. And it is going to be Andy Bond next, taking on James Murray. You can hear the burn out there for James.
So, round win, personal best, date with Andy Bond, but they're telling him to do the burnout, but he's not doing it. There we go. So we're getting a bit worried then. Right, FIA top methanol into the pairing lanes, please. Top methanol, could we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Final round, championship decider. Well, has Andy Bond got a problem? We'll have to wait and see. James Murray? But he's still building up the boost, which is always a good sign. Nope. Still looks pretty easy, to be honest with you. That car's so effortless. I think he's clicked it before the finish line too. He has 8:24 at 1:32. James Murray, even quicker for James. At 10:45 at 1:30. Terrific effort all weekend from that man and that car. Andy Bond's in the semis.
You can't do better than running PBs every single pass. And considering he hadn't run a 10 before this weekend, has now got it down to 10:45. Brilliant job from James. Well done.
One thing Andy was saying that last night was really interesting. He said that if you go from like 15 seconds down to 8 seconds, you've missed out on 7 seconds of improvement and fun and everything else. Yeah, no, seriously. Oh no, Butcher's got a problem. He's been told to click it off. It's going to be a bye run for Tony Higgs. I wonder if he'll take it easy or he will leg it on through. No, he's legging it.
He's certifiable nutter.
Still quite an easy looking run. At 797, 175 miles an hour. Oh dear, Butch, yeah, with a big puddle down there. I presume that's fuel. Yeah, it is, because they're squeegeeing it out the way, but that's... oh, at least that happened there. Not a half track or something like that, because that could have been nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty.
That's how quick they're getting onto it to try and spread it around. Not trying to keep it in one spot.
Well, the next pair is underneath the tower. That is Al Mack with the Evolution. Going to be taking on Graham Smith. That's the last pair of this round of racing.
Yep.
We've just about set our semi-finals. We got, is it round 3 of Junior Dragster?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Round 3 of Junior Dragster
to set semis.
Yep. So we're cracking on through. We are getting there. We are going to get there as well. We've got our Bike Pro finals to come. We've had a final in Pro Stock. We've had a final in...
Top Fuel.
Absolutely.
Funny car. Nostalgia Funny Car. They've all gone.
They have. We've got the 2 FIA classes of Top Methanol and Pro Mod to go. All of our bike finals. I think that's where we are at the moment. So, yeah, we're caught up comparatively quickly. Yeah, they're just going to dry that out and do a bit of sledding with the tractor.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've actually been going quite a while. Just for a very short moment whilst I clean that lane, if we could just give it to Nitro FM 96.2, we'll take it back as soon as we're ready to go. It won't be long. Right, we'll just let you know what's going on. Unfortunately, Butch managed to deposit some raw fuel onto the start line. They tried to spread it around very quickly to make it easy to clear up, but unfortunately it's just eaten into the rubber there. So they're just scraping off the top layer. They'll re-sled it and we'll be good to run again. It'll only take 5 minutes, but that's what they're having to do on the start line at the moment. Be about a 5-minute delay. Thanks so much indeed.
So we're back to racing. Street Eliminator. That was one of the quickest track scrapes I've ever seen. Also, it caught me out because I was going to get me dinner. Anyway, your next pair is Graham Smith with his first ever event with the Grimhilda, the 1957 Chevy, over there in the Kestrel Lane, taking on Al McSweeney with the Evolution. For a place in the semis.
Oh, Graham Smith away first, but I think Al Mac's going to drive around him here.
He's already there. It's going to be another 7.
7.72 and a 9.21 for Graham.
Well, Graham's comfortably in the low 9s. I think mission accomplished for the weekend. As we move on with Junior Dragster.
Right, this is quarterfinals to set the semis. Right, Daniel Weir. My goodness me. He is making hay while the sun has set now. But he is hauling in that points gap to Luke Fulton, who has had a massive lead in the points chase. But he went out early. So Daniel Weir is the one that's really closing in. And it'll be a good fight between those two at the national finals. Going alongside Lara Bartlett. Got past Freddie Taylor in the previous round. 8.05 plays 8.06, just 100th of a second difference between them on the tree. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. And the win light goes to Lara Bartlett, 8.08 on an 8.06 and an 05 light. Pretty much nothing Daniel could do about that one. Lara away first. And that's the end of Daniel's points haul. But he has closed that gap on Luke Fulton. But it is Lara into the semis. Jess Bishop and Liam McDonald to see who's going to race Lara in the next round. 8.02 for Jess, but he's going to be Liam leaving first, 8.59. Oh, Liam goes deep. But still gets the green. Maybe Jess trying to chase him down. And yeah, Jess pedaling and takes the stripe there. 8.14 against the loser, 8.71. So it is Jess that will be racing Lara in the semi-final. All right, next up it is the Boost Monkey Dragster of Graysmith taking on Finley Fag. Finley dialing in 12.49, Grace dialing in 9.33. There goes Finley. And Grace sets off in pursuit. So, looks like a huge gap to try and close in, but look at the closing speed of Grace on Finley. But it's not enough. Finley Fag takes the win and goes into the semi-finals with a 12.63 getting lose out 9.39. Luke Mugridge and Damien Redshaw, the last quarter-final in Junior Dragster. Luke Mugridge, #1 qualifiers, decimating them all on the way here so far. But Damien Redshaw, he's got here on merit as well. This to race Finley Fag in the semis. Both of them get green lights. Luke Mugridge going to be closing down Damien. There's only a second between them on the dial-ins, 8.16 to 9.16. The win light goes to Luke Mugridge, goes 8.19 with an 0.2 light. The march continues for Luke.
That was the difference as well, 0.11 for Damien Redshaw on the tree. Okay, we have our FIA Top Methanol Final. This is for the big trophy at the FIA banquet this evening. Whoever wins this will be European champion. Will it be repeat for Sandro Bellio from 2019, or will Johnny Lag knock him off his perch? We are about to find out. So it's A Fuel Dragster all the way from Sweden in the Auto Glim Lane against Top Methanol Funny Car from Belgium. In the Kestrel lane. So Johnny Lagg's fired up. Quite unbelievable, isn't it? After a season-long race campaign, it comes down to the last race of the year. All the travelling, all the hassle, all the hard work.
We have Pro Modified into the lanes. Pro Modified.
That's a proper wow moment. Did you see that? For Johnny Lag. Well, a lot of the drivers, what they do with the carbon disc, I used to do it, to warm them up, because they only work when they're proper temperature, is you hold the brake a bit on the burnout to warm the discs up and warm the pads up. The back end was glowing when Johnny did that burnout.
Well, just in case, every time I said it, I spoke over a burnout. Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please. Pro Modified, let's have you into the lanes, please.
So, Sandro with the funny car is going to get 0.22 on the tree, and it's up to Johnny Lag to run him down. That's what happened in Hockenheim. Sandro has had two really good, strong runs to take his place in this final. Johnny Lag has been a bit off pace in both of his runs earlier today, but it doesn't matter because he got the win lights. So for Belgium and funny cars, Sandro Bellio. For Nitro in Sweden, Johnny Lag. Well, Johnny Lag's missing cylinders. That one's all Sandro. 5.51 at 2.62. It is Sandro Bellio who takes the win. Johnny Lag goes 5.67 at 2.53. Tried everything he could. I don't know whether you noticed, Colin. I think the header might have been broke because the
flame's coming down on one side.
Well,
really
that's what
bizarre.
happens. I think one of the headers might have broken. So some of the flames were going up, but not all of them. Some were definitely pointing downwards towards the racetrack. So congratulations to your repeat champs in Top Methanol, the Bellio family. And commiserations, but great fight all year long to Johnny Lag. Well done. Give them a round of applause, everybody. They've done it again. So much hard work and dedication, especially after the fire that they had up in Tierp. I don't think they couldn't even take part in eliminations that weekend. They had to basically take it all home, take it all apart, and work out what they were going to do. I can see our Pro Mod, well, one of our Pro Mod finalists down.
No, they're both. No, that's Andre Oliver that's actually in the lanes.
Okay, yeah. He wanted to get a run if he had time. I think that was what it was. So give the A-Fuel Team Sweden guys a cheer. They tried their very, very best.
All right, a bit of track prep. The Bluebird has gone out there, so it gives us a chance to get a breather. Nitro FM, if you could take the airways back, we've still got plenty more to come, but before that, we're just going to make that track even stickier, ready for more racing. Nitro FM, it's all yours.
Well, the car moved to the right almost instantly. Jason pedalled it, got back on it again, shook the tyres, and then spun them. So a 9:34 win, not what they were looking to do, obviously, but they are winners of the European finals. Quick track sweep, and we're back on with everything else too. We've got all the bikes down here for their semi-finals. car launches really well.
Wait till you put gas on it. 9:17 virtually matches his qualifying number there, Graham. Well done.
Tony Higgs with a slightly turned down 1.21 60 foot.
Definitely turned down. Still goes 794, 177.
So Mark Sheridan with the MPH Racing Cuda goes red. James Murray will be moving on to round 2. Mark Sheridan then sticks his boot in it and runs it out the back door. 188 miles an hour, his fastest speed of the weekend.
Pushing it as hard as he possibly can. It's a consistent 10-second vehicle. Elliot Day, though, way quicker.
Elliot's over the stripe first with a 921, 153. Dad's happy with that one.
So
big shame
rebuild for him. So a solo for the butcher shop. Went 12:45 in qualifying. 12:65 in E1. As the car used to get a little bit wayward at high speed, but got around that problem now. Oh, I had to pedal it slightly there, did Al?
It didn't look like it slipped. I think that was just a preemptive pedal that he probably didn't need to do. Oh, wow. 773, 173. Ash Cooper in the night.
Securing his spot in round 2.
What I loved about Andy last night was there's a kid that came in and he said, "Do you like it?" He said to the kid, "Do you like it?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Right, get one." That's what he was saying to everybody. But Andy Bomb, possibly his slowest pass ever, 1386. It still went 98 miles an hour. And
really is. We won on the start line, this one. Wow.
300 on the tree for Al Morrison Jr. Will it be 300 at the finish line? It looks like it might be.
Oh, wow.
Look at this ET and the speed as well. 683. 2022 no matter what. And he's already in stage. France or Sweden? Eric is long gone. Oh, 586. Look at the speed. That'll be Rickard's long gone. 250 from the UK for a place in the final at the Euro. Well, Neil's out in front. Neil clicks it off. Can Al catch him? Not quite. I thought Neil had clicked it off a little bit too charge of that Escort. Oh, and it's actually a whole shot for Kev Jenkins. Can he get there? Not quite. Oh my goodness me, it's another 724 at 188. I'm driving towards him.
Well, Rickard over there as well. And then I can see Pro Stock Bike finalists lining up behind them as well. So, there's, they crouched down next to the boat. Very unusual starting procedure for Martin de Haas. He's at the front of the bike because the rest of the crew just crouched down next to it. Just connecting everything up, ready to go through the procedure. So the first of
the bike finals.
Signals being given for them to fire up.
Going to be fun seeing them in the dark as well. They're going to be riding a cushion of nitro flames all the way down the track.
Oh, that's going to be beautiful to watch now, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Well, it's their only runs today for Marcus Christensen and Martin de Haas.
Yeah, there was actually 3 bikes entered, but
only 2 qualified.
So yeah, only 2 got ETs in qualifying. So basically that set the final. Now Martin de Haas ran a personal best 6.50 in qualifying yesterday. Marcus Christensen in the other lane was number 1 qualifier with a 6:25. Marcus is European champ. Good luck to both of these riders. Imagine blasting yourself into a black hole at a couple of 100 miles an hour. Look at Marcus's bike as well. Bunny ears on a fuel bike. 6:21! 230 miles an hour. That is outstanding again from the Christensen family. Speedy down there, absolutely overjoyed. Seriously, bunny ears out of a fuel bike. How cool is that?
Excellent. Very cool indeed.
Well, unfortunately for Martin de Haas, I think he had tyre shake off the start line. Tried his very, very best, but ran through with a 12-second elapsed time. But look at that for Marcus Christensen. 6:21, 2:30. That's one of the fastest speeds I've ever seen on a Super Twin.
Well, this is the top fuel bike then. Rickard Gustafsson alongside Neil Midgley.
Just going to have if we can have a quick check to see what the European speed record is actually for Super Twin. Yep, Simon's on it. Thank you very much. Neil Midgley, Rickard Gustafsson. Yeah, sorry, Simon, not like you haven't got much to do already. So it is top fuel bike final. Rickard Gustafsson against Neil Midgley.
Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, come on down.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Simon Groves, for confirming the previous speed record was 223 miles an hour. Marcus Christensen's just set a European speed record, 230 miles an hour. Right, UK, another UK versus Sweden final. We've got another one coming in a minute with ProMod. So Rickard's been in the 580s all weekend. Neil Midgley's been in the 590s all weekend. I just cannot imagine what goes through these guys' minds about to blast down that racetrack in the dark at 250. Look at that, a thing of beauty. Neil clicks it off. Rickard goes 593, 250 miles an hour again. That was a glorious sight, wasn't it? Neil Midgley actually treed Rickard half-track 393 to 390. In fact, Neil Midgley was ahead at half-track but rolled off the throttle through the finish line. Still a great way to end the season. Well done to Rickard for the event and the championship win. I think that was Pro ET.
Yes, it was Pro ET. Can we have you into the lanes, please? Pro ET. Right, Pro Stock Bike.
More bike night racing, please. That would be great. I really like this. Unfortunately, they're all done now. Yeah, that was a 593 for Rickard Gustafsson at 250. Lose out for Neil Midgley, 622. Final of Pro Stock Bike. Oh, Martin Bishop cuts the engine after the burnout. It looks like it's going to be a boy run. Well, for Bertrand Maurice, barely getting in the show yesterday.
Martin really
miffed.
Well, frustrated, miffed, you name it, whatever. So Bertrand Maurice, your number 4 qualifier, had a nightmare in quali, but went 7:35 in round 1, and here he is. He's going to take the solo in the final.
He's had a nightmare all season, so this should make winter a little bit better.
Can he go quicker than 7:35? No, 7:35.
175 miles an hour. I don't think they worry about that. Congratulations to the whole team. He'll be delighted with that. 2 more bike finals to go. Super Street and Junior drag bike. We've got Pro Mod final sitting around there. I honestly would have always loved to run at night. I'd love to run at this time when I was driving. But goodness knows, I never got to, unfortunately. I just can't process what goes through these guys' minds racing at this time of day into what is pretty much a black hole, or a blue hole now with all the LED lights. Your Super Street Bike final. It's going to be a UK winner and UK runner-up. Jake Michelle was number 3 qualifier. Al Morrison Jr. was number 7. However, all that's gone out the window after the semi-final. Al Morrison, a massive step up, 683. Jake Michelle has been in the 6.7s. Hold your breath. Well, it looks like Al Morrison's way out in front at the moment. Can Jake run him down? No, it's Al Morrison. Another personal best, 6.82, 211 miles an hour. Beats Jake, 691. A bigger speed of 216. Al Morrison on the tree as well. 0.34. What a terrific end, though, to the European Super Street Bike season. That was really, really, really cool to watch. Well done to Rick Stubbins as well, tuning the bike for Al Morrison Jr. Final, junior drag bike. Meg Talbot, Holly King. Holly King was #1 qualifier. Holly King is the champion in junior drag bike. Which one of these young ladies is going to take the big trophy this evening?
Well, it's a green light drag race, so it's an 8:15 Darling versus an 11:22. This for the big trophy for the event. And it goes to Meg Talbot. 8:22 beats an 11:33. Win margin 0.7. Meg takes the win.
Congratulations to both of them. It must be fun actually being kids riding in the dark too. So we are done with bikes. We just have cars left to run today. We've still got a couple of rounds of racing for a few of them, I think, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Yeah, most of them actually.
Okay. We've still got semi-finals and finals to go in, I think, just about everything else, other than Comp Eliminator finals? Yeah, Comp Eliminator's down there. Pro Mod's down there. Pro Mod is coming
In
now.
actual fact, all of our classes, all of our sportsman classes are at semi-final stage.
I think is there only 5 sportsman classes though, so it's going to be 5 or 6, I think, aren't there?
Yeah, Junior Dragster, Super Pro, Pro ET, Super Comp, Super Gas, Street Eliminator.
Is that 5 or 6? I couldn't count.
Oh, sorry, 6.
No, it's all right. But what I was going to say, it's only 6 classes.
Comp was running on the Sportsman Day, but now they shift over to a Pro, if you like. But this is it. This is FIA Pro Modified. And it is Jan Eriksson taking on Bobby Wallace.
Well, I think next year, Jan Eriksson is going to petition for all the races to be held at Santa Pod. Because so far, up till this race, and maybe even including this race, we don't know, he's unbeaten at this racetrack this summer.
Including Door Slammers,
yeah, Door Slammers he won. Main event he won. Here he's in the final. He could go unbeaten at Santa Pod Raceway. Go on, Colin.
Super Pro. Can we have you into the lanes, please? Super Pro.
Okay, so for Sweden, he retained his championship. That's Jan Eriksson, #1 qualifier, wearing Pro Modified #1 on the car. He is in the Auto Glim lane, taking on Bobby Wallace from just down the road in Bedford. This is his first ever FIA Pro Mod final. He's also running the 580s this weekend with the nitrous car. How cool is this though? We got UK against Sweden, we got nitrous against Supercharger. Well, pick your favourite. Who do you want to win? Let's just hope it's a good 5-second side-by-side race. God, what must be going through their minds again? Let's go. Last race of the season for Jan Eriksson. Bobby's got another one in a couple of weeks. No burn downs going on here. Lots of pedalling going on. Bobby went for the wall. I think Jan did too. He goes 581. Goodness me. Absolutely slaughters everybody. 245 miles an hour. They were almost dead even off the tree. Bobby was 0.97 to 60 foot. Jan was 0.95, but that's the last time on that during that race it was even. Bobby shook the tyres around about 100 foot out, went for the wall, and wisely backed out of it. He got into it again. He tried to run Jan down. He went 6:36 at 2:32 in case Jan had a problem, but it didn't happen. Runner-up Bobby Wallace, your winner, and undefeated in 2022.
Street Eliminator, can we have you into the lanes, please? Street Eliminator. Pretty much all of our semi-finalists coming down. Right, the final of Comp Eliminator. Pick your Williams brother to win. Is it going to be Dan? Is it going to be Nick? Keith's trying to stand in the middle. And that's right, the whole team are trying to stand in the middle. So we got Dan in the blue Chevelle, Nick in the green Camaro. They qualified 1 and 3. They're going to be sharing the podium. Nice fact, they shared the podium this time last year. 1 and 2.
One thing I've just noticed, have you noticed Dan's index taking a real wallop?
Oh, it has, isn't it? Yeah, 10:32.
Yeah, he went more than 0.6 under. Street Eliminator into the pairing ladies for the semis.
Is that just for this event, or is that permanent now?
I think that will be because of the size of the margin. I think that may well be permanent.
So Nick will leave first. Stage and duel between the brothers. I know they both want this, actually. There goes Nick. There goes Dan. Ooh.
Well, it's a heads-up race. Nick's got a slight hole shot on his brother. It looks like he's in front as well from here, and he
takes it, yeah. Oh, 0-4 at the stripe. Dan goes 9.78. Oh, he was trying everything to win that, but Nick takes it 10.85. Wow.
What I love about that, what I really loved about that, was they all went, yeah, we won. Well, of course you did, because it was both.
That is a new PB for the Chevelle.
That's
outright
terrific.
Chevelle, and that is on their comp eliminator motor, not their more powerful one. Wow. But it's Nick that wins it.
Right, well, we have, while we collect our sportsman semi-finalists, they're all on the way down, don't worry. We won't be too much longer. Let's have a quick look at the time. It's 5 to 8 on a Sunday evening on what has been a pretty trying weekend. However, we're trying to go out with a bang. This is Andrei Arnover from Estonia with the Mustang. I'm loving the crew cap. Can you see that? Look, his crew guy down there. He's probably just keeping his head warm. Andrei comes all the way from Estonia to come and race with us here. Oh, sorry, he just looked like a white. He's just like a regular little white skull cap.
No,
sorry, it's all right. It's a normal one. Sorry,
it's
because it's dark. Sorry, it's because it's dark and it's late. So, Andrei went out in round one in a most unsatisfactory fashion. It wasn't even a race. He didn't even make it off the start line, unfortunately. He wants to go home and start what will be a very long winter out there in Estonia with at least a good A to B run, hopefully a 5-second run. You've just seen the 581, so he knows the track's still there. In case you're getting the setup right. Here we go, the turbo car. Like a bat out of hell. My goodness me, that's a flyer. 584, 252 miles an hour. My goodness me, why didn't he do that on Saturday or this morning? Actually, we're glad he didn't, because he'd have walloped Andy Robinson, but there we go. Wow, his quickest ever run, and at 252 miles an hour to boot. 101 to 60 foot, 3.90. Goodness me, I've just seen the back half.
Oh, no.
God, blimey. 101 to 60 foot, 3.90 to the 8th at 199. That's nothing special. The back half is 5.84. He went 194 in the last half of the racetrack at 252. Give the team a big cheer, please, ladies and gentlemen. That'll make a long winter in Estonia a lot shorter. Absolutely outstanding. Now, the only thing I will say, a little caveat, is we don't know whether that was Pro Mod legal or not. Because he may have undone the boost controller just for, you know, the hell of it.
So what?
It doesn't matter. I tell you what, boost controller, whatever. That is terrific. Also, 252 in a Pro Mod. He's going to be absolutely delighted with that, especially after the way he went out earlier today. He still had a great season. I think he still finished third in the championship. But, wow. That was fantastic.
Well, he's got nowhere to go apart from the dinner a little bit later on this evening, so thought you run the car again. Why not? Don't blame him.
Come do it again. That was great. We like that.
Right.
He also put on 53 miles an hour in the back. Anyway, no, I'm going to shut up.
No, it's worth it, mate. It's
really
worth it.
It is. Jesus. That is exceptional. Absolutely. Anyway, so we have our sportsman semi-finals down here as well. We've got Pro ET down there. I'm sure right behind them is Super
Well,
Pro.
we need them all, basically.
Yeah.
All of our sportsmen semi-finals. If you're not in the lanes, come on down. And then we can do the finals. But, yeah, 6 classes. Super Comp, Street Eliminator, Super Gas, Pro ET, Super Pro ET, and Junior Dragster.
I'm just going to sit here and look at that scoreboard, because that's pretty cool. It's not the quickest dog car run of the weekend, but it's just quite amazing. They must be just super, super happy with that. I hope that gives them the impetus to come back again next May for the door slammers in the main event. I really do.
I can't see anywhere else they'd want to be honest. If they're running those sort of numbers here, and you know, this is the best track.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't they want to be anywhere else?
The other thing you've got to realise as well, it's pitch black out there. It's probably getting cold, and the track still holds its quickest run ever. You know,
incredible. Right, lots of sportsman cars in the lanes. Just a little bit of sledding going on out there. Just checking in on the time, 8 o'clock in the evening.
So we still have well, this would normally be finish time. However, we still can run for another hour, which by the sounds of it we will be doing. But what we're going to do is run all the semi-finalists through. Then as soon as they've finished, they will be back round again as quick as possible for their final round. So moving forward, it's going to be. Oh, look at this. They've all got their headlights on. How cute's that? The Pro ET semi-finals.
Right, are we going to have an all-Huxley Pro ET final, or is Stu Doyney going to put another immense ET and reaction time package together? So Mike Lacey taking on Mark Huxley, but first of all it's going to be Lee Huxley taking on Stu Doyney. Well, I think that's who I saw flinch first. Yep.
Yeah, so it is Stu Doyney going up against Lee Huxley.
So Stu goes with 11.91. Lee Huxley goes with 9.45.
Dad Brian down there looking on the start line. It's going to be a heck of a race, this one. Let's see if the dark and the bulbs have anything to do with this. Not if you name Stu Doyney, they don't, or Lee Huxley. It's Lee. Oh, Stu broke out by 1,000, but he was over the finish line first by. He wouldn't have won that actually. If you had the, even if you had the 1,000 on,
no,
he wouldn't have done it. That was a whole shot win effectively for Mr. Huxley. So we got one Huxley in the final. Still a great weekend from Stu Doyney.
Oh, staggering weekend.
So we have the potential for an all Huxley final, ladies and gentlemen. Standing in the way of that is Mike Lacey with a Metamorphosis. Well, Mark Huxley's way out there in front. If the win light comes on in that lane, it's a Huxley picking up the big trophy, and it does!
It's an all Huxley final.
They're overjoyed. Mike Lacey breaks out, and he still didn't get there first. 0.5 on the tree for Mark Huxley to a 0.24.
I think that's the first time we've had an all Huxley final in Pro ET.
In probably the toughest field in Pro ET ever as well.
Yeah.
We have to mention that, obviously. Super Row semi-finals. Mr. Parker back up here. Crunch time.
Yep. And I'm still here.
Yeah,
which is the weirdest thing.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
He hasn't bothered going home.
Well, we haven't either, no. So Ron Bartlett still with the 829 on the window. Going up against Brian Pateman still with the 83 on the window with the nitrous on.
Don't forget, Ron was perfect ET in the previous round. Absolutely perfect. But Brian Pateman, we call him Professor.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
0.08 of a second dial-in difference between the two.
Has he ever won the Super Pro Championship though? I'm not sure he has in all the years he's been racing in it. I don't think he's quite. He's won a lot. Don't get me wrong, please. No, I'm not. I just think of a man of his caliber. and obvious racing prowess. It actually surprises me if he hasn't, really.
Yeah.
Ron Bartlett rolling forward with a little angle. He's going to be going second, but by only that much.
Yeah, very little.
Is it difficult to watch just your side of the tree?
Nah.
No?
Nah,
Okay.
you get...
Just
in the dark,
concentrate, yeah?
In the dark, it's harder.
Right.
But it's...
Well, you can see Ron Bartlett actually left first, and his light came on second. I don't think I'm giving anything away there. It's Ron Bartlett who breaks out, though. He had a massive margin. Oh, he was over the finish line first by 0.18.
You know that thing I say about taking as little stripe as possible?
Yeah, that we could have done. Well, maybe he couldn't see.
I
mean,
mean it's difficult.
I mean,
out there
Ron's
this
real
time.
good at this. He's been at it a while. He was 0-2 on the tree to a 0.19 for Brian Pateman. Wow, that is a bit of a shock, to be honest with you. I thought he would have backed out of it at least a little bit, but he still took the stripe with 153. So it is Brian Pateman in the final against one of these two.
And he had, what, nearly 2/10 of strike?
He had a lot of room.
Yeah.
A lot of room. In fact, that's almost the same as the reaction time advantage. Could have eased up a bit. Anyway.
Well, double breakout.
Oh, actually, it was a double breakout. Sorry, yes, I beg your pardon.
Right, Billy Gain wants to keep pulling away in this points chase. He is definitely your points leader now, without a shadow of a doubt.
Just how much he takes forward to the national finals depends on the next race, and possibly the next race after that too. Well, I'm impressed that Harriet's on the start line again, because she still probably doesn't want her belly rubbed every time that... I think he's supposed to do it before he runs, not afterwards. Anyway.
It's going to be a mosh pit otherwise in the final.
Something like that. Anyway, so have you raced these two many times, Chris?
I was just trying to remember when I last raced Billy, and I know I have.
You must have done at some point.
And I have definitely, and I've definitely raced Daniel. Yeah. And I can't remember the results either way. I know I fear them both. Is all I need to say.
So Darling's End, Billy Gain 8:59, Daniel Giles 7:35. So it will be Billy that will be setting off in the dark first.
Got street eliminator semis in the water box as well. That was quick.
Daniel's 35 looks really honest, so I don't think he'll be whomping the throttle much at the top. I think he's hoping just stick the nose past and that's it.
Well, I think Billy might have left himself a bit of a wriggle room with 8:59.
Well, Billy's very good at the spot drop. He has his spot, and he'll lift when he's ready, and the other car goes solid fine.
Doesn't matter. Daniel goes red. And
Billy was late.
Probably a good job. I was just going to say that for Billy. Billy was dead late. He was 0.26. Which in bracket racing is almost suicide.
Yeah.
Well, for Billy, that is like 3 days.
Yeah, that's...
He doesn't do that very often.
Very unusual indeed. Chris, thanks ever so much again for popping up.
No problem.
It's been fun again. It's been fun again. I hope you come back for the final if you can.
I'll try to.
You try, see if you can. Thank you, mate. Right, so, Street Eliminator semis. We have 2 races. 4 cars, but only 2 spots in the semis. Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister in the Kestrel lane. Al McSweeney in the Autoglim lane with Evolution. Both of these cars been in the... Well, actually, Andy's been in the 6s again, isn't he? Andy Bond can't take the car in the other lane lightly at all. Al McSweeney's in. Andy's in. Well, Andy Bond's off the line first, which may spell the end of the day for Al Mac. That's a really close race. Andy Bond takes a stripe. Oh, Al Mac loses with his best run ever on a hole shot. Would you believe it? 762 at 180 for Al Mac. They can't believe it. 767.44 on the tree for Andy Bond. 0.28 for Al Mac. Oh, don't show him that timing ticket.
I think Andy knew he was out in front and lifted, obviously. 100. No,
193.
No, he hadn't.
I think that was probably the tune that was in there.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I know. Andy Bond having to win a race on a whole shot. We just said that, didn't we? Yeah, there we go. Elliot Day with the Willis taking on Tony Higgs. Tony's been deadly consistent on race day. He's run a couple of 7.9s already. What's the real shock about that is for once Andy Bond was really vulnerable, and his driving made up for it. So we've got Super Comp semis over there coming up. They're going to build up the boost and take them in. They're both turbo cars, these. Well, Tony Higgs, 122 to 60 foot and long gone in the Capri. 795, another 7.9. 908, great effort for Elliot. 152, Dave's happy with that.
So
well
Tony
done.
Higgs into another final.
Yeah, against Andy Bond.
All right, just 3 classes to go to create their finals, which of course is Junior Dragster, Super Comp and Super Gas.
Yep, the Super Compers are just getting strapped in by the looks of it. Junior Dragster won't be far away as well.
And bearing in mind the lateness of the day, we don't have any double class cars anywhere in the rest of the the rest of the ladders. All right, Junior Dragster semi-finals. We'll see Luke Mugridge taking on Finley Fagg, and it's going to be Jess Bishop taking on Lara Bartlett. Super Comp, Steve Hudson taking on Paul Hudson, and it'll be Leah Kellett taking on Richard Tunstall. And of course in Super Gas, Andy Dibley taking on Pete Creswell, and Dave Fulton taking on Mark White. So that's what we've got to come.
And they're all there, I think.
Yeah, I can certainly see the Super Comp semi-finalist.
No, the tractor's going back into place. I think both the Hudsons are in, ready to go. I can see everybody gathered down there for Junior Dragster as well. You folks out there absolutely rock. All you people on the banking
There's a
and
good
the
number
grandstand.
still here, actually.
There certainly are, considering it's pitch black. Hope you don't have to get up for work early in the morning like I do.
Well,
But,
I do as well.
Do you?
Yeah. I still start at 8 tomorrow morning.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness, man. Sorry, I thought you... no, only semi-retired.
So, yeah, I do. Well, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday at the day job. Thursday back up here. Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the tower. Then, oh no, we got a bank holiday week Monday, haven't we?
Yes.
I myself probably got most of the nation will be glued to the television sets that day. As those that can't be in London will be watching the very sad moment that our dearly beloved Queen, the funeral, of course.
So Junior Dragster's coming forwards. So after these semi-finals, we may have a few minutes break to collect our finalists, which is quite handy for those people that need to go and clear up their caravans.
Well, luckily where I put mine, mine is still hitched up to the van, so all I've got to do is wind the legs up and move it away.
Are you staying tonight? You going home?
I might stay actually, and I'll just go straight to work from here instead of going home.
Yeah, the only problem for me is if I stay, because my wife did suggest that. If I stay, I've got to get up at 5 to get home for everything tomorrow. So I think going home might be the prudent option. So Jess Bishop with the Nightmare in the Kestrel Lane, and Lara Bartlett. Now we've already had one Slick Tricks Racing Dragster in the winner's circle.
I just thought I didn't bring my generator.
Sorry?
I'll have no power in the morning. I'll have hot water. I can put the gas on, but I'll have no electric. So
I was going to say you won't have a pump to pump the water.
No, we've got leisure batteries on board.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
Oh, that's a bit posh.
Most caravans have leisure batteries.
Yeah, mine doesn't. That's
No
what I was
bother. dear. Right, anyway, Lucas Oil's junior dragster, Lara Bartlett and Jessica Bishop. 8:04 plays 8:07, semi-final number 1. Lara goes in, Jess goes in, Tree counts them down, green light drag race.
Not that much in it on the start line. I'm not even sure they can see where the finish line is, actually. It's going to be Jess. 8:11 on an 8:07, takes out an 8:12 on an 8:04. They were almost dead even off the start line, only a couple of hundredths in it.
Win margin 0-2.
So Luke Muggeridge, who was #1 qualifier with the Lost Dragster, going against Finley Fagg. I'll tell you what, I hope his brother is his biggest fan right now, because he's on the verge of going into the final.
.14 plays 12:55. Finley will be going first. And Luke will have to be patient by over 4 seconds. There goes Finn. And there's Luke Muggeridge off in pursuit.
I think Luke's going to get there. A couple of rumps at the finish line as well to an 8:16 on an 8:14. Takes the win by a big margin, actually, a couple of tenths of a second. He had a couple of tenths in the bag off the start line, and that was pretty much the win margin as well. So congratulations to the Muggeridges. Not only #1 qualifier, but in the final as well.
Yeah.
Excellent effort.
But well done to Finley Fagg, Stuart Dad. Well done to them. Taking Finley all the way through to the semi-finals. Right, we just got 2 classes to get to final stage, and that is Super Comp and Super Gas.
Super Comp are right there looking at us.
And they fired up as well. Super Comp. Hudson versus Hudson. Steve and Paul.
No relation, I think.
So Paul Hudson with the Pension Pot Dragster is in the Kestrel Beer lane, the left lane, as we look at it from the tower. And then you've got Steve Hudson in the Intravenous, all Model T altered. He's in the Auto lane. The right-hand lane as we look at it all, for those of you that remember it to be bankside or pit side. So Steve is bankside, Paul is pit side.
I'm glad you turned the microphone off, because no one would have heard that otherwise.
Excuse me.
So it's heads up first to the finish line, wins 8.90. You can tell it's late, can't you? Just don't go quicker than 8.90. Oh, 007 reaction time for Paul Hudson. I can say that out loud. Oh, he's having a weave at the finish line, though. And takes the win. 8.94 beats an 8.92. 06 on the tree for Steve Hudson was his undoing in that one. But Paul Hudson, weaving about through the finish line, takes the win. 166 miles an hour as well.
Wow.
Great race. Great race. So, Steve Hudson is now Richard Tunstall's biggest fan.
Well, let's not forget, Rich Tunstall won the Easter meeting, I believe. First time out with the car this year. chance to win.
Certainly does. Absolutely no slouch with the Roadster. However, Leah's not bad either. Ice by Super Gas Semi as well. Then it's just a case of collecting the last 5 or 6 finals, running them through.
Well, they're both racers, that's for sure.
Not much in it on the tree. It's going to be Richard Tunstall, because Leah breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Unfortunately, Richard was off the line first, 0.2 to an 0.4.
Wow.
Well, what that means as well is that probably means that Leah and Steve,
it keeps the points chase really tight.
It keeps everything pretty much tied together going into the national finals. Okay, the last 2 semi-final races, then everything is at finals. Andy Dibley beat Creswell.
Yeah, so the gap remains 60 points between the pair of them. That's
so as it was
less than a round, yeah. Wow.
In favour of who?
Steve Hudson.
Okay. So if they both do that again at the national finals, that will be it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll just have to see how it works. Andy Dibley goes red, quite a big red actually, 0.13. Knocks himself out. It's going to be Pete Creswell in the final.
Right, well, that's the points leader eliminated in semi-final stage for Andy Dibley. The trouble is, all the other contenders around him. Oh, no, hang on a second. Dave Fulton, even though he's over, well, nearly 800 points behind, but he's still in the show. Going alongside Mark White with the FX Vega. So Dave Fulton could close in a little bit, but say Dibbs has done rather well all season long. Oh, Chalky goes red. Deep stage foul, yeah. So Dave Fulton takes the win. Goes 991 on that 990 class index with a 0.4 light. But Chalky went deep. So it is Dave Fulton going to be racing Pete Creswell in the final. Right, okay, all of our sportsman classes are set to final. The lanes are empty. Going to take a little while to gather all our finalists together. So Nitro FM, if you could take it over for a little while. I think the plan will be to try and run all the finals together. So there will be a pause for a little while. We'll be back with you soon.
Lots of pedalling going on. Bobby went for the wall. I think Jan did too. He goes 581. Good.
Stage and duel between the brothers. I know they both want this, actually. There goes Nick. There goes Dan. Ooh.
Well, it's a heads-up race. Nick's got a slight hole shot on his brother. It looks like he's in front as well from here, and he
takes it, yeah. Oh, 0-4 at the stripe. Dan goes 9.78.
Like a bat out of hell. My goodness me, that's a flyer. 584, 252 miles an hour. My goodness me, why didn't he do that on Saturday? Or does the dark and the bulbs have anything to do with this? Not if you name Stu Dorney, they don't, or Lee Huxley. It's Lee. Oh, Stu broke out by 1,000, but he was over. Well, you can see Ron Bartlett actually left first, and his light came on second. I don't think I'm giving anything away there. It's Ron Bartlett who breaks out, though. He had a massive margin. Oh, he was over the...
He has his spot, and he'll lift when he's ready, and the other car goes solid by.
Doesn't matter. Daniel goes red. And
Billy was late.
Probably a good job. I was just going to say that for Billy. Billy was dead late. He was 0.26, which in bracket racing on the other lane likely at all. Al McSweeney's in. Andy's in. Well, Andy Bond's off the line first, which may spell the end of the day for Al Mac. That's a really close race. Andy Bond takes a stripe. Oh, Al Mac loses with his best run ever. They're going to build up the boost and take them in. They're both turbo cars, these. Well, Tony Higgs, 122 to 60 foot and long gone in the Capri. 795, another 7.9. 908, great effort for Elliott. 152.
Lara goes in, Jess goes in, Tree counts him down, green light drag race.
Not that much in it on the start line. I'm not even sure they can see where the finish line is, actually. It's going to be
Jess.
8.11 on an 8.07, takes out an 8.12 on an 8.04. They were almost dead even off the start line, only a couple of hundredths in it.
Win margin 0.2. There goes Finn. And there's Luke Mugridge off in pursuit.
I think Luke's going to get there. A couple of rumps at the finish line as well to an 8.16 on an 8.14. Takes the win by a big margin, actually, a couple of tenths of a second. He had a couple of tenths in the bag off the start line, and that was pretty much the win margin as well. So congratulations to the Mugridges, not only number one qualified team. Oh, 007 reaction time for Paul Hudson. I can say that out loud. Oh, he's having a weave at the finish line, though. And takes the win. 8.94 beats an 8.92. 06 on the tree for Steve Hudson was his undoing in that one. But Paul...
Well, they're both racers, that's for sure.
Not much in it on the tree. It's going to be Richard Tunstall, because Leo breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Finals, that will be it. Anyway, we'll just have to see how it works out. Andy Diddy goes red, quite a big red actually, 0.13. Knocks himself out. It's going to be Pete Creswell in the final.
Right, well, that's the points leader eliminated. Oh, Chalky goes red. Deep stage foul, yeah. So Dave Fulton takes the win. Goes 9.91 on that 990 class index with a 0.4 light. But Chalky went deep. So it is Dave Fulton. And that's Martin Hill to 1,000 feet in 4.65 at 243. And Roger gets there 5:25 at 237. But say Simon Fulton was broken, unfortunately. Chalky taking it through. Goes 9.94. Very good pass indeed there.
We've never had.
Most definitely. And he goes 9.93, 142.
Could we second off his normal elapsed times?
Well, that's the House Brothers handyman going through. Ronald House.
Well, he didn't get an ET, strangely.
That's bizarre.
He did take the grid.
06 off the line. .986 breakout, 145, doesn't matter, he is through.
Well, you could see the whole shot advantage for Colin Morris. All he really has to do is not break out, which he doesn't. Good stuff, both ends of the track. 0-2 on the tree. Well, Dave Fulton moved first. Dave Fulton takes the win on a whole shot. 9.96 takes out, and 9.93. 05 on the tree.
04 light. And a 9.86, 152. Good speed at the stripe there for number 2. Andy Dibley taking on Colin Morris. Pete Cresswell will be facing Ronald House. Dave Fulton will be racing this man here, Bob Molden. And then it'll be Mark White taking on Andy Harrison. 9.90 with a 6.
And he did it with...
Oh, 7.35 with an 8 and an 06 light.
For Dave Russell. Callan through to round 3 with a very nice 9.82. Well, Colin strangely running without nitrous. That's really close. That's Brian Bateman. Colin Miller was Tom Atkinson into stage. Nearly a second before the dragster followed him. Visibly good reaction time for both. Going to be Tom. 0-1 for Tom Atkinson on the tree. Exactly which way everybody's pointed. Scott goes red. Well, Ron's done himself a lot of favours today. Also runs 8.29. Scott goes 7.38, but it was with a red light, which was a 0-2.
When not that many weeks ago, Ron thought he wouldn't be here.
2-round wins for him.
Times like this, I'm glad someone else does the sums for me.
Yeah.
Got to run it all the way through too. A 9.01. Sounded like it was missing a little bit.
Pressing on the sub.
Oh, right.
I only know because I copied it. Mark
It's a similar paint job as well, isn't it? Well,
it is. That was the whole point.
Billy's out in front. Billy takes the win quite easily in the end. 0.3 on the tree to a .22. Well, Lee Derby is already caught Colin Morris.
Yeah.
And he
goes round
takes the
him.
win as well. 8:55
Wow.
on a 45. That was...
Will goes red, throws it away.
Goes
it's
way too early, actually.
Bell that takes the win.
That's a big shock for Will Clark. He went way too early as well.
988 on an 87 and an 09 light. Nice. Overall deal there for AC.
Well, it's a green light race. I think Mark Huxley's already caught Laura. And Mark Huxley does indeed take the win. That's a whole shot win, actually. He was 0.9 off his dial.
No, he's actually up to number 4 in the points already. Could be number 3. Yes. Lee Morris has moved up to number 3 in the points already. Oh,
I had to look at that again. Yeah. Who's got the better race car? That's all this is about now. The answer is Nova Scotia himself, Mr. Brett Featherstone. Street Eliminator, both. Bear in mind, both these cars are street cars. They get to use their headlights and interior lights as well, which looks very cool in the dark. This is the only final we've got down at the moment, though.
that's not interior lights, that's the sat-nav, so they can see where they're going, mate. You know?
If they don't know where to go in a straight line, anyway, you know what I mean. Right. So it's Andy Bond against Tony Higgs. So Andy Bond was vulnerable in the last round. I wonder if Tony Higgs has turned it up for this final round race. We're going to have to wait and see. We haven't mentioned Street Eliminator Points Championship so far for the last couple of days.
That's a very good
just
point,
out of blind
actually.
curiosity, we haven't really mentioned
Andy Bond
it
is
at all.
in the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy Bond is in the lead from Tony Higgs, bizarrely.
Oh, okay.
So it is the top two. Al Mack is 3.
Here we go then. Well, Andy Bond's got another whole shot on the line over his competitor. Tony Higgs was half a second on the tree, actually. Andy Bond goes 791 at 195, a 795 at 174 for Tony Higgs. But yeah, a 0.50 reaction time. Well, today was the day that Andy Bond was human. And he still found a way to win. So congratulations to the whole Ugly Sister team. Very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, 751 beats 795.
Oh, 51, so I thought it said 91.
No, it's your eyesight, mate.
It is that, isn't it? But yeah, anyway, we're just collecting the rest of our finalists, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments. We've got Mark Huxley down there. But
well, he's going to try and leg it, isn't he? No, Lee's made it.
yeah, so we'll hand back to Nitro FM. A little more music. Sorry, thought we were going to run them through all at once, but we'll run them as soon as they turn up.
So another final coming round the corner then, and it's Huxley versus Huxley.
Yeah.
Those are bright lights for an old Toyota, though. Look at that. Very smart indeed. LED headlights for Mark Huxley. But it is Lee Huxley in the Dark Horse Mustang that is in the test. Dad Brian standing in the middle, rightfully so. 10:18 is the dial-in for Mark Huxley, 9:48 for Lee Huxley, and it's the first time that we have had these two meet in the final.
Have they raced each other before?
They have raced each other before, but not in a final.
Okay. Well, now's the time to do it, obviously.
Yeah.
They've also outlasted the toughest field of the weekend. 49 entries, I think 45 or 46 put in time runs. So whoever picks up this big trophy has definitely earned it. So Mark Huckley's in stage. Lee follows his brother in. Here we go. Well, it's a really, really good green light drag race. All about who does the best job at the finish line. The answer to that is
Brian. A breakout for Mark by 0.02 of a second. Lee Huxley takes the win, 9:49 on a 48. Wow, that was close. 0.2 at the stripe, but Mark Huxley broke out by 0.2.
I like that. Who does the better job? And you said Brian, the one guy that wasn't in.
No,
No, it's okay. It's okay. But, you know, there's impartiality and there's impartiality, mate. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's all right. It was quite good. Well, it was. At least it was a Huxley. I normally get, like, the wrong bloke or something like that.
Oh, excellent.
So, Junior
you can't read
Dragster.
and I just get the names wrong. What a duo we are.
Disastrous duo, possibly.
Right, Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. The final for them is Jess Bishop taking on Luke Mugridge.
I think they've only got comp and gas to go.
No, comp have been.
Sorry? No, super comp and super gas. Sorry, I meant
Super Pro ET.
Oh, and super pro.
Yeah, because the man stood next to you. Like,
Oh,
hey.
that's what he's for.
Now it's a bit late to do that now.
She's been asking that for years.
So, finally, Junior Dragster between Luke Mugridge with the Jurassic Dragster, or the Velocidragster, if you prefer, against Jess Bishop. Now, how's Luke doing in the championship?
I think he was 5th coming into this weekend.
Okay. See, I keep asking you. It's brilliant not being able to see until at the national finals, but I've got to do all this myself, and then I won't be able to see a damn thing.
So, just working this one out. 8, 9, 10.
Is he up there? That was all I was...
I think he's going to leave here 3rd or possibly even 2nd, depending if he wins the final or not.
Okay.
He qualified number 1, so he gathered a whole host of points there, taking it all the way to the final.
Well, there's hardly anything in it on the tree for these two. We've got our Super Comp final over there too. So the green is going to run for Luke first. Nick is standing behind, holding his hands and his head in his hands. He can see that Luke actually left first, but it's all about... Yeah, we've got it. And it's Lukey taking the win. 8.17 on a 14. 0.4 at the stripe.
Oh, look at Jess. 8.11 on 8.10.
That was a whole shot win. Luke with an 0.9 to a 0.16. Luke Mugridge takes the win in Junior Dragster. Nick, he did win, mate. It's all right. You can relax. Breathe. It's good.
Chris, do you say it's 50 extra points for number 1 qualifier?
I think so, yeah.
He could be number 1. He could potentially be number 1.
I'm just quickly trying to work this one out. No, he's number 2 by about, well, less than 200 points. Wow, what a move he's made this weekend as Luke Mugridge. Congratulations.
Yeah, and Nick, I saw down there just saying thank you very much, Dad. Sadly.
I understand that, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Not around to see his lads do that, but I'm sure he'd be very, very proud indeed. What a day for the Mugridge boys.
What it's done is set a 3-way outright fight between Luke Fulton, Daniel Weir and Luke Mugridge. They are the 3 main protagonists, if you like, for the championship. Wow. Right, Super Comp.
Still waiting on that Super Gas. Super Pro Finals.
Paul Hudson taking on Rich Tunstall.
Thank you, Reggie, for the message, Bob. I'm glad you're listening to me in bed, not for the first time, probably.
Too much information there.
That's what he said to me. It's not a lot worse than that, frankly. So there we go. Anyway, so the final in Supercom. I must admit, probably an unlikely final.
Yeah.
Depends, how it shook out through qualifying and early eliminations as well. So Richard Tunstall with the Roadster in the Kestrel Lane Autoglym side of the racetrack for Paul Hudson with the pension pot. Both of these two have been real good on the tree today. It's a green light race, and they were both really good again then. Check out the top end charge from the dragster. It is Richard Tunstall taking the win. 8.95. He was 0-1 on the tree. That's 2 events he's won this season.
Yeah.
Congratulations. 0-4 on the tree. No slouch at all for Paul Hudson. But he went 9.03, 159 miles an hour. Just that little bit lacking in performance to get it done. Track check in the Kestrel Lane. Looks like they're wandering off, which is always good. We have 2 finals to go. Super Gas, Super Pro. After the finals, please come join us on the start line for prize giving. We're going to do this as quick as we can because I know a lot of people want to get home. And also, a lot of people got a banquet to go to, especially if their name's Colin. Yeah, we're going to do the prize giving down here on the start line absolutely as quickly as we possibly can after racing finishes. So if everybody can make their way down here, we've only got 2 more finals to run. They're here. They're ready to go. So please don't delay. And we'll come back and celebrate all our champions from today's racing, which has been one that we won't forget anytime soon, eh?
No. Well, we've got 13 minutes of available time to run the 2 finals, and
I think we might
they're
make
all
it.
there. They are all there. Billy Gain taking on Brian Pateman for Super Pro, and Super Gas will be Pete Cresswell and Dave Fulton.
So, in the last round, you asked me about Brian and championships.
Yes.
So, Super Pro championships,
yes.
None.
Okay.
Billy Gain, Super Pro championships, none.
Wow.
Event wins,
plenty.
Brian Pateman, 1. Billy Gain, 2.
Wow.
Do you know something? I'm going to be really, that's going to sound really silly. Is that all? That, I mean, it just
Thanks
doesn't...
to Eurodragster.
No.
very much.
Indeed, Simon,
Thanks to Eurodragster very much.
It just doesn't sound
I checked while I was down on the bank, and that's what it says.
Unreal.
But Billy Gain has won Door Slammers. Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
so, I know that's not an actual event, but yeah. Yeah, he won a lot more money. And Billy's also won abroad. Billy has won abroad as well, let's not forget. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Right, so it's going to be Super Pro now. 2 door cars. Out of all those dragsters and everything else as well, all those cars with good visibility, it's 2 door cars in the final.
Yep.
Can you believe it? Just the way it shakes out sometimes, eh?
Well, is this going to be Billy extending his points lead in the Super Pro National Championship even further?
Yeah, he wants to give himself the biggest cushion for 2 weeks' time.
Doesn't he? Or is Brian Pateman going to double the amount of event wins in his
Looking
career?
at that dialing, I think Billy's actually given himself quite a big cushion.
That was about what it was last time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
About where he's been all day. Brian's been in the 8.3s all day. This time he's got a 6 on the end. Just the reason that it surprised me is Billy Gain is such a late round finisher on so many occasions.
Yeah.
Just doesn't seem enough, you know.
No.
Well, bear in mind you've got 1, haven't you? Or 2? 1 win.
1 championship, 1 event win.
There we go. That's all you need then.
Yeah.
Consistency carries it.
Qualifying, Darrell, qualifying.
Absolutely, yeah. After everything you've explained this weekend, definitely. So, race for 2 door cars. It's going to be Billy going first. Let's hope the reaction time's a bit better than the semi-final round. Well, it isn't. He was quicker, but too quick. Oh, my goodness me, that's a big red light for Billy as well. It's a 0.34.
Oh, perfect ET as well. Oh, 200s off there. Perfect ET for Billy Gain, but, well, almost ran into the race.
Well, there we go. They are now absolutely even on event wins.
Yep.
2 each. Still doesn't seem like nearly enough, does it? Chris, it's been a pleasure having you back up here again, mate. Thank you very much. Becky, I hope you guys are doing really, really well. It's lovely to see you both again. Sorry I haven't had the chance to say hi in person, but hello. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you again sometime soon, mate. If you're back in 2 weeks, that'd be great. If not, you know, no
Thank
bother.
you very much for having me.
Oh, it's really fun.
It's been great to be back. Hopefully I'll be a bit quicker with the brain next time. But we're getting there, slowly.
Good lad.
Thank
Thanks
you
ever
very
so much,
much.
Chris. So, Supergas final, Dave Fulton and Pete Creswell.
Yeah, your last final of the day to close the FIA and FIM European finals here at the pod.
Final.
Dave Fulton, Pete Creswell. Ford versus Chevy. Green light drag race.
Any closer, he'd have cut himself. Pete Creswell's drifting out towards the centre line.
Oh, they
both are. Oh, dearie me, that was a bit hair-raising. Dave Fulton broke out, went 9.89. Pete Creswell took the stripe, went 9.91. They were both kind of looking at each other thinking, yes, no, I think, through the finish line. They're both absolutely A-OK.
Well, somebody's dicked the blocks.
Oh, yeah, the blocks are in.
I think Dave Fulton dinked the blocks, actually. Yes, he must have done. Wow. What a final.
Okay.
Well, it won't affect the result because Dave Fulton has knocked the blocks over.
He must have knocked the blocks because Pete Creswell took the stripe by 0.2 and then Dave Fulton dinked the blocks.
Yeah.
That's the only way that could have worked out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Dave Fulton would have got there first and broken out if he'd have dinked the blocks. Anyway, folks, thank you. Oh, look at that. Here, Marshall, I thought he was going to hug the camera then, actually, to be honest with you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in about 20 minutes' time, absolutely as quick as we can, we're going to be getting the trophies out, handing them out down here on the start line. Thank you all so much for bearing with us through what has been one of the longest weekends ever, but we got it finished with 10 minutes to spare. Kudos to the terrific Santa Pod Racers Club, the whole staff, and you guys for sticking with us. Colin?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much indeed. Darryl, been great to call it with you once again, mate. To the timing crew, to Nitro FM that have been with us all weekend. We couldn't do it without their support. Thank you ever so much indeed. But to you, the race fans, and obviously to all of our racers as well, huge thanks indeed. Trophies as soon as we possibly can. But Nitro FM, if you can take the airways back for the time being, we'll catch you later.